For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency. And halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
Fuller and caught behind! Yeah. Mitchell Marshall loves it. The hometown boy gets the most important player in the Pakistan list, Sunderasen.
Imam uses his feet, stumped, gone, out. Lyon gets another one. 2 for him, 498 for his career.
Bowls and he pulls, not far, to square leg and he's caught. Oh, that's a great catch from Usman Khawaja.
He's going to get this out. Yep. We have a wicket. You can see it up on the scoreboard. Nathan Lyon on 499 test wickets. Into Afridi, who swings a high ball. Where's that gone? Chance for Khawaja. Going back, takes the catch at long on. And the boos from the crowd because Nathan Lyon didn't take the last wicket.
With Nathan Lyon ever so close to the magical 500 wicket milestone, Australia now look to build on their 300-run lead and push for victory. Mitch Marsh, the hometown hero, joins us ahead of day 4.
Shazad bowling for the Langer end. He bowls to Labuschagne, who gets one off the glove. That reared off a length that's gone behind square leg for a single. And he's smarting from that, Labuschagne. That's hit his right hand, and he is asking for assistance. So these cracks are starting to open up and are starting to have an impact.
Yeah, he was just with the doc and physio for the last sort of hour, just chatting through it and doing a few tests, obviously, on the finger, so I dare say there might be a scan.
Shaheen bowls over the wicket, hits Smith on the arm.
Freedy there, and Smith gets hit on the arm again. He tried to get out of the way of that one. It didn't get up.
No, it's all right. Bit of a bruise, but I'll live.
Batting looked really tough, pretty tough there at the end. I think just as the game goes along, I think the cracks will come more into play. Another hot day tomorrow, I believe. So, yeah, I think the cracks are starting to definitely come into play, yeah.
But to what extent might the spicy Perth pitch get in the way of making it easy for the hosts? We'll find out right away this morning.
The position's pretty clear. Look, we support our players to express their own opinions in their own way and over their own channels. But when it comes to kind of teams representing their country in international cricket, the ICC have clear guidelines.
Again, if there's an opportunity to take a run out or a stumping, you do that. I had my hand on the stump, missed the bail on the way back up.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people telling me there's been a real buzz around this test match and the fact that he's called the West Test. Having a test match that's got a Western Australian ownership over it, I think is really important.
In a busy news week, Todd Greenberg, the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricketers Association, will also be with us before the first ball to give the players' view on the key issues. This is SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
Good morning and welcome to SEN Test Cricket live from Perth Stadium for Host Plus and for Henley Homes. Built with confidence. With 2 days to go, we've hit the stage of the test where the result will likely take care of itself for Pat Cummins' Australians. Ahead by 300 with 8 wickets in hand, the most probable scenario is they get the chance to declare on their terms with ample time to finish the job. But there are variables, most of all the pitch. In the best traditions of surfaces in this part of the world, the cracks are becoming more plentiful by the hour. If Pakistan can go bang-bang this morning, as they did to begin the evening session yesterday when removing Warner and Labuschagne, they might be a chance of chasing something with a 3 in front of it. The degree of difficulty of such a thing would be extremely high, but it wouldn't be for nothing if they can finish Australia off short of 200 the second time around. To be crude, there's also the chance to injure some Australians along the way. The 2 blows to Smith's arm late yesterday, including a fierce whack to his troublesome wrist, demonstrated that point. As did the fact that Marnus Labuschagne has needed to go for a scan on his right hand overnight when copping a whack during his brief stay. So to day 4, we go pondering if the script will run as it typically does for Australia at home, or can the Pakistani side prompt some twists? I'm Adam Collins, and with me to weigh this all up as we begin our pre-game conversation, our experts for Bundaberg Ginger Beers, Simon Katich and Damien Fleming. Kat, I'll start with you. Good morning. We've been out there in the middle taking a look at the pitch. So Fleming's just bounded into the box looking at it himself a moment ago. Those cracks at our end, our members' end, pavilion end here at the commentary box, they are big, they are wider than they were yesterday, and they're growing.
Good morning, Colo and Flam and all our listeners. They certainly are. Look, having had a look at it just before, what was noticeable in talking to the curator out there as well is that they're starting to raise a little bit as well. So when he's put that heavy roller over it in the last day or two, he said that was noticeable. They started to plate up a little bit, and I think the crack that got Marnus Labuschagne on the glove yesterday, the thing about it is the line, it's in line with the stumps, on and around that off stump. But the other part of it is, part of it's slightly raised and part of it's slightly lowered. So what that means is we saw that length. Marnus Labuschagne would want to get forward to that length because it's quite a full length. Not super full, but it's sort of on a good length. He got caught on the crease and it's bounced more than he probably expected, ripped the glove and obviously done some damage to his hand. So it'd be interesting to see what happens in the news with him as the day unfolds. And then obviously later in the day, Steve Smith, different, because they were banging the ball in, had the leg side field, testing him out upstairs. And that one was a nasty blow as well. So whilst not every ball's going to hit these cracks, because there's still, the wicket looks very good other than the cracks opening up, they play on the batsman's mind, and that's the hard part from a batting perspective. It only takes one or two balls, one to keep low, one to fly, one to hit a glove or one to hit the ribs, and all of a sudden that affects the batsman's mindset and, more importantly, their footwork. And as soon as they start getting caught on the crease, that's when you get trouble. There's bowls, LBs, or potentially nicks behind.
G'day, Flem. You've been out there as well. I mean, we're so conditioned over at the WACA, the history of that place, the reputation of that place to have big cracks opening up and it being quite quick. That might be our experience here as well.
Colo, Cato, listeners, it's the corridor of carnage. It's a perfect length to bowl into, isn't it? Sometimes at the WACA can be a bit short and or a bit full and can get covered. That's just on a really good length and a good line. Probably a bit different than mainly at the WACA. The WACA sort of had straight cracks all the way down. That's a horseshoe crack, which I think is a bit of a problem like what you said. I think the level of the pitch is going to be different. And it's hard not to be thinking about it when you're batting, and it'll often be the ball that misses it that gets you out, but just plays normally because you're reading a lot into it. So this is going to be a really tough day batting for both teams if Pakistan can bowl well enough in this first session.
Kat, the psychology of that Flem talks to there as a top-order player, played a lot at the WACA on cracked-up pitches. I mean, just the very process of going in knowing that you might get one that could whack you in the arm or break a finger or something like that.
Oh, without a doubt. I've seen guys over the years in Shield games get caught on the crease because they just do not want to get forward to a ball that hits a crack and then jumps and hits you in the forearm or something like that. I mean, I've played in games where I remember Andy Bickle once hit a crack a couple of metres down the wicket. It flew straight over my head. One bounce, 4. Wow. And the umpire, Steve Randell, thought it had come off the shoulder of my bat and gave me 4 runs. And I went down the other end and said, mate, that went straight over my head.
Yes.
So it does play in your mind. The other part of it, which will be interesting to see how the Australians operate, is that Nathan Lyon loves bowling at the Justin Langer stand end. But that's the end that the quicks probably need to be operating at to hit that crack, because it's right on the money on and around the right-handers off stump. Obviously, Pakistan have got, 5 left-handers, so that'll be the challenge. But saying that, it'll still pose them problems if they get in that blind spot or on and around leg stump, as we saw to Shaquille yesterday. So it's still a nasty line.
It could just spin acutely out of that and roll along the ground and bowl them outside leg stump. You know, talking a couple of Aussie camp there too, the other one is that the quicks are struggling from the Langer end. With the landing.
Right.
Probably not the skipper himself, but Hazelwood and Mitchell Starc. Because of their stride lengths, they'd all land at different areas. And for whatever reason, Cummins is in between Starc and Hazelwood's, stride length once they land. So he's okay, whereas Mitch Starc's actually still landing on turf and pitch. And then Josh is landing on the turf, but he's over time he's depressing it and he's landing in different angles.
It could actually work out okay on that basis, that Nathan Lyon takes the Langer end, maybe with Cummins trying to find the crack, and Cummins is an expert at doing precisely that. You talk about that
Cummins'
corridor.
length, that horseshoe.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's really unique, Kato.
And then from this end, they can have Starc trying to shape it around as he did yesterday, and Hazelwood, Hazelwood couldn't have bowled any better than he did yesterday.
No, and even besides that, there's enough happening in the good parts of the pitch, isn't it? It's still nibbling. It's still carrying through.
And don't forget the big Bison, because he's got some good shape and bounce throughout this test as well.
Yeah, I think he's another one that's struggling a bit from the Langer end.
Right.
Bison, even though he bowled probably the ball of the day to Babar Azam, so he may come from the commentary end as well.
The other part of this, and I touched on it in my intro, is that this will be rugged for the Australians initially. That whack to Labuschagne yesterday, Usman Khawaja said after play last night, it didn't look pretty. Josh Hazelwood added he's very sore. He had the physio working on him for an hour in the dressing room, then got sent for a scan. We still don't know what the result of that scan is as yet. So it does present an interesting scenario where if Labuschagne has done something that might keep him out of the Melbourne Test match, that's a whole other selection conversation, I'm sure, in the short term, but it would provide an entry for Cameron Green.
The little finger's the one you'd prefer, wouldn't you?
Right.
If it's fractured.
So is that because of where the hand sits on the bat?
Yeah. You can just sit the little finger off the bat.
And I think it's his bottom hand too.
Bottom hand.
Yeah, so, I mean, mind you, some players, the bottom hand's everything in your game if you're a bottom-handed player, but he is a very technical, correct player, so his top hand does a lot of work.
Yeah, he'll be hoping he won't have to bat that they bat that well, which would be unbelievable that they declare. But everything we've said here, it's going to be tough not to get bowled out.
You're talking about Labuschagne?
Yeah.
He's out, mate.
Oh, he's out.
He's been and gone. I was thinking, he's talking about Melbourne.
That's right.
He's had his go. He put his feet up.
I'm thinking about, when he gets out there, how's he going to grip the bat?
So with Labuschagne, I mean, it does present...
that's going to be a concern.
I mean, let's just play that game for a moment here. We've got time to spread out a wee bit. If he did miss at Melbourne and Green came in, how would you recalibrate the batting list? Would Green go in at 3 or would you move Smith up and pop him in at 4, something like that, Kat?
Well, yeah, you have to ask the players. I mean, there's been a lot of speculation already around the opening, so a number of them have already categorically said no to moving out of their positions, and I think that's for Labuschagne via Usman Khawaja, and then no one's really asked Steve Smith, and then obviously Travis Head sounds like he's pretty settled at 5, because he's mentioned the fact that it would only really be in the subcontinent like he did in India earlier in the year. He'd come up the order. And then Mitch Marsh has categorically said no as well. So Steve Smith's maybe the only option to rejig if he goes to 3. But then if you're
thinking Green, you bat him at 3.
Correct.
It's a good opportunity if that does happen for Green to establish his credentials up the order. You've spoken about this quite a lot during the week, Kat, that you feel like he could be a top 4 player. He's got the technique to be a top 4 player.
He's a top 4 player.
Yeah.
But we're talking whether he can open, isn't it?
Well, if he bats at 3 and does it well, that could be an audition, are you saying, Flem?
Yeah, certainly. And, actually having a chat down there, he's had time with his family, he's refreshed, it's been a big year, he's ready to play. He's got to get the opportunity.
Well, he showed that because he came back for WA, he got a good 96 at the Gabba, and then he's backed it up with, 46, I think, in the PM's 11. So he's come back, had a little bit of a refresh, good start to the summer, and historically, his numbers for WA at 4, outstanding. That's where he's got a lot of his big 150s for WA, and, you're not always going to be batting at 2 for 200 in that situation here. A lot of the times you're probably in the first 20 overs. So he knows how to face a new ball.
How small a fracture would it be for him to be a chance for Melbourne? Because if you don't play Melbourne, Sydney's right after it too. It'd have to be a really small fracture, wouldn't it?
Depends what sort of pain threshold he's got in terms of being able to play with it and just load up on painkillers and just try and numb it and go out there and bat.
Interesting. All ahead of us. I suppose we'll hear from Cricket Australia soon because they did the scan last night, so it won't be long before we know what's going on with Marnus Labuschagne. On a similar theme, Smith was hit twice on the arm yesterday, one a bit higher up and one towards that wrist that he played with at the Oval when he made, if the situation was different and it wasn't the 5th Ashes Test match he might have missed, he conceded as much after the series. Kat, can you tell me why he doesn't wear the bigger arm guard? Like we've seen a lot of guys over the years wear full arm guards that cover the entirety of the forward arm, the left arm in his case. But Smith prefers that tiny one. What's going on there? Like if you wear a bigger one, how much more difficult is it to bat in a comfortable way?
It's a good question because I know myself, I only really started to wear one late in my career purely because I was facing guys like Mitch Johnson and Siddle and these guys, young quicks, in the nets a lot. And these boys are bowling on their back foot a lot of the time was on the front line with new rocks because I wanted to prepare as well as I could. But the danger with that is you're always going to get plenty of short balls, and I encourage them to do that because that's what's going to prepare you. But the danger is you get hit in the nets and then it costs you playing in a test match. So I started to wear one in the nets and then got used to it and thought, you know what, I'll just keep wearing it in the match.
And all tail-enders should wear it all the time.
Yeah.
Like I remember Mike Whitney talking to me. It virtually finished his Australian career that he got a fracture of the forearm. So I remember, next time he played and he was playing against us, he goes, "You all got to wear them because it's not even a bravery issue. No. It's like you give up your spot and someone else gets an opportunity."
I just don't know why it's the smaller one compared to the longer one, because the old ones were fine. Like, everyone sort of seemed to wear them if they needed to.
Very supportive.
So, yeah, you'd have to ask him that. I'm not sure.
Feels like we've got some news out of the Aussie camp via Adam White, who's down pitch side. He's going to be chatting with Mitchell Marsh in our pre-game. That'll be in segment 2. Word from the Australian team is Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith are both fine after being hit late yesterday. Smith already in the nets. He'll resume on 43 not out. So we'll try and hear from Whitey about who he's hearing this from. But that's good news in terms of the Labuschagne story that we've been speculating about.
And he's out. He's definitely out.
Yeah. So he's not going to need to be out there with the bat again, Flem. He didn't need to have a net this morning, that's for sure. Moving to Australia's...
He would have had a net.
Just moving to Australia's bowlers, there's a nice piece in Cricinfo today for Alex Malcolm comparing the quartet, shall we say, to being in a band together. I thought you'd appreciate this, Flem. It's the first time they've worked in concert together since Lords at 2023, and they did the job splendidly. It was here last year where they became the first 4 bowlers in a test attack, all to have 200-plus wickets. Of course, they've all gone well beyond that now, line on 499.
Yeah.
But I just it's impenetrable for Pakistan, isn't it? They rock up here. We heard from their assistant coach, Adam Hollyoak, last night saying that, we've got to get used to the Australian pitches. You can never really get used to that, to those 4 guys bowling in tandem, can you?
No, and, the PM's 11 doesn't really help you there too with that's more like a Pakistan pitch. But, no, I mean, you can still vividly remember the first time playing at the WAC. Well, the nets are more extreme, so that's like, wow, what's going on here? And, they bowl so well in unison. They know what each other does. So that there's so many more bowling partnerships. It's not just one quick just trying to, get the breakthroughs and the pressure's all him. They don't have to. They can just settle into their game plan, and their game plan's successful. As you said, they've all got over 200 test wickets, which has never happened. And it's funny, we might have talked about it before. Ricky Ponting, was it not before day one? He put a team up that I think it was Ashes 2001, the last one, when Justin Langer got back in. Look at that team, and I was going, that's the classic dominant Ponting team. They played 9 tests together. That's all. And even this group was up to, was it 23 or 24?
I think it's their 24th together this week. Yeah.
That's probably never been done in the history of the game. So it's funny that these great teams don't actually, there's always one change here or a couple there.
Yeah, I was amazed by that number. I actually thought this group would have played way more than 24 tests together. And the thing that stood out to me yesterday, and I think it's why it's made them so good together, was that just before Saud Shakil got out in that fashion, Nathan Lyon runs over to, I think it was Josh Hazlewood bowling, and he said, mate, because he'd been pulled in top edge one anyway, he gets in, he said, no, get your line up under his shoulder, right shoulder. Next ball, straight there, off the glove, straight to David Warner, out. And that's the difference between attacks that look after each other and are trying to help each other get wickets compared to other attacks that potentially might be just trying to go hunting for wickets themselves. They really do work together. And I think the other thing is Pat Cummins, because he's a bowling captain, he understands the psyche. He's great mates with them all. And I think he's gotten the best out of them all in this period. I know they haven't played a lot together recently, but because Josh Hazlewood was injured and Nathan Lyon was injured, but he just rotates them in short little sharp bursts. They've got good matchups. They've got good plans. Tactically, they're very good. And yeah, it's an amazing attack.
Might come back to Cummins, the captain, in just a moment. Got Adam Whitey's jumped in. He's been downstairs chatting to the Australian camp. What do you know, Whitey?
G'day, boys. I can say that Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne are both okay, which is good news. So Labuschagne did get some medical attention last night, but he's actually in the nets as we speak.
Oh, right. He's already batted twice in the
in the match. But importantly, Steve Smith is actually out there as well. So I think Bharat's going to go out and have a look and assess how well Steve is going in the nets. But obviously there was genuine concern, particularly for Marnus last night. But the fact that they're out there this morning having a bat is good sign. So we're going to actually speak to Mitch Marsh shortly. So we'll ask him what he knows. But yeah, it looks like all systems go for both of them.
Thank you, Whitey. Get yourself back downstairs so you make that Mitchell Marsh interview after our first break, which comes shortly. There was Cummins as the captain and the extra flexibility he's got with that attack. Not just the fact that he's got Mitch Marsh there getting the kingpin as Barbara Azam yesterday, but the rotations and all the rest of it. how much more stable he is having Nathan Lyon there. It must just be a godsend, Cat, as captain, knowing that you can put Lyon at one end and know that he'll go at like 2.5 and over. He'll get a wicket every 10 overs, something like that.
It's huge. It's very, very similar, and I liken it to what it was like playing with Shane Warne. Because, yes, they're totally different types of bowlers, but they played the same role. They were that good, both of them, that they could tie up an end, but then and allow your quicks to rotate if they were attacking. But then conversely, when the spinner was in the game and conditions were in his favour, they could be the attacking weapon, and then the quicks were obviously the sideshow. So he's played exactly the same role. And to think that he's on the verge of 500 test wickets and played the bulk of his test cricket here on our flat tracks, it is a remarkable record. And seeing him out here on this bouncy Perth Stadium wicket, you know, just think that he's bowled so well here where conditions really favour the quicks. There's pace, there's bounce, there's seam movement, and he still looks like a threat every time he gets the ball in his hands. It just goes to show how good he is because of the revs he gets on the ball and because he gets the ball to drop and bounce.
Yeah, I mean, the great bowlers are great offensively, i.e. get wickets. That's pretty obvious, but they're equally good defensively. And I remember Shane Warne's last test match at the SCG 06-07. I think in the first innings he only got 1 for 60 or something like that, but it was off 25 overs and it allowed the quicks, and it wasn't turning. It wasn't his day, but he kept pressure up. The quicks could rotate the other end. They knock over England there. And then the second innings, you can cash in like Cato was saying there. So, you know, no doubt it helps Cummins' captaincy. One, he's got himself as a bowler, who's as good a fast bowler going around. But, he doesn't have to worry too much about players on debut or whatever with this, is that they all know their game so well. So that's got to help being a fast bowling captain with an attack that's so experienced and, so unique.
As Dan Brettig, the ageist cricket chief writer, said last night, rather cheekily, of England are talking about asterisks around the Ashes with it being rained out at Old Trafford. Well, Australia's got a pretty big asterisk with Nathan Lyon not playing those last, 3.5 test matches. Flem, right, before we go to the break, our weather conditions for Rainbird, leaders in irrigation for over 90 years. 27 degrees, not a cloud in the sky, same old here in Perth. The forecast top is 32, and we've already gone through the pitch earlier with cracks running through the middle of it, especially at our members end. We'll go to our first break on SEN Test Cricket today for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, and on the other side of it, Adam White and Bharat Sunderasen will be talking to the hometown hero, Mitchell Marsh.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Hello again, Sebastian Cant here. You know, I suffer from neck pain and the Spinal Ease pillow has done wonders for me. Try it for yourself. The best Christmas gift, Spinal EZE.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Is it finally time to get that deck done?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Merbu decking is only $9.35 per metre. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. And if you want 24-hour delivery, guess what?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
Looking for a leading supplier of plumbing fittings? A company that is Australian-owned and operated with over 30 years' experience, providing local support that's second to none from facilities across Australia. Holman Plumbing is a full-range supplier of PVC fittings to the trade market. They also pride themselves on bringing innovative products and solutions to the industry by designing and investing in new tooling and products for their customers. View the full range of PVC plumbing supplies at holmanplumbing.com.au.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's Best Super Fund for 2024. Judged on strong performance, value for money and a focus on members. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit moneymag.com.au for awards criteria. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Tyre Power's Big December deals gives you the power to save on a huge range of Toyo tyres. 'Tis the season to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, plus more Big December deals store-wide at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. Every goal, every game, every point, every play. From the ones that become the stuff of legend to the ones that could pass you by. Whether it's end-to-end action or a game of one half. So whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call 1-800-858-858 or visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Liquorland, a proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, invites you to be part of the action this summer. To secure your spot in the stands, head to cricket.com.au/tickets and join us in celebrating the summer of cricket. If you are watching at home, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Shop in store or online. To the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Been in an accident that wasn't your fault? Why should you be inconvenienced? Right to Drive will get you back on the road in no time with a like-for-like replacement vehicle. Doesn't matter if it's your work van or ute, they'll deliver straight to your door at no cost to you. Search Right to Drive today.
If it's not your fault and you need a ride, call Right to Drive. If it's not your fault and you need a ride, call Right to Drive.
T's and C's apply.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency. And halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The pre-match show.
All right, let's head groundside with Bharat, Sunderasen and Adam White, who are with hometown hero Mitchell Marsh, thanks to Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Yes, thanks, Colo. Again, not a cloud in the sky. This is what happens in Perth. Mitch Marsh, welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
Thanks, boys.
You having fun?
Having fun, yeah. It's been a great few days so far. Hopefully we can build on our lead today and get bowling and get stuck in.
What was it like when you went out to bat that first time on day 2? We were up in the commentary box. I think we had tingles as you went out. It was almost like you were a boxer with the crowd, the way they got behind you.
Yeah.
Was it hard not to sort of take all that in?
I think it's sometimes important to try and take it all in and I guess ride the wave of a bit of adrenaline to get you pumped up to go out and bat. Not too excited, but it was certainly a beautiful moment walking out and had the family directly across. So I always like to know where they are, and I mean the West Australian crowd always gets behind the West Australians. So yeah, it was a great feeling.
So is it a different feeling for you this time round back in the Test team, the way you're playing your cricket? Do you feel a bit more comfortable with the attention that you're getting coming back home?
I wouldn't say you're ever comfortable with it, but it's certainly nice to. I mean, it's been 6 years, and I love played a lot of big bash here for the Scorchers, so I'm very familiar with the ground. But it's very special to, I guess, be a part of the Perth Stadium's early history, and to play, as I said before, to play in front of your family and friends. But most importantly, the West Australians. It's always a beautiful feeling.
Just as Rich, has this in some ways been, I mean, we still have one more Test match to go, the most exciting year of his international career? I mean, just making a Test comeback, the World Cup win, and doing this, nearly getting 100 in front of your family.
It's been an incredible year, no doubt. Just to be a part of the team and to sort of work my way back into the Test squad. But yeah, to be a part of all the success that the team's had, starting with the World Test Championship, the Ashes and the World Cup, and hopefully the first win of the summer here. It's incredible to be a part of. So there's a great vibe around our group at the moment, and I just feel lucky to be a part of it.
Have you gotten over missing out on that 100 though? I mean, you're so close.
Yeah, you always go through all the scenarios that you could have done. Probably kicking myself for not taking on the short ball before lunch. But look, that's the way the game goes sometimes, unfortunately.
2 days ago when I asked you about opening the batting, you didn't even let me finish my question. But 2 days on, I mean, we understood where you're coming from, and you've just come back into the side at number 6. So why do you think that's crucial that you want to stabilise yourself in that middle order number 6 position?
I just don't think I'm an opener, to be honest. There's a quote. Geez, that'll be somewhere today.
Thanks for that.
Look, I mean, as I said the other day, I've worked hard to get back into this team. I certainly think the way I'm playing, number 6 is a good spot for me in. But ultimately, if it means you're playing, you bat anywhere. So, look, there's obviously decisions to be made post-Davy, but ultimately that's up to the selectors, the captain and the coach, and I'll bat anywhere I'm told.
Just with regards to your bowling, Mitch, that outswinger is going again. I mean, that getting Babar Azam out with it must be quite a moment for you. Where are you with your bowling? And are there specific roles given to you at the start of an innings or the start of the day with your bowling?
Yeah, I mean, the body feels great at the moment. I've been very well looked after this year. I feel like I've hardly bowled throughout the World Cup. I didn't feel great, to be honest, in the first innings. My rhythm didn't have any sort of rhythm whatsoever. So I would challenge myself mentally, but I think the most important thing for me is I'm not going to bowl 15 to 20 overs per innings, but it's just to be a role player and try and make an impact where I can. I know that I can bowl wicket-taking deliveries, and it was really nice to get that wicket yesterday and sort of start the role for the team. So as long as I'm contributing and playing my role, I'm happy with the ball.
Just coming to the pitch and the match situation as well. I mean, you guys are well ahead in the game. Declarations, but before that, just how is that pitch playing? And there seem to be some cracks developing already.
I think it's been a great cricket wicket. There's been lots in it for the whole game. We're still getting seam movement yesterday. I think it's great that the cracks are starting to come in. When you come to Western Australia and think about the history here, that's what playing here is all about, getting to day 4, day 5, and the cracks coming in. So Uzi and Smudger came off last night and said it wasn't easy. So hopefully it gets a bit harder to bat on and we can push our lead above 400.
And just finally from me, loving the moustache and the hair. Just everyone wants to be Travis Head these days?
The Mo is Travis Head. Just want to be like Heady. He's my favourite cricketer. The mullet, I've been on and off with the mullet for a couple of years. My wife always tells me to cut it off, so when it comes off, you know that I've lost the battle to the wife.
The last one from me, just on Marnus and Steve, are they okay? Both got pretty big hits, one on the arm for Smith and on the hand for Marnus. Do you know any more about it this morning?
Yeah, I think Marnie's all good. Obviously, it was a pretty nasty delivery, but he seems to be all good. And Smudger was just walking out to the net, so it'll take a lot for him to miss out, especially on 40 not out, so he's all good.
Thanks for joining us, really appreciate it, and we love watching you play cricket, and I reckon you might have a bit of fun again at some point today.
Thanks, boys.
Mitch Marsh joining us on SEN Test Cricket. It's great to have a chat to Mitch, the main man here in Perth. Bharat, before we head back to Colo, I've gone out and had a look at the pitch. Mm-hmm. It is clear that the cracks are going to play a significant part today. We started to see it late yesterday, but even just this morning, having a look at things, there's that plate cracking at the broadcast end, the WACA members reserve end, and then there's another crack that's starting to develop also at the Justin Langer stand end. So that's going to clearly be a factor, I think, for the Australians trying to escalate things, but it's definitely going to be a factor when Australia get to bowl to Pakistan at some point today.
Just the two deliveries leading into David Warner's dismissal, shot through, didn't they? The ball, especially the one before he got out, went past almost shin height. And then the next one, he rushed him from a similar length. The Perth flies are bothering me, I'm sorry.
You're evading them like the Pakistanis will be evading the bouncers today.
I know, I look like Saad Shakil against the bouncer there with that fly. But no, I think the cracks are developing, like you said, and they will have a big role to play. But even, like you said, when bowling from the broadcast end, Shaheen Shah Afridi got a couple of balls to cut across in both directions. So this, if it wasn't already difficult to bat on for the Pakistanis in the first innings, is going to be a real challenge in the second innings.
Yeah, it's a combination of the cracks and also there's still that thick grass. So those the bruising of the grass that Damien Fleming was talking about, creating those sort of indentations, it isn't easy at all. You might not appreciate that watching it on television, but to go out and have a look at the pitch, it's going to be a bit of fun for the bowlers and a challenge for the batsmen. 31 degrees, Colo, today, and fine. Not a cloud in the sky, so perhaps not quite as hot as yesterday, but still, it's going to be a hot one.
Too many flies, though.
Whitey, thank you, Bharat, as well. Thanks to Bundaberg Ginger Beer there. From the horse's mouth, Marnus and Steve Smith are both okay, and Smith will resume on 43 when play starts again in about 45 minutes from now. Australia 2 for 84, leading by 300. And hearing there from the man with the mo and the mullet, Mitchell Marsh, about his very special 2023 returning to the Test side, making 90 here a couple of days ago. This is SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. We'll go to a break, and after it, I'll be chatting with Todd Greenberg, who's the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricketers Association.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
For over half a century, there's one name that Aussie gardeners have come to trust. Holman offer a range of quality watering equipment with an affordable price tag. For the past 55 years, this family-owned business has been helping gardeners save time, money and water. And now, with Holman Smart Watering products, you can water from anywhere, anytime, all from your smartphone. So, protect your garden from the heat this summer with the name you trust. Holman, for the smart gardener.
Ready for the road? You will be with a brand new Toyota Hilux. Stock is available now, so awaken your unbreakable with Australia's #1 selling vehicle. Check your local dealer, as stock may vary. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
At Robot Building Supplies, ChatGPT doesn't get a look in. We ask our own robot.
Robot's got it.
Got Merbu decking and timber sleepers?
Robot's got it.
Steel framing and building supplies within 24 hours?
Robot's got it.
The original robot since 1946. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Liquorland, a proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, invites you to be part of the action this summer. To secure your spot in the stands, head to cricket.com.au/tickets and join us in celebrating the summer of cricket. If you are watching at home, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Shop in store or online. To the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Smash your fitness goals and feel fresh this summer with Revo Fitness, now open in Noble Park. Get affordable memberships from $9.69 per week with no lock-in contracts, no sign-up fees and access to all Revo Fitness clubs Australia-wide. Revo Fitness Noble Park is open 24/7 to suit your busy lifestyle with spacious floor plans and a packed full of quality equipment including Reformer Pilates, massage chairs and body scanners. Join Revo Fitness Noble Park now and get 2 months free at revofitness.com.au.
Flight Centre is your festive deals for everyone centre. And right now, they're slaying the festive season with serious savings and bonus value all wrapped up. Stuff your stockings with savings up to $3,265 on Hawaii. Gold Coast family getaways from $899 and more. But hurry, with deals this good, you can be sure they'll be on everyone's list. Visit your local Flight Centre online or in-store now and save. Flight Centre.
They say at Christmas, 'tis better to give than to receive. At Sexyland, we think you can't go wrong either way. So this Christmas, you'll find Australia's largest range of gifts and toys for adults, as well as couples games, lingerie, costumes, plus loads more. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong open till midnight 7 days a week, or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au. Something real sexy for everyone.
This is Ben Reid. Are you a property buyer sick of missing out at auction, or you're not seeing the homes you'd like to buy? It's time to speak to an Ian Reid buyer advocate and request a copy of our new booklet, Winning Buyer Strategies, The Art of Buying Your Dream Home. It will give you an insight on how we can help you get into your new home sooner. Call us now on 9430 0000 or visit ianreid.com.au.
Ian Reid Buyer Advocates.
Buy your home a better way.
Go on, ring us.
For Henley's new main view collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency. And halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and for Henley Homes. Build with confidence. I'm Adam Collins. We've got Adam White with me, and down the line we have Todd Greenberg, the Australian Cricketers Association Chief Executive Officer. Good afternoon to you, Todd, in Sydney.
How are you, Adam? Nice to chat to you.
Yeah, you as well. The last time we caught up was in Ahmedabad when you were there for the 4th Test match earlier this year. And, of course, it's been an incredibly busy year for the organisation and a busy week too. A lot going on with your members, including Usman Khawaja. Let's start there. Did you get involved with that at all when Usman Khawaja said that he wanted to wear what became the banned shoes this week at the Perth Stadium?
Yeah, as you'd imagine, we're in pretty regular dialogue with Uzi, and we've made it pretty clear we've always supported players to be the best version, the true version of themselves. And Uzi's, as you would know better than anyone, authentic and genuine, probably one of the more that I've met in my time in cricket. And so this particular issue that he's been talking about has affected him very personally, just like it has done many people, both here and abroad. But, you know, as a professional cricketer, I think Uzi deeply also understands that there are ICC rules that we need to abide by. And I thought the way he handled it was both professional and quite mature.
So there is an ICC process, and Usman Khawaja has been pretty clear that he wants to look into what might be possible between now and Boxing Day. Do you think that CA should formally advocate on Usman's behalf with the ICC on this before the Melbourne Test match?
We'll certainly support Usman with any application that he wants to make to ensure that that application complies and gives him the best chance to succeed. And then ultimately that's a position that CA and the ICC will then have to make a determination on. But, you know, I get a sense that some people in broader society like to see athletes and profile people provide opinions, but only when those opinions agree with them. And I think it's much better to see people who are authentic like Uzi is, and if he wants to push a particular cause, then we'll support him.
It does, and we spoke about this when we were in India back in March, that players do feel more emboldened to engage on topics outside of what would be their traditional day-to-day in cricket, right? And more an American situation, I suppose. Is that what you envisage, where cricketers, your members, are out there talking about broader issues quite regularly?
Yeah, and I've maintained very consistently, whether it's, you know, Pat talking about his passion for climate change or others, that they're entitled to have that view. And also on top of that, they use the profile of which they've been afforded as a professional cricketer to use that platform. But, you know, the conversations I have with them are to use it wisely and use it respectfully and understand that irrelevant of the position, you're always going to attract some criticism because as profile athletes, whether they like it or not, they will come in for personal criticism. They understand that, but they're also mature enough and bold enough to have some opinions. And I think that's really important. As I said, we want our athletes to be heroes. We want people to look up to them. To do that, we need them to be authentic, and we need them to be that regularly and consistently, not just on the simple issues, but maybe more importantly on the more difficult ones.
Todd, talking about opinions, one of the other big talking points in the lead up to the game was obviously the Mitch Johnson, Dave Warner situation. Two legends of Australian cricket, and there's a few words spoken. Do you get involved in something like that, or is that just something between Mitch and Dave?
Well, first of all, I mean, up to that point in time, there wasn't many people I didn't think who knew the Perth Test was coming. So I think Mitch did a good job of putting it on the pages. So that might have been some method. Yeah, maybe a bit of method to the madness. But look, my view on this one was Dave and Mitch are both big enough and strong enough to deal with their own issues themselves. There was no need for us to get involved, certainly not for me personally. We would get involved when on an issue to support a player where they were genuinely distressed or they're anxious. And on this occasion, I didn't see that as one of those. And it wouldn't necessarily be something we'd shoot a press release out on either if we did decide to get involved. You know, for those who are fortunate enough to get to know Dave, as I have over the last couple of years, I had a sense that there was a big innings coming in this Test match. And if you do know Dave well, any form of criticism is only fuel for him. So in the end, I think it was good fodder in the media, and Dave responded accordingly, which is the best way to respond, which is by making runs.
And that's what we think. We think now that really Dave's got to buy Mitch dinner or something like that because he gave him the fuel to put in his car. So that does now mean pretty much it's obvious now that Dave Warner will get that farewell test match in Sydney at home. How important is that to the playing ranks that he gets that send-off?
Oh, look, I think everyone who plays at the highest level, irrelevant of what sport it is, cricket or otherwise, there's no fairy tales, and you very rarely get to make your own ending. I mean, there's plenty of examples littered through particularly Australian cricket history where some legends have finished not on their own terms, and that's one of the great challenges in professional sporting landscape and why we spend so much time on what we call transition, where our best players don't choose their own exit, and quite often they finish unhappy or bitter or despondent because they haven't been able to choose. It would appear here that David's going to be one of those very rare and special players who will call time on his Test career, and no better way to do it than do it on his home ground in Sydney. There's been a few who've done it, but you don't see it very often. And a lot of what his earlier comments, I think were very misunderstood. He never said that he would finish in Sydney. He said that he would like to, and he knew that the currency for him to get there was to make sure he scored runs. And if the selectors needed to make a call on that beforehand, that was completely in their jurisdiction. But he knew the best way to stop that was to score runs, and he couldn't have started any better in the first innings of the first test by making sure he sent a statement.
Todd, another strong news line coming through this week from India is the, probability or possibility of there being a second IPL window opening up in September and October as of next year. That would mean roughly 6 months of IPL each year. What was your first impression when that came through?
Well, my first impression was it was certainly no surprise. This has been building for some time, in our view, and there was always going to be an additional window, which is going to create havoc, I think, on bilateral cricket and the rest of the cricketing community. So it's a real challenge. And it's not something I think you can just simply take a short-term view on. I genuinely think we need to be conscious of ensuring that, all of international cricket needs to continue to play really meaningful cricket. So we've seen that, I think, really improved with the ICC World Test Championship, which has contributed to Test cricket. Mind you, I would say that we need to do more for some other countries who are, getting further away, I think, in Test match cricket, for red ball cricket, away from Australia, England and India. So this will be difficult. It will be obviously lucrative for the very, very elite players, but it will put enormous pressure on boards and bilateral cricket all over the world.
Yeah, right. So there's that bigger picture consideration. And I suppose, and we've talked about this before as well, Todd, the need to try and engineer a world where Australian cricketers put Australian cricket first in a world where there's so much money elsewhere. I mean, what processes can you put in place to help safeguard that?
Yeah, and you would have heard me say, we've had this conversation before, Adam, about the importance of our best players playing in the BBL and our best players retaining to be playing here in our domestic summer. There's a reason for that, because that drives revenues. Revenues then generate remuneration for players, and it becomes cyclical. We ensure that they stay here and are retained here. But in a competitive world and a global environment where players are being offered, extraordinary amounts of money to go and ply their trade elsewhere, that is becoming more challenging by the minute. And the advent of another window will exacerbate that. So I'm not saying we can't work through it, but it will be a great challenge. And there's a piece missing in this, in my mind, which is a strategic mindset about what the schedule looks like, an overlay of bilateral cricket, private T20 entrepreneur cricket, as I would call it, and then the ICC's world events on top of that, and then, recently throw in the Olympics on top of that. So it's a big schedule, but it requires structure and it requires a strategic mindset, and it also requires, in my view, a bit of give and take to ensure that all of those component parts can work independently of each other.
Todd, I can't believe I'm going to say this because I love cricket more than most, but is there a fear that there'll end up being too much cricket? It's great to have all these additional tournaments because the players get paid for it, and that's terrific. But I'm looking at it from a fan point of view, that there just becomes this saturation where there's so much that we get sick of it. Is that a concern for players and for you as head of the ACA?
It's a concern for players, particularly on workload, albeit that, remuneration goes with workload. But my firm view on this, and has been for a long time, is scarcity can be your friend in scheduling and content. And we've got to ensure, and I used this term just a couple of minutes ago, we've got to ensure when we are setting our schedule, we're playing meaningful cricket, which means the games matter, and they matter to players and they matter to fans, and they're easily understood. And I get a sense sometimes in our schedule, and I say this with the greatest of respect, there is some meaningless cricket. And I think we need to make sure we play more meaningful cricket, and we need to be brave and bold in ensuring that we develop content. And as I said, scarcity sometimes can create a better yield. Let's not just add more on top of more. Let's think carefully and strategically long-term about how this is going to work.
Because I think, Todd, from you coming from another sport where it is seasonal, that we all love our football, whatever code it is, but to actually have to wait for it is actually an exciting thing, and we get really excited for when it comes around. When there is too much cricket all year round, I'm just worried as we look forward that it's not as special when we come to a summer of cricket, because we're seeing our stars playing not 24 hours a day, but 12 months of the year.
Oh, absolutely, no doubt. I mean, you look at our players just who've walked on, this week for the first test in Perth. I mean, they've just come off an enormous workload. And historically, we're not used to that. We're used to seeing our players ply their trade in shield cricket and being selected, and everyone's really anticipating that first delivery. Well, clearly the world's changed, and there's an acceptance that cricket is 12 months of the year now, but inside that 12-month schedule, there needs to be some more balance. I mean, there's no doubt that a modern-day player cannot be playing all three formats and all forms of the game across the next period of time. That next generation will not be able to do what you would say David Warner's done throughout his career. It physically and mentally will not be possible.
Back to the Aussie Test team. We've heard from the ACA that Alex Carey had a pretty tough time of it after what happened in England with him, and Nathan Lyon as well, the mental anguish of being back home watching the last three Test matches. Can you give us a sense of what the ACA does to get involved with their quite high-profile members in situations like that?
Yeah, I mean, again, Adam, as you would appreciate, we don't put a press release out, and we don't talk really above the line about some of the things we do behind the scenes. But you're right, both those gentlemen you just spoke about, have experienced some incredible highs in their careers, but in England, both of them went through some difficulties. Nathan was, absolutely shattered at Lords to finish that series. And, one thing I've got to know with Nathan is behind the scenes, his preparation, his discipline, his attention to detail to get his both mind and body ready again is like nothing I've seen before. And the work he has done on himself to be ready for this series is mesmerising. And to see him on the verge of that next milestone is just such great reward for someone who does so much work. And the fans will see him and they'll talk about him as the GOAT, but what they don't see is that sacrifice that goes on behind the scenes. And, and in relation to Alex, anyone, I would ask anyone to consider what personal criticism would do to you in the public eye. It's hard. These guys are great cricketers, are mostly seen as great cricketers, but they're people. They're husbands, they're fathers, and they have the same challenges just like you and I, and it's not easy. And I'm not looking to get despondent on these guys, and I'm not looking for any accolades for them or any sympathy or pity, but it's not easy. It's not all sunshine and roses and rainbows out there for them. They go through ups and downs, and our role is to make sure they know in times of difficulty that we've got their back, and we'll be there to have those conversations and give them whatever support, whether it's them or others, whatever they need on their journey through.
So on day two, there was an instance where Alex might have taken the stumps and didn't, and there was so much read into that and many questions posed. I mean, do you believe there is an ongoing issue with Alex Carey as it relates to dismissals like that, or do you think that he's now got to the point where it's beyond him?
No, I have no doubt it's well beyond him, and I think he's definitely moved on. I didn't see any correlation on that particular incident, and I know he was really looking forward to putting his baggy green on again and getting back in the side. And you only need to see him around his teammates to know how important he is inside the team environment. He creates a very special part of this team. I mean, we've got some very special people on this team, some people that I think will be celebrated and acknowledged long, long into the future and will reflect back on this team, like we have on many of our teams back in the 90s and 80s and well before. But, you know, Alex is a very important cog in that wheel, and people shouldn't underestimate the value he has amongst his teammates.
We've had an early sample of the BBL for the summer before the break, obviously, for the Perth Test. We've had a few challenges as well, particularly down at Geelong. How have you seen the first week or so?
Well, it's good to see the BBL back. I mean, I think we're all really disappointed about Geelong. In saying that, though, I think anyone would agree that the safety of players has to be the number one concern. And the minute that couldn't be assured on the night, which looked exactly as it was about to transpire, then the right call was made in our view. But we've got to make sure those sorts of things don't happen. I mean, I understand we're a sport, but I also understand better than anyone that we're in the business of entertainment. And we've got to make sure we give fans what they want. That's why players are always leaning in to make sure they do whatever's required as part of their role. And it wasn't a great look for us in Geelong, who those fans only turn up once a year to get their taste of professional cricket in the BBL. So it was very disappointing, but occasionally things are going to happen, and Mother Nature will hurt us, and that's exactly what happened to us in Geelong.
And then part of having players available is this whole balance around high performance and getting the players to play. Scotty Boland couldn't play for the Stars just in case he was required in Perth. Nathan Lyon a bit the same. How do you see that balance? And do the players want to play more than they're actually allowed to?
Yeah, the players want to play. There's no doubt about that. I haven't met a cricketer who doesn't want to play in the next game, but it's the work and preparation, both mentally and physically, that goes in to be at your best when you're in that performance. And that takes some planning, and occasionally players will have to be sacrificed from one format to another in order to get their best. And there's, big jobs available for people like Andrew McDonald and George Bailey and Tony Doddermate and others who I think are doing outstanding work and are showing a really strategic mindset about the long-term benefit and value of performance of players, and making sure that, you use the example there of Scotty Boland, when he walks out, that he's physically and mentally able to give his very, very best. And you can't do that if you're playing literally every game every week and then preparing and training for every game and every week. So thinking more broadly about the schedule, prioritisation of those performances, I think, is hard for a lot of people to get their heads around, because cricket's changing, and that's the modern-day nature of the game. And I'm fortunate. I think we are fortunate to have those sorts of people leading some of those decisions.
Australia's women are in India at the moment about to play a test match. Pretty much everyone in that side say the same thing when it comes to test cricket. They want to play more of it. And there has been resistance over the years. I know they're playing a test later in the summer here at Perth against South Africa. But, I mean, does the ACA feel like you have a position and a role to play in advancing the cause of women playing more test cricket, the Australian side turning out more often?
Absolutely. We've been long-term advocates for multi-format cricket for our female players, and absolutely delighted to see some more red ball cricket. I mean, the real challenge is, how do we create a deeper pathway for red ball cricket for females? Because let's face it, some of them will only play red ball cricket in a test match, which sounds so counterintuitive. So if we are going to continue to promote long-form cricket, and I'm really pleased Cricket Australia have, recently come out and publicly acknowledged multi-format red ball cricket for women is also their priority. For a long time, it was the players' priority, but maybe not the governing body. But it's nice to have an alignment with CA on that. I think it's really important. And if you're genuinely talking about gender equity and ensuring that our female cricketers are afforded the same privileges and opportunities as our men, then that naturally follows. So I'm really looking forward to seeing them play well in India, and that'll be a great test for them away from home at this time of year in different conditions. Some of our girls will never have played there, so great opportunity for them. So, and I'm sure they'll do really well under their new captain, Alicia Healy.
And just quickly, how do you give them a Christmas over there? What's the process in making sure they can still celebrate Christmas, given they'll be the overseas? That's an unusual situation for the women's side to find themselves in.
It is. Well, as you know, we've had a long tradition of Boxing Day tests with our male players, and ensuring that they're afforded the opportunity to take family members and loved ones with them into that environment. So we've done the same thing for our female players in India. So there will be a cohort of partners and supporters who'll be with them. But there's no doubt, for anyone who's experienced, Adam, you're probably more than anyone who's experienced Christmas away from loved ones. It's not easy. So trying to make sure that they have some familiarity and some comforts with them, whilst also trying to make sure they're ready for performance, is a real balancing act. But again, part of being a professional elite cricketer at the highest level, that you'll quite often be plying your trade well away from home.
Todd Greenberg, you're a busy boy. Thanks for taking some time out to speak with us today on SEN Test Cricket, the Australian Cricketers Association Chief Executive Officer.
Thanks for having me on the show, guys. Enjoy the day. Thanks.
We will do exactly that, and I'm sure we'll catch up soon again. This is SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. We'll take a break, then we'll be joined by Peter Lalor and Bharat Sunderasen.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, and for very good reason. K-Rain features durable and high-performance products, which make it the industry leader for household or commercial irrigation. There's a wide range to choose from, and it's all available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. For the full K-Rain range and helpful tips, visit k-rain.com.au today.
Are you ready to take your golf game to the next level? Look no further than the House of Golf, your one-stop shop for all things golf. They're dedicated to being the champions of your game. Visit them in store or online at thehouseofgolf.com.au.
The McRib is back at Macca's. And for a fresh take on this fan fave, say hello to the new McRib Deluxe. But get in quick before they ride off into the sunset. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Is it finally time to get that deck done?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Merbu decking is only $9.35 per metre. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. And if you want 24-hour delivery, guess what?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
Smash your fitness goals and feel fresh this summer with Revo Fitness, now open in Noble Park. Get affordable memberships from $9.69 per week with no lock-in contracts, no sign-up fees and access to all Revo Fitness clubs Australia-wide. Revo Fitness Noble Park is open 24/7 to suit your busy lifestyle with spacious floor plans and a packed full of quality equipment including Reformer Pilates, massage chairs and body scanners. Join Revo Fitness Noble Park now and get 2 months free at revofitness.com.au.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew. Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sport.
And the Chiefs win Super Bowl 57.
The Penrith Panthers three-peat.
Collingwood are premiers in 2023.
Catch up on SEN-created podcasts, recreation, lifestyle, racing, and all of our SEN shows.
The Sounding Board.
Real adventures.
Don't shoot the messenger.
This is your journey.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
The Ladbrokes Tasmania Summer Racing Festival is rapidly approaching, so start planning your trip to one of my favourite places in the country. Across all 3 codes, summer racing in Tassie includes big races like the Hobart 1000, the Golden Apple and Devonport, Hobart and Launceston Cups. It's big racing in fantastic places. That's what Tassie Racing is all about. Head to goracingtasmania.com.au and be part of the Ladbrokes Tasmanian Summer Racing Festival.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency. And halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and for Henley Homes, build with confidence. I've got Peter Lalor and Bharat Sunderasen with me, part of our call team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Good morning, Pete. We'll start with you. What do you know? What have you been picking up on the gates on the way through to the Perth Stadium this morning?
Well, I ran into my mate from the ground staff and they're very excited. There's a plate 5.5 metres down outside the right hand, outside the off for the right-hand batsman. Going to make life very interesting. There's a crack in the middle. They're harder to hit because you've got to sort of jag the ball back a bit, don't you? But that one outside off, some of the people who've seen it said it could even be a little bit dangerous, but it's going to spice up the test match, and it's exactly what you want. And I've already got my man of the match, Isaac McDonald, head curator. Curators rarely get praise. They all get a lot of criticism. But if this plays out like it does, and I have to put the big if there because we're all getting excited and haven't seen it, I think this could be a good, fun day's cricket.
Yeah, it could well be. It's like the San Andreas fault out there, isn't it? Exactly what we want when we're in Perth. Baz, it did have an effect yesterday as far as whacking Marnus Labuschagne on the gloves and then subsequently Steve Smith on the wrist. You've been out there watching them both bat in the nets. How did you read their sessions?
Steve Smith was fine. From Marnus, I got a wink, a smile and a thumbs up. That's a good sign. And then he also, he's still out there. He's still down there facing Lance Morris, who's bowling. He's breathing fire in that net. We saw him in India as well. He was bowling so well in the practice sessions, but he's really running in.
Can we just stop a minute? He's got a bat today in a test match, and he's facing Lance Morris in the nets.
He's out.
Labuschagne's out.
Marnus. I thought you meant Steve Smith. I thought, God.
No. Steve Smith just didn't bat for too long. He just faced a few throwdowns, maybe 10, 15 minutes, which by his standard is not even a net.
Oh, good.
And he finished, but Marnus is in there facing Morris, Scott Boland, Cameron Green is bowling really well. But what also stood out for me from that net session was seeing Mitchell Starc with the dual-coloured ball, just trying to get his action in order. He must have spent 5-7 minutes. But seeing him do that, and it'll be interesting chatting about it with Damien Fleming, in the middle of a match when he still has already bowled 25 overs in one innings and he has another innings to go. It's pretty interesting.
So it's about seam position,
and just finishing his action and where the whole alignment is.
That's fascinating you picked that up because it looked like within an over his rhythm fell apart. He was moving his mark, he was mucking around on the crease, and it reminiscent somewhat of Pat Cummins in the World Test Championship final where remember he just forgot how to bowl?
Yes.
Yeah? He was kind of walking back going, you hold the ball up here and then you roll your arm over here, and then he'd run in and he couldn't do it again. You know, he couldn't. That was one of the worst spells I've ever seen by Mitchell Starc, with all due respect, because he's a wonderful bowler.
So just to be categoric, no dramas at all for Marnus Labuschagne or Stephen Smith, Bharat?
They're good to go. Can't wait.
Good to go. The other unexpected, but in a way expected, news point this morning is that your mate Mitchell Johnson has been back at the typewriter. He's written a column which is, broadly speaking, backed in what he said a couple of weeks ago. I thought it was quite measured, personally. I read it this morning, that my sense was that you don't expect him to climb down after what he wrote a fortnight ago. But what's your impression of where Mitch now sits and his perspective on David Warner?
Look, I think he stuck to his guns in terms of his opinion of where he thinks David Warner, or whether he should be playing, or whether it's time for the Australian selectors to look at young openers. If that time is already passed in that sense, they should have already done it by now. But obviously the tone, and that's what he said on our podcast as well after the previous article. He said, looking back at it 24 hours, 48 hours later, maybe the tone could have been different. I think, in my opinion, he got the tone right. He also complimented David Warner. It's like David Warner's like Kevin Peterson. When they're cornered, when they're criticized, it brings out the best in them. And he's not the only one to say that. We've said it for the last 12 years about Warner as well, haven't we?
Yes, if that column today, if he'd written that, if he'd written that 2 weeks ago, I don't think we would have been talking about this. So thank God he did write that 2 weeks ago. So,
and our podcast wouldn't have gone to.
It took the emotion out of it and the silliness out of it. You know, that sandpaper reference and things like that. And he stands by his points. He says that Warner's made 200s in the last 3-4 years. That's not good enough. This is an opportunity for somebody to settle into the team and do those things. I don't necessarily agree with those points, but they're valid points to make.
Pete, if Johnson is Bharat's friend and Warner's very much yours, Johnson in the column said of Warner that he declares that he doesn't care about criticism, but clearly he does. What's your perspective on Warner as it relates to things that are said about him?
Hey, mate, I'm Switzerland on this. I wrote Mitch's book. I love Mitch. What was the question?
Do you think Warner takes criticism on and reads it and pays attention to it, or do you think he does ignore it the way he says he ignores it?
You know, it's a lot of the people in that team do. You know, there's this phrase that's entered the water, that keep the receipts. In fact, it was a ritual post-World Cup. Adam Zampa read out the criticisms of the team. You know, they use that to inspire themselves and motivate themselves, and that's good. If that works for them, good on them. It's somewhat disappointing that they are thin-skinned, that some of them are very thin-skinned about stuff, different stuff. The Warner and Johnson got into a grey area because there was a mention of Warner's wife, Candice. You know, and none of us would be very comfortable with any criticism of our wives, but I call it a grey area because Candice works in the media.
Yep.
So, you know, maybe she's fair, maybe she was fair.
She's a combatant in the media space.
Yeah, but she's still the bloke's wife.
Yeah.
You know, and we all love our wives, and we would, you know, and God help anybody who said anything awful about our wives. Not that they would, because we've all married very well.
Yeah. We are, actually.
Quite right.
Yeah. And the keeping receipts thing, that's not new, is it? I remember 2004 when India won in Pakistan, they all had, I don't know where they found the beer cans, but they had these beer cans in the room, and the video went viral back then of them stamping each beer can, and each beer can represented one critic, all of them former cricketers, and said, this is what we think of you. And so it's always been around sport, and I don't think it'll go away. All this nonsense of we don't read, that not just cricket, every sports person says, I call, I don't believe them for 1 second.
Yeah, they've all got Google alerts for their names at the end of the day.
Of course they do.
I'm not criticising them for it, but ultimately it's only human nature that they would read.
Are you telling us that you do that, Colo?
Who doesn't read? No, who doesn't? I'm saying these Michael Clark. There was the thing about Michael Clark when he was captain about the Google alert. I'm just making the observation. That if you're a professional athlete in the public eye.
Yeah, there are the rare cats among them who can just rise above it all and who read nothing and you know, and are totally sort of serene with life, and that's their opinions, but they are very rare, those characters.
Todd Greenberg gave some fairly strong opinions when we spoke to him before. I think the best news line, you guys can listen back to it and write up your stories later, was that the new IPL will cause havoc for the international schedule for bilateral cricket. He's very wary about what it'll mean. I think with Greenberg, he's mindful that he doesn't just represent the elite players, he represents all of the professional players, and the vast majority of them will never get anywhere near an IPL contract. So, I took that to as to say from his perspective that they're quite wary about the encroachment of IPL and IPL-adjacent tournaments.
Well, if you're the ACA, you'd be wary because the union doesn't get a look in where the BCCI or the IPL are concerned. I mean, it's a union-free zone Indian cricket to a degree too, isn't it? So it's harder to look after your cattle.
And don't forget, the whole thing about NOCs is on the verge of changing. It's just a matter of time before the system that has stayed in place since the IPL came into being, where you need an NOC as a player from your home cricket association.
No objection certificate.
No objection.
Permission to go and play somewhere.
Yeah, permission to go. There will come a time when it'll be the other way around, where the franchise, like it happens in world soccer, it's a franchise who gives the no objection certificate to the player to go play international cricket. And speaking to people at FICA as well, the International Players Association, they can see it coming. It's just a matter of time.
It might well be when the Saudi Arabian money filters into cricket, which might be part of this. Who's to know? Gents, thanks for joining us for that quick chat. Pete Lalor, Bharat, Sunderasen, you'll be with us throughout the course of the day for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Our apparel partner across the summer is Ringers Western. Whether it's in the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. We'll go to a break. Australia will be resuming their innings at 2 for 84, a lead of 300 in about 7 minutes from now. Stephen Smith on 43, Usman Khawaja on 34. Our coverage is for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Back with the first ball in a sec.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine, and your mates. Bundaberg Ginger Beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger, and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
When it comes to getting runs on the board, nobody beats MEGT. So if your business is looking to sign up an apprentice or trainee for 2024, call the experts on 13MEGT or visit meg.com.au.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
Experience game-changing sound this festive season with Sonos. Explore speakers for multi-room listening, wireless home theatre, portables and more. Connect quickly and easily over Wi-Fi to get started within minutes and control it all like magic with the Sonos app. Powerful sound for every inch of your home and perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Make it a holiday like no other with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. Sonos.com.
Dennis Walter here. For those dealing with the loss of a loved one, the holidays can be particularly challenging. That's why Tobin Brothers Funerals have put together 12 steps for coping at Christmas.
You just have to accept that you're not the same person. You can't have the same expectations. You can't do the same things that you did last year or the years before. Life has changed. But there are new things that you can do. And so accepting that reality, then things get easier.
Watch the Coping at Christmas video series today at tobinbrothers.com.au.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's Best Super Fund for 2024. Judged on strong performance, value for money and a focus on members. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit moneymag.com.au for awards criteria. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
When it comes to delivering on experience and reliability,
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done.
They sure will. Right now, pick up 200 by 50 sleepers at only $7.85 per metre. Building trades, engineering projects and at-home DIY. Robot's been in the building game for over 70 years. They've seen it all and know it all.
Robot Building Supplies, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Mum, Jasmine, it's that time of year.
Christmas gift time.
So here's some top picks from us at Bingley.
Skull Candy headphones or JBL party box.
Love it, Nana.
A Breville Fizz Fusion Super Sparkler.
Say that again.
Fizz up any drinks from juices to cocktails.
A NutriBullet portable blender, a Sunbeam Ice Plus hot coffee machine.
A Dyson Airwrap.
Yes, please.
Or a Smeg Retro Style kettle in pink.
That's a surprise, Lionel.
Want to surprise someone with a brilliantly different Christmas gift idea?
You'll find it at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency. And halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MEGT. Test what's possible with an apprentice or trainee from MEGT.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and for Henley Homes. Build with confidence. First session for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. And our experts for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, one of those is Damien Fleming, former Test quick who would have loved bowling on a pitch just like this. Hello, Fleming.
Oh, Colo, yeah, bring it on. There's enough in the non-cracked area where there's still good pace and bounce and the ball's moving. It's still grassy area, but the cracks just bring in another element. We just see the umpires now. They're looking into that area. Everyone's been fascinated the whole day. But for two experienced batters, I mean, this is a win for Australia. Khawaja and Stephen Smith, fantastic players. You know, they've got to take the cracks out of the equation and just face every ball and play it on its merits. There's nothing more you can do.
As the players make their way across the rope, it's 29 degrees.
Feels hotter.
In our part. It does, doesn't it? I was out there really looking at the pitch. I was
hot.
Getting the sweat on. It'll get to 32. It's cloudless as ever.
Which
no
bakes the pitch again.
And the other parts of that is there's been a pretty strong breeze across the first 3 days. Not today. The flags are limp, and that'll add to the extent to which the pitch bakes and those cracks open up. It's I think when we got towards the end of the WACA era, we sort of worried that we'd always talk up the WACA pitch and look back at previous examples of it being quick and lively and injuries and all the rest of it. And then for a few years there, it was dead as they come.
Yeah,
remember that test?
They couldn't find the clay.
Yeah, 2015, that test with New Zealand out here when it was just a run.
Well, that's when Mitchell Johnson retired.
About halfway through the test.
Just went, that's it.
I can't do it anymore.
Shocking.
But it's nice that we have pitches around the country that are starting to develop a bit of character again. Like Melbourne's become the place you go if you want to nibble the ball around. We saw that
Travis Head with the ball. Why are we going Travis Head?
Well, he's
changing ends for someone.
Travis Head's not in the fielding team at the moment. That'll be a challenge.
What am I saying?
Geez,
I've had a good day. I'd said, is Marnus going to be able to bat today?
Just take stock, Flem. Australia, the guys in the green helmets, they're batting. I get it. Pakistan wearing green caps as well.
I'll tell you what, interesting watching Pakistan warm up. It's so different than when I used to play them. You know, for the fielding, you'd probably have 2 or 3 Pakistan players wander in, but mate, fully professional these days. Everyone's fielding, throwing, good intensity. So that's important today too, their fielding, which wasn't sharp on day one.
That's the legacy of Misbah al-Haq as captain, them finally getting their act together.
Right arm over.
Right arm over. Players called to attention. Richard Illingworth calls play. Salmon bowling with 2 out on the leg side to Stephen Smith. First ball of the day pushed to one of the 2 mid-wickets. Also a slip. Backward square leg, deep backward point cover mid-off. And the 2 back are long on and deep square 2/3 of the way to the rope. Salmon over the wicket. Bowls to Smith from the members' end and he's tucked in front of square to the sweeper, in off the rope. Moves to 44, first run of the day. 2 for 85 to lead up to 301. So when bowling from this end, Salmon does have some cracks to aim at, but you probably wouldn't get the chance of the spinner.
Why are you playing a spinner though? Yeah. The fear factor of a fast bowler, this is bizarre.
Change of ends? Looking at it last night.
Surely it's the only thing.
Well, last night the final over was bowled by Shaheen Shah Afridi from our end. So
get a Freedy.
Get a Freedy up there.
Yeah, but a left arm is not going to hit that horseshoe crack as much.
Salmon bowls here to Khawaja, who's forward defending. A short leg for him. Short leg catching mid-wicket, mid-on. Deep backward square on the leg side. Then a slip backward point.
The horseshoe crack is just a good length for a right arm bowler over the wicket.
So he's in again round the wicket from the Langer end, and Khawaja gets forward to a fuller delivery and doesn't quite find the gap at point, but still gets 1 for the stroke. His first run is his 35th run, 2 for 86 Australia.
Yeah, surely it's that. Surely they're changing ends, but I think a right arm bowler should be bowling, unless Afridi's coming around the wicket from the Langer end.
Salmon to Smith here. Bowls and gets forward and defends. Salmon did bowl his overs from that end yesterday, which in hindsight seems a fraction odd. Now what we know about the pitch, they might have missed a trick there. After Shazad got a couple to hit the crack and rear up and hit Marnus. Salmon delivers and Smith goes back to finish and cuts a single to deep backward point. End of the over, 3 singles from it. 2 for 87, lead of 303. That's in the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. Smith 45, Khawaja 35. Our first session for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Our coverage for Host Plus and Henley Homes, build with confidence. And all of the stats and facts across our coverage are for Mate Internet and Mobile. Just mentioned before the way that Pakistan evolved under Misbah. I mean, you'd remember well, Flem, when they had their controversy at Lords when they had 3 players wiped out of the game, including the captain, and Misbah takes over, and it's a complete disarray, right? I mean, it doesn't get much lower than that, having 3 guys done for spot fixing. They get to the top of the world within 5 years under the leadership of Misbah. And he was a bit like Bob Simpson in that he said the one thing we can control is the thing that often gets ignored, fielding. So I don't think the cliches about Pakistan's fielding are quite as relevant as they might have been once before.
Well, the Pakistan Super League, I remember, they had the catch percentage. It was above BBL.
Right.
In taken. Who was coaching with Misbah, or would the Pakistan captain run the show a fair bit?
For part of it, they had Mickey Arthur. It might have come a little bit later when Mickey came in, but don't.
Who would be strong in that area too?
I'm trying to think, who was coaching them in 2016 when they came to Australia? I can't quite remember. It's about 3,000 people here at Perth Stadium to start the day.
It's a Sunday. What's everyone doing?
It's a good question. There was some mitigation yesterday on the basis that Damien Oliver riding for the last time. Shazad he's going to bowl from our end. First ball of the day to Smith, beats the blade. That's moved off the seam. The ball's only 34 overs old, so it should still have something there.
Club cricket as well, we were saying that.
It's genuine movement. Smith loose outside the off stump.
Sort of hoping for a 15,000.
Christina Matthews said to us before the game yesterday they were anticipating the biggest crowd of the Test match. It ended up the third biggest, so it was 15.5. I think yesterday was the final tally for 49,000 across the 3 days, which in context is the most they've ever had to a Pakistan Test match in Perth. But
people go move it to the WACA, but you can't. You're not fitting 15,000-16,000 there.
No. Shazad bowls here to Smith again, leaves alone on length.
They are doing up one stand, but I don't think it's going to add that much to the capacity.
It's going to be 10,000 when it's finished.
When it's finished.
Christina Matthews confirmed yesterday that they'll consider the WACA. This is playing Test cricket there against Afghanistan, Ireland, Bangladesh, but the challenge there being that they don't play Test matches against those countries in Australia, but they've played Bangladesh in one series 20 years ago.
That's too small for BBL. So
WBBL.
Will probably be BBL. That's a nice.
And then potentially some Test cricket. I don't know. Well, Bangladesh are going to be here in September 2026. As Shazad arrives and bowls to Smith on 45 and leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. I think we've taken it as assumed there'll be top-end Test matches that time of year, but Test cricket in Perth in September.
AFLW there.
Yeah.
Fremantle's ground. And the Eagles have, got their training grounds where the Eagles play there. That's not a bad number for AFLW.
You think you can get away with playing a Test match here in September? Or would there be too much competition with footy in Perth that time of year?
Well, if the Eagles or Dockers are playing finals, that's not a chance.
Shazad up again, closer to the stumps to Smith, leaves again on length. Good start here from Shazad, hitting the gloves hard, maybe a fraction fuller to test Smith eventually.
Yeah, it's sort of got Cairns or Darwin on it, I think.
Yeah.
Bangladesh, which particularly if it's in Darwin, would help the Bangladesh players a bit.
Well, there's a reason why it's going to be in that winter. It was going to be the following summer, 2027 summer. It's 26-27, but they're moving it into the winter because of the sesquicentenary test that's been scheduled. So the 150th anniversary
that'd be fantastic.
Between Australia and England at the MCG. Of course, there was a centenary test in 77, one of the greatest test matches ever played. Shazad delivers here and Smith defends down the track, and the fact that it was the same margin in 1877 and 1977, and if they can do it again in 2027, wouldn't that be an extraordinary thing to witness? And I'm sure we'll be there for SEN cricket when the time comes.
Whereas the England 1980, I remember that vividly for Kim Hughes playing two of the most amazing knocks of all time, but it was rain affected.
Hughes did he get 90 in the second dig, so 10 away from twin tons?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. But there's that classic, he ran down the wicket and hit Chris Old back over his head for 6.
Smith thumping the bat into the turf, waiting for Shazad. Last ball of his first over of the day is let go. A maiden complete. 2 for 87. Australia leading by 303. Kawaja 35. Smith 45 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection.
The Volvo XC90 has just been named Wheels Best Luxury Large SUV for 2023. This is award-winning luxury. Book a 48-hour test drive today. T's and C's apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac, and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Damien Fleming with me for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, and you were spot on in your analysis, Flem, as always. It was a change of ends. Shaheen Shariffidi is going to have a crack at the cracks from the Justin Langer end.
Yeah, he hasn't bowled too much from the Langer end, has he? So change up. Shazad bowled beautifully there. Got a couple of player misses. The ball's still moving. It's still well grassed, this pitch. So the Kookaburra ball should stay shiny if you are shining it up, and swing and seam will play a part, but we're waiting to see what the cracks do.
So he slips to gully, bowls to Khawaja. His first ball, he rides the bounce with soft hands down to gully where there won't be a run. Just to back over that point from the previous over. Imagine that 150th anniversary test match at the MCG, a one-off test, and between times Australia will go to India. So they'll play the Border Gavaskar, according to the schedule it is right now, it could change, in the slot between the Australia summer against New Zealand finishing and England coming back. They'll go to India for 5 test matches. It's going to be incredibly busy. It's going to be a lot of fun as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Back to back test cricket. Shaheen up, bowls here. Khawaja hit on the pad. It's high on the thigh pad, spills out again to gully. Just a bit of extra elevation there. I'm not sure if it hit the crack. Probably didn't from that length, Flem.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? Because it's quick and bouncy pitch anyway. So, batsmen are going to get pushed back onto the back foot. And it's a day 4 pitch, so there'll be natural inconsistencies anyway on a wearing pitch. It'll be slower. I think the run rate will be down.
As it was yesterday, really. Australia in the 36 over at 87.
Yeah, I think it was only 230 runs scored for the day.
Shaheen up, bowls to Khawaja, who leaves a gentler delivery outside the off stump.
And on a pitch like this, you're happy with wide deliveries. You can either let them go like that or throw the hands at it, try and get a 4 square of the wicket. But, if Australia bat well in this first session, you wonder what sort of total they want, balanced with how much time left in the test match.
Yeah, it's worth doing some scenario building there, isn't it? If these two can kind of get in first half an hour or so. Shaheen up, bowls to Khawaja, beats him. He was squared up. He was playing from the crease with both feet off the air as the ball passed.
Yeah, that kept low, didn't it? That kept low.
Ooh, not far away from the off stump either.
Wow.
Really close.
And that's the other scenario. Generally, LBs are tough here at Optus Stadium because of the extreme bounce. But day 4, day 5, umpires have got to be right on the mark.
Game on. So Afridi sets himself again. On the way to Khawaja. Bowls, and Khawaja defends a ball that takes off. One hand off the bat when he defended, so we've had one from similar lengths. One's gone through about stump high, the other one's come through at about near enough to chest high.
Usman played a classic against India. Was it the first Optus Stadium test? Yeah. And that one cracked and went through. Shami was scary. But Usman's innings was one of his finest.
Yeah, that was a 70, which felt like 170. Yep. He batted for an entire this session, actually, the corresponding session, the first of day 4 with Tim Payne.
We would have got rock and roll, wouldn't we?
It was about 35 degrees, and he and Payne gutsed it out against India and got them to that threshold, and they ended up bowling India out on the final day. Shaheen bowls here to Khawaja, who defends into the pitch, no run. And that'll complete the over as well. Back-to-back maidens for Pakistan. Australia 2 for 87, Khawaja 35, Smith 45 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your tyre experts.
Looking for a leading supplier of plumbing fittings? A company that is Australian owned and operated with over 30 years experience, providing local support that's second to none from facilities across Australia. Holman Plumbing is a full range supplier of PVC fittings to the trade market. They also pride themselves on bringing innovative products and solutions to the industry by designing and investing in new tooling and products for their customers. View the full range of PVC plumbing supplies at holmanplumbing.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Jazz Halal Financial Solutions. I've got Damien Fleming for company. And Shazad's away from us. Bowling to Smith, leaving again in that channel. He started well, Shazad. I think there's a bit there with Shazad. You liked him on day 1.
I liked him throughout the first inning. I thought he was the best bowler, even though Jamal got 6 wickets. He's quite skilled in that he generally angles the ball into the right-handers like Stephen Smith, but he can bowl an outswinger. And because he jumps out, you expect that the ball's always going to be angled in, but he's got that nice skill of being able to bowl out his wide of the crease. You know, Fani De Villiers from South Africa, it could bowl out his wide from the crease.
He's wearing 49 on his back, up to the crease, a bit closer to the stumps, and Smith able to let go on about the 6th stump line.
I could see him bowling really well in England. There's a lot to like about this Pakistan team. They've got some quick bowlers injured, Naseem, Shah, genuine pace. The batting depth's quite strong. You know, Rizwan can't get a game.
It's just
so a strong performance here. Only 5 testers there next year, they were saying.
It's just not enough test cricket for them.
You know, I think they could be strong, Test Nation.
And this is where the World Test Championship has a small problem with it, as Shazad bowls and Smith leaves. I mean, in theory, great, more series, but 2 test series. And if Pakistan, and I know it's 3 here, but around the world, they're getting given 2 tests, and they're hosting teams for 2 test matches.
I just hate 2 tests, 1 all. Oh, okay.
It's not a series.
That was a good series.
More a tryst.
Yep. For years, we've played New Zealand in them, haven't we? Like we had a classic Warner's debut series. It was 1 all, and down at Hobart, and that's it.
Only 2 tests in New Zealand in March as well. One in Christchurch, 1 in Wellington. And I get the financial challenges for boards that don't make money from it, but still. Shazad bowls here, and Smith defends off the inside edge. Not a million miles away from his off stump. It ends up being collected by the wicketkeeper, Sarfraz. No runs. Smith remains on 45. Only 3 runs so far this morning across 15 minutes.
It's almost better to play 1 test.
Well,
and it's all like just...
Well, we were talking about
it's all there.
You know, the one-off before the centenary test, and we might go through that scorecard in the next over, because it really did remind the world, I think, of how great Test cricket can be.
Oh, they were just like, when I was growing up, they were like superheroes, the international players. And then that moved into World Series cricket. They're my first memories of cricket.
Shazad bowls, and Smith, he's hit on the pad. There's a shout for leg before. Joel Wilson gives it.
Straight up.
Smith doesn't like it, immediately sends it upstairs. It was a full enough delivery. Leg before shout, get amongst it with Tinny's craft beer available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Joel, given out on field.
Smith's suggesting going down leg.
And upstairs we go with Michael Goff for IMAR Insurance to trade his mate.
To director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I've checked the placement of the feet, and it's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
IMAR Insurance. For insurance, call 13 IMAR. So this is going to be a very close review. Any of the ball touching the stump. Game on for Pakistan.
Okay, ball is close to the bat. Can we have a look at hotspot on the leg side, please?
Put on the crease.
Yep, squared up.
Okay, just rock and roll. Okay, no hotspot. Can we just confirm with RTS, please, when available?
He went up that quick, I thought he felt like he might have hit it.
Yeah, running through to the pad.
Tends to review
just
straight
through
away,
to the pad, please. Okay, no bat involved, so ball tracking when available, please.
Okay, the all-important projection.
Okay,
Here it is.
Out.
2 reds and...
Impact in line.
That's umpire's call. It's hitting the bails.
Joel, so stay with your original decision.
The original decision will be confirmed on the field. Only the very top of the bail has been grazed by the ball, but that is sufficient for Joel Wilson to raise his finger a second time. Stephen Smith not happy.
I don't know if that would have knocked the bails off.
Leg before wicket for 45. He's shaking his head. He's holding his bat like an axe. Australia have lost an early wicket here. They're 3 for 87, Flem.
You never feel totally right with some of these decisions. That Cummins one that was overturned, there's no way that wasn't hitting leg stump. And then on that occasion, Stephen Smith went straight up. He felt like it was going down leg. It wasn't going down leg, but there was a height issue. I hope they show some side on ones. I think you get a good indication side on.
So Shazad gets a third. He's been...
that's almost saying it's just missing by a millimetre, doesn't it? Look, have a look at that.
It's the seam of the ball is touching the leg bail.
Maybe just feathering it.
One of those where we'll hear from Hawkeye eventually what percentage of the ball was hitting. It'll be like 3% or something like that. Anyway, Pakistan get to celebrate a wicket early on, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives, aided by the television umpire. Let's try this for IMAR.
Never trade his mate. That's IMAR.
Centimetre perfect from Matty Donald back in the studio. 3 for 87 with Travis Head walking out to the middle. Head got a start on day one. He was 40 when caught down at third man for the third time at this ground in Test cricket from the bowling of Jamal. And he walks out with Australia 303 in the lead. So no concerns or anything like that, but just needing to do a bit more work. They can't talk about declarations if they're losing wickets. They'll have to get bowled out, and that will.
Just how does Head and Marsh play? Their natural score strike batsman. And Shazad's got 3 for 19 in his debut test. So all that hard work of quality bowling in the first innings, finished with 2 for, I think. He may get a 5-6 for here, and it'd be very well deserved.
Could be on for a Jim Laker, take all 10. 3 out of 3.
Yeah.
Has some cracks to aim for, albeit not quite so many when bowling from our end.
It's a weird field, isn't it? Like just one slip that's in second slip position. They got him caught at third man. He's in.
That's a catching third man, I'd say, for Travis Head.
Yeah,
Round the wicket straight away, Shazad to Head. Defends with both feet off the air, down to mid-off, no run. Completes the successful over. Indeed, it's a wicket maiden for Shazad. He's got 3 for 19 from 11. Australia, 3 for 87. Khawaja, 35. Head yet to score on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Crispy, crunchy, golden onion rings are back at Macca's, and they come with a tangy barbecue sauce, making them ideal for a summer dip. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
For Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, Shaheen Sharafridi, can they get 2 in a hurry? Bolster Khawaja defends out to mid on no run.
The way it's bowling and he's jumping here, I'd have a bat pad. I wouldn't bother with that man at sort of between mid-wicket and square leg. The way he's jumping, I think he could pop one up there.
Yeah, feels like the kind of day for it. A change in commentary, jumping into the back bench here at the SEN commentary box, Perth Stadium. Bharat Sunderasen for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Hello, Baz.
Morning, Adam. Morning, Flem.
This is fun. The Perth pitch breaking up.
Yeah.
What we want. Shaheen's in, bowls to Khawaja, leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. I mean, we can deny it if we wish, but Test cricket with an element of danger is invariably more interesting cricket, isn't it?
And that's what Mitch Marsh said this morning to us. That's the essence of Test cricket in Perth. By the time you get into the end of day 3, day 4, the cracks start making an appearance, play a role, like they certainly are here.
Khawaja's faced 116 balls for his 35, doing things on his terms so far.
Not getting too many loose ones to put away.
Shaheen 2 slips the gully and beats him. Conventional ball that moves away. Shaheen stands at the end of his follow-through with his hands on his mouth. He knows how close he was there. We'll see a replay, and he's right. That was very close to kissing the edge on the way through.
He's just walking towards the ball. He lost stability on the back foot there, Usman. Oh. He's getting really tested. Frustrated. Geez, he'd love a little half volley on leg stump to whip away or shorter ball to cut.
Shaheen, who has
good bowling partnership, this.
He's got the bandage over the top of the pimple that we were talking about yesterday, right on top of his, or between his eyes, that of his head, bowling here to Khawaja, who helps him down the fine leg for one, but with one hand off the bat, pace, maybe a bit of movement. Khawaja 36, 3 for 88.
Get down the other end. Talking about jumping, Travis Head is known to jump a fair bit too. I'd definitely have a bat pad in there. You don't need, either cover or square leg. They'll put in that catching third man where Trav was dismissed in the first innings and a couple of times against India a few years ago.
Yeah.
And his concern is when he collapses on that back leg and just throws the hands, he doesn't control the stroke. There's also a deep point that's a catching position for Travis Head.
Interesting that the third man and the deep point, neither of them are all the way back. They genuinely are to catch Travis Head miscuing a cut shot. Afridi in bowls here. It's full and driven past the bowler's boots for 4.
Wow.
Great timing from Travis Head. What a way to get moving. His first shot is a boundary. Australia up to 3 for 92. Our boundaries for Azito all day, every day.
I like this, Travis Head. Yes, it's a half volley, but he was ready for it. And just that plane of the bat going through the ball. Beautiful timing. good for the confidence too for Travis Head. He likes to get off to a flyer, and a boundary early on's a bonus.
Watching the replay back, that was a bullet. Not much of a backswing, all timing and power.
Short back lift today, I think.
How will Afridi respond? Slip, gully, fly slip, deep backward point, the catching man. No short leg. Up here, Langer end delivers. Head tries to cut, half a shout. They bail out of it. It's a play and a miss. To win his 11th over, Shaheen yet to get a wicket. But Pakistan have 3 of them. 3 for 92, the score. Khawaja 36. Head on 4 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
When it comes to delivering on experience and reliability,
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done.
They sure will. Right now, pick up 200 by 50 sleepers at only $7.85 per metre. Building trades, engineering projects and at-home DIY. Robot's been in the building game for over 70 years. They've seen it all and know it all.
Robot Building Supplies, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
Session for MEGT. Test what's possible with an apprentice or trainee from MEGT. We saw another projection on screen between overs there, Flem, of the Smith dismissal, leg before for 45 a couple of overs ago. Shazad delivers here. Khawaja clips, past the square leg umpire. Won't get to the rope, but long boundaries, they might consider 3. No, Khawaja's happy with a couple. He's 38. 3 for 94, the score. Spinners, Graham Swan especially, talks about how DRS completely changed his career. The stumps became bigger for him as a spinner, and he got many, many more leg before wickets. Might it be a bit different for quicks? I know on that occasion.
Tactically for spinners, the defensive was to pad away.
Yeah.
So there was a tactic that's changed for the way the batsman played spin that has been an advantage for spin.
I suppose what I mean is with the bounce of the ball, like our instinct is, he's a bit stiff there, Smith, clipping the bail. But you watch it front on, it just kind of looks out. Initially,
it did.
Shazad bowls to Khawaja, drives out towards mid-off, no run.
But the actual decision, if it did touch the bail, it was just like a feather. Like you'd think that possibly it actually wouldn't have dislodged the bail. And once again, it looks like real extreme bounce, doesn't it? So for the faster bowlers, you got to bowl really full to get the LBWs. I don't think it tends to take in a wearing wicket. Hawkeye. Seems to be the same bounce on day 1 as there is in day 5.
Shazad bowls to Khawaja, more conventional field, works him behind square this time for 1 to fine leg. He's 39, 3 for 95. What it wouldn't have removed, Bharat, is a zing bail. We've seen a number of instances this year, a couple in the World Cup, where the stumps get whacked and the bails are so heavy.
Now, I've umpired a few games with those zing bails. They are very heavy. It takes you a while to get them going. It's not just as simple as putting the battery in, and there's a system. There's a way of getting the zingers to go. But speaking of bounce on this pitch, Flem, Josh Hazelwood said that in the press conference, that even last year, hitting the stumps on this pitch has been a challenge for all fast bowlers.
If they try and hit it, they overpitch, and that's an extra risk for them. Shazad bowls here, and leaving alone is Travis Head. So 2 left-handers in the middle now for Australia.
Yeah, and because I asked him about the plays and misses, and I asked him if he felt like he bowled as well as he did in Adelaide 3 years ago, something we discussed a lot here. And he said, no, I think it's more to do with this pitch. Last year was the same. There were so many plays and misses even when we batted. It's just something about this pitch and the bounce here. It is so difficult to get anyone LBW or try and hit the stumps with the lengths we're trying to bowl.
So just 1 slip at the fly slip back for Head. Shazad bowls to him here on the hip. No runners. It spills out into the onside towards square leg.
They've bowled pretty well too, haven't they? Besides that half volley that Travis Head's put away, they're definitely strangling the Australian batsmen.
And important psychologically, isn't it, Flem, that, they had 487 racked up against them. You can see a world where, with Australia bowling as well as they did, they get rolled for 200. They lose by a squillion. We go to Melbourne, and we're thinking, they're nowhere. But they're not nowhere.
Yeah, they might nick everything in the second innings, but what I've seen here is good signs for the rest of the series from a Pakistan perspective.
Shazad bowls here, and Head steers just past gully out to deep backward point for 1. He's 5, 3 for 96, and that will be the end of the 39th over. On the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. The lead's 312.
Hey, Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Perth Day 4. Great day. Not many people here. We say that a lot in these parts, Flem. Shaheen arrives and bowls to head on 5 and he nearly cuts him in half. Head was trying to defend from the crease. I don't think he knew where it was going. One hand off the bat. He smiles down at the surface. We need a second look. We're behind head at our commentary end. That jagged a mile.
That's jagged a long way. And
Crackage.
It's fast.
Oh.
And it's still bouncy. That's a concern too. Caught on the crease. Excellent bowling. Bit of a lottery, really, batting today.
It's a target-rich environment for Shaheen at that end. 3 significant cracks. I suspect it hit one of them there. In again, bowls to Travis Head. Short again and pulled. Kept his head over the ball. Didn't get all of it, but through the gap. It should run away for 4, and it will. So Travis Head to 9 with his second boundary. There for Azito all day, every day. Australia bring up their 100 as well. 3 for 100, the lead's 316.
Well done, Trav. I mean, he's the one that can open this up and get Australian scoring rate. That was only a fraction shorter than the previous delivery, and he had his weight back. It's just a short back lip, and it's more like a little jab, isn't it, from Travis Head? But I like this is the way to put the onus back on the bowler, hitting boundaries, put the pressure back on. Don't let them just own that corridor.
So the fly slip comes up a couple of metres. Shaheen bowls to head, in forward to defend. A fuller delivery to mid-on.
And speaking of this pitch feeling like a lottery to bat on, doesn't help that the pitches in the nets are spicier than this. So I saw a lot of the Aussie batters go in there and have a hit. Nobody was laying bat on ball. So it can't do much to your confidence doing that there, especially when you're facing the bowlers.
Like they brought the famous whacker nets over here, Flem.
Maybe. Do
you have any bad experiences in them over the years?
Oh, just the way that they're so quick.
Travis Head facing Shaheen Shah Afridi, and he cuts him to deep backward point for 1.
Right.
Controlled cut. Moves to 10 from 10. 3 for 101 in the 40th over. Chris Rogers talks about those nets when he's on our coverage. He has in the past about, as a kid, stepping in there against the West Australian bowlers and just not being able to see the thing.
Wow. But generally, you want the practice decks mimicking the one out in the middle, don't you, to give you practice. And the ones at the old whacker, they were actually quicker and bouncier than out in the middle. So in some ways, it did prepare you because you got out in the middle. It wasn't quite as quick and bouncy.
Back to Khawaja on 39. Shaheen up, bowls, and he defends out to cover.
And the old Western Australian batsmen, the one bowling at the whackers, they were just such good levers of the ball. You know, you'd release a ball thinking that's going to hit the stumps, and they'd leave, you beauty, and it'd always just bounce over. You know, Jeff Marsh, Graham Wood, Mike Valletta, Michael Hussey later on. They was just such good levers. And then eventually they'd tempt you to get it up there a bit fuller, and they'd drive you through the covers for 4 or hit you straight down the ground. So I love that. There's unique batting arts to different pitches.
Shaheen to finish his over. To Khawaja again, wider on the crease, and leaves through to the gloves of Sarfaraz. End of the over. There'll be a change in commentary after the ad break with Adam White coming in for me on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection. Australia are 3 for 101. Khawaja 39. Heads on 10.
Whenever we get stuck and need quality timber or decking real quick on site, we turn to the robot.
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies always helps us get the job done.
You can rely on Robot Building Supplies day in, day out. Right now, 90 by 35 MGP 10 pine is only $4.72 per metre. Discount for quantity. Robot's been in the building game for over 70 years.
They've seen it all and know it all.
Robot Building Supplies, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
For Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, SEN Test Cricket live from Optus Stadium in Perth. Australia 3 for 101. Khawaja 39, Head 10. Smith the man out this morning. LBW. And Shazad will continue here from the members' end. You can hear Travis Head hammering away at the crease. It's a very hard pitch that's cracking. Shazad around the wicket, bowls ahead, flicks into the onside, through mid-wicket. Off the back foot, he'll take a couple of runs. I'll ask both of you this question. Were either of you surprised at how animated Steve Smith was when he got out? How angry he was, and he almost went up to the umpire and shook his head almost in his face and then started to walk off. I know he never likes getting out, but I felt that was quite demonstrative.
No, it's Stephen Smith.
Yeah. You didn't think there was a bit more in that?
Yeah, well, you shouldn't be. Once you're given out, you just got to get off.
Well, that's right.
And he got it wrong because he was indicating going down leg.
Which is my point. Shazad bowls to Head, who tries to launch it down the ground, a big inside edge, down to fine leg for a single. Tried to hit that up to us.
And I haven't seen footage side on. Looking there, I thought it was hitting the stumps. But for Hawkeye to have it just feathering the bail.
Yeah, it feels like Hawkeye's lost his confidence.
You know, with that,
based on the Cummins
you
run.
sure it wasn't even just a millimetre higher, or I just don't know whether it calibrates for a day 1 pitch versus a day 4 pitch.
But as you said, Flem, Steve Smith immediately challenged and said, "Oh, that's going down leg."
Yeah,
well, it wasn't
he
going
got
down
it wrong.
leg.
He got it way wrong.
Don't forget what happened to him in the World Cup final when he did not review. Travis Head said, "Nah, you're out, go off." And if he had reviewed, he would have stayed.
Shazad around the wicket, bowling to Khawaja, who tries to squeeze out a drive and misses outside off stump. That was very much an outlier, Bharat, that he didn't challenge.
Or the fact that he trusted his non-striker and he didn't take the call and walked off. And that, honestly, on first viewing, looked closer than the one today. Today, Flem's right. From front on, it looked out. Most umpires would have given that out.
Yep. I agree.
Usman's the one that needs a bit of a release here. Travis Head's already got himself onto 13 off 12. Usman's been tough work.
It has been for him. And he's beaten again this time trying to drive. He looks like he's just dug himself into a bit of a hole, Flem. He's 125 balls.
Yeah, I just feel like
39.
Travis Head probably hits that one. That was close to a half volley, wasn't it? And he's missed it by a fair bit.
Yep. Pakistan have kept the field up except for the sweeper on the offside, and has been the case all test match, the sweeper behind point.
Just the 5 runs today, Usman.
We've been going over 35 minutes. Shazad past the umpire bowls, and Khawaja's beaten again. This time off the back foot, trying to push away into the offside. So that's 3 in a row.
Travis is coming down talking to him just about every ball now. It's good leadership from the new vice-captain of Australia.
So, Flem, to put it into context, what you're saying about Khawaja, we kind of felt that this was going to be declaration batting today at some point. The lead is 320, and Aussie's 39 off nearly 130 balls. So he's just finding it tough.
As long as Travis Head scores quickly, it's not a massive factor, but if 2 batsmen are battling...
Shazad bowls now. Khawaja does find bat on ball as he strokes the ball up to mid-off to complete the over. So Australia 3 for 104, Khawaja 39, Head 13. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your tyre experts.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal? Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Took a left turn at the lights when you should have taken a right? A Dare Fix will fix it. Make a pit stop at the next servo to pick up a Dare Iced Coffee. Made with Rainforest Alliance certified Robusta and Arabica coffee beans. Enjoy a real coffee kick with a Dare Iced Coffee.
Shaheen Sharafredi is ready again from the Langer stand end. He bowls to Head, who's up standing tall, pushing back down the onside of the pitch, and Freddie can field on his follow-through. Another hot day in Perth, but Flem's still as we all are wearing our Ringers Western, whether it's in the paddock or at the pub or at the cricket. Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer.
Commentary box.
Yep. One slip in a gully for Head, and a third man, and a backward point near the rope. Head tries to swing away on the onside. The ball didn't bounce. And Safraz did well to take that ball low down. He did try and hit that ball a long way.
He just didn't swing hard enough. Wow. Oh. But that's the way he plays. I mean, he's just backing himself that, you know, it's going to bounce over the stumps. It gives the bowler something to think about. You know, he could equally get a very short bouncer now, or if Freddie goes full and he gets to punch one down the ground.
He's tried to launch a few so far, Travis Head. Hasn't really connected yet. The Freddie bowls. Head gets a bounce there, tries to duck, top edge, it's going to fall safely.
He's done the Doug Walters.
That's a periscope type of single to backward square leg.
That's what Doug Walters was known for, ducking and keeping the bat up, periscope. Sometimes he used to go to gully, though, for poor Dougie. I mean, if he's meant that, that is talent.
Well, that could have gone absolutely anywhere.
Anywhere.
Unfortunately for Travis, it dropped about 4 or 5 metres away from the square leg umpire where there were no fielders.
Yeah, I knew it was either going to be a bouncer or a foolish delivery. The bouncer worked. He kept his bat. That's just hit his bat.
Shows how well he's seeing it. He still hits the bat even when he's not trying to. 3 for 105. Head to 14. Khawaja back on strike. Freddie bowls. Khawaja pushes into cover point and takes the single out to the man in the deep. It was a tentative shot there from Aussie, but it gets him to 40. Run. 3 for 106.
A couple of singles is important too. Rotate the strike. He's getting bogged down one end, Usman.
Maybe just seeing Travis Head score some runs could give him a little bit of confidence. No timing again on that shot. Just on Head. I wonder, Flem, if he's become the most dangerous batter in world cricket right now. Just game-breaking innings he's played across format. Yeah.
They're keeping the field up in front of the wicket, tempting Travis Head to go down the ground. Freddie bowls. Head hit on the pad, trying to work on the onside. Spits out to square leg. They take a single. Will be a leg by.
Still a run. It's been a bit over for rotation of strike. 3
for 1.
We haven't seen anything misbehave badly yet.
No.
It's been a little bit of inconsistent bounce. I still think it's the right-hander from the Langer stand end. The right arm quick is going to hit into that horseshoe crack. It's on a good length. Freddie's different line.
Bowls here to Khawaja, digs out a Yorker, back down the pitch. Freddie with the one-hand field. So the over bowled, 2 runs off the bat and a leg by. 3 for 107 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your tyre experts.
For over half a century, there's one name that Aussie gardeners have come to trust. Holman offer a range of quality watering equipment with an affordable price tag. For the past 55 years, this family-owned business has been helping gardeners save time, money and water. And now, with Holman Smart Watering products, you can water from anywhere, anytime, all from your smartphone. So, protect your garden from the heat this summer with the name you trust. Holman, for the smart gardener.
Change of bowling here at Optus Stadium in Perth. Amir Jamal, who was the hero in the first innings with 6 wickets. He was the king bowler of the first innings for Pakistan, for Jenny King, the king of commercial cleaning. Franchises available. Wonder whether he can get on a roll again in this second innings. Bharat Sunderasen's taken a spot in the front row with Flem having a break.
I wonder what length he's going to bowl. He's been used as the short pitch enforcer, hasn't he, for most of his spells?
Yes.
And 2 Travis Head. That's how he got him out as well.
It's a good point, Bharat. He starts Jamal. It's a wide one outside off stump, and Head has a crack at it. Bottom edge into the gully. Just dribbling into that gully position.
Big week coming up for Travis Head. IPL auction just 3 days away. December 19th. A lot of expectation not just here, but even over in India, that he could get a big paycheck coming his way.
It could be 4 or 5 Australians in line for massive paychecks that haven't had that experience, at least in recent times, with Mitchell Starc going back into the auction. Jamal again past the umpire, bowls to Head, who tries to hook it bottom edge, and Sarfraz does very well just being able to block it like a goalkeeper there down leg side. So again, Head, I don't know how he got it there because he tried to steer it from outside off stump, bottom edge, almost onto the stumps, really, looking at the replay.
3 or 4 times now in the last couple of overs, he's tried to play the pull shot and the ball hasn't gone high enough. The one he missed in the previous over, you could see he was indicating he expected it to be near his armpit, but kind of went past the stumps over his hips.
Jamal again bowls to Head. Oh, nice shot. No, it's not. He's been caught in the covers. He got down on one knee, Head, to try and lash it through the offside, but he's picked out the man at cover, and Travis Head is gone. So Jamal does take the wicket. Off the bat, I thought that was 4. It certainly wasn't. Imam Al-Haq takes the catch above his head at cover, and Australia loses a second wicket this morning. The lead is 323. Australia 4 for 107. Head out for 14. It looked good, but it wasn't good.
Yeah, that's Travis Head's strength, but it can also lead to his downfall at times. Saw the width, like he always does, threw his hands at it. And you could see from the moment he attempted that shot, he was trying to go aerial, trying to cover the cover fielder or go over him. Unfortunately for Travis Head, all he did was hit it straight to the fielder. It was a good catch, sharp catch. Just like he did in the first innings, Amir Jamal has gone rid of Travis Head. And the basis of that loud roar, you know who's walked out to bat.
Mitchell Marsh, we talked to him this morning about the reception he got in the first innings and how it did have a positive impact on his batting. And I wonder whether it'll do the same. So that is a Macca's catch of the summer. The McRib and the McRib Deluxe are now at Macca's. More the significance of who Imam caught more than the actual catch. But they just hang in there, Pakistan. Australia 4 for 107.
Sorry, the reason I'm giggling is it's funny, right? Certain things. Why do you play a lot of great cricket? All levels of cricket, some things never change. Mitchell Marsh has walked out to bat, and one of the Pakistanis had to remind the captain that it's a right-hander who's come down. Come on, that's what you heard. He said, righty, yeah.
Usually they go out to bat, they're just looking at the thigh pad to see whether they're a right-hander or a left-hander.
It happens at international level as well. It's good to know.
What side's the thigh pad on?
Oh, you asked the batter as well, right? Righty, lefty?
Jamal on his way, bowling to Mitch Marsh. The first ball, Marsh tries to heave it down leg side. Was there a tickle? The Pakistanis think so. The umpire doesn't think so. Now, what happens here? Are they going upstairs? My word, they're going upstairs for Imar Insurance. They're very confident.
Well, in Urdu, all of them have said "Glove pe lagaya," which translates to they all think.
TV umpire to director, we have a clear review for caught behind. On-field decision is not out. Check the placement of the feet.
Mitchell Marsh is pointing to his arm, just the way it looped into the wicketkeeper's hands. I might be with Mitchell Marsh here, Adam.
He's got a big smile on his face. I think he's fairly relaxed about things. Hasn't hit the bat.
Yep.
Okay,
it has hit the under
angle looks,
part of his arm.
Yeah, just roll through from that angle, please.
It's always a giveaway the way
just rock and roll, please, there.
Goes to the wicketkeeper.
Just slow it down, right down, frame by frame.
Kind of dipped into his gloves, didn't it?
Yep.
Just goes
didn't fly to him. It was glove.
Can we have hotspot, please?
It's not too far away from the sweatband on his right arm, but high enough up that it's just grazed the bottom part of his forearm as it goes through. And he will be fine. Hotspot.
Keep rolling through.
Actually confirming
that. On the arm. Can we have RTS as well, please?
Thank you. Really trying to just cover all bases here. It's
and just take it back, please. Just go frame by frame. Just take it back again, please. So it's just the bottom glove that I'm looking at, okay? So keep rolling through. Yeah, okay, it's hit the arm and just roll through. Yeah, keep going. There's no glove involved. Okay, yeah, keep going. Okay, so no bat or glove involved. So ready to go back to Joel on field.
Relief
Joel,
for Mitch
still
Marsh.
the original decision of not
Relief
out.
for the
You're on
crowd.
screen, signal now.
Relief for Joel Wilson. What a morning he's having.
Yes. Good
Proven
point,
right
Bharat.
twice already.
Yes, very good point.
Take that, Joel Wilson detractors, of whom there are many in Australia.
So Jamal thought he had 2 in a row. Not quite. 2 slips in a gully. He's on his way again. Past the umpire to bowl to Marsh, who tickle into the onside to forward square leg and pinch a single. Al-Haq picked it up and threw at the striker's end, but Khawaja was home. 4 for 108. Marsh off the mark. He's on 1.
He's got 12 out of the 14 wickets that have fallen for Australia have come to or gone to the Pakistani debutants. Quite
It's
a performance,
amazing,
isn't
isn't
it,
it?
right?
Particularly because both of them started really nervously on day one.
Yeah, they didn't look like they were going to take
No.
no wicket. Must be some sort of stat in there. Uniqueness in stat, like the fact that so many wickets have gone to 2 debutants.
Jamal again around the wicket behind to Khawaja. Oh, that one didn't bounce. Hits him on the pad. Outs! Wow! Jamal has struck again. Khawaja stands there in disbelief. That's hit a crack. It stayed low. It's hit him on the pad as Khawaja tried to go back and across. Now he's reviewing. Another one for Omar Insurance where we're heading upstairs.
Usman Khawaja has not moved. He's just
TV
held his ground.
We
He
have a
can't
player
believe
review
what's
for
happened.
LBW.
Staring at the
On-field
pitch
decision is out.
in
I've checked the
disbelief.
placement of the feet and it's a fair delivery. Front on
Did
spin
seem to
vision,
come
please.
back a long way.
Here we're having a look at the review. It's just a question of whether it hit him in line.
The bat. Probably difficult. Yeah, hotspot there. Is any hotspot available, please?
Umpire's call on impact, maybe.
Yeah, it's either umpire's call or it's hitting him outside the line of off stump.
Any other angles from hotspot?
Height should
Is that
not
the
be an
only
issue
one?
this time, even though he was on
That's
the hop.
best one. Okay, we'll go through to RTS then, please.
Yeah, so it's hit Khawaja on the shin as he's jumped to try and play it. It's kept low. It's gone under the bat.
Okay, so there's no bat involved. So ball
And it's hit
tracking
his
when
left
available,
leg.
please.
So it's just a question whether the impact is in line or not. And this is a
Just
line
wait for
ball
tracking,
call.
Joel.
But because it's been given out, umpire's call
Could be
won't
umpire's
go in the
call.
favour of Usman Khawaja.
Yeah, I'm going umpire's call on impact.
Yep, I am as well.
Original decision is out.
Oh no!
Pitching outside off.
Outside,
Impact is
so
outside the line, Joel.
Khawaja survives.
So I recommend that you change your decision.
Gee, it's
from
all
out
happening
to
here
not
in
out.
Perth.
You're on screen. You can signal now, Joel.
All sorts of things happening.
Well, just when you thought Joel Wilson was having a dream morning.
Khawaja's smiling. It is also the end of the over, but that was quite remarkable there. So in that over, we had the wicket of head. We had Mitchell Marsh given not out and then going to review, confirmed not out. And then we had Khawaja given out, then given not out on review. It would have hit the wicket, but the impact was just outside. It's so close. So while Steve Smith was so close being given out, that was so close but given not out. It just shows also that the pitch is misbehaving. So crazy things that I think are going to happen all day today. And if it is, we're getting to a 5th day. Goodness knows how it's going to play.
Kept so low. Like I said, Usman Khawaja was on the hop. He expected that somewhere near his rib cage.
So we've now got Afridi bowling around the wicket to Mitch Marsh, who drives firmly down the ground, doesn't beat mid off. Good fielding. Sliding away to the right. So the DRS is getting a real workout for Omar Insurance. Tradies trust Omar for insurance. Call 13 Omar. And it is one of the reasons why it does take a lot longer to get through the 90 overs when these things happen so much. It feels so much more than it used to be the case, certainly before we did have DRS. 4 for 108 on the tyre power scoreboard. Your tyre experts, as Afridi bowls here to Marsh, who tries to cut bottom edge, bobbles out into point, no run.
Some news has come through on Marnus Labuschagne. Why X-ray taken last night did not demonstrate any visible fracture. Marnus was able to bat unhindered in the nets this morning, as we saw him do.
Yep.
You wouldn't be facing Lance Morris in those nets.
No.
If you weren't confident of your finger, so...
We had Morris, Boland and Green bowling at him at full pace. Afridi again. Around the wicket bowls to Marsh, who's back to a ball that wasn't too short. He trusted the bounce, which can be dangerous on day 4 here in Perth. He found the middle of the batting defence.
And those were the spots that Damien Fleming was talking about. When bowling from the Langer end, Justin Langer end, right-armers, bowling to right-handers. And that's what we're seeing now. Shaheen Afridi bowling from around the wicket to Mitchell Marsh. Interesting to see. We've already seen the ball misbehave a bit when he was bowling from over the wicket.
Yep. Afridi again to Marsh, who's edging and getting runs. Along the ground, past the dive at gully and down to the rope for 4. So Marsh's first boundary of the morning for Zito all day, every day. Australia 4 for 112, Marsh to 5. That was played with soft hands. So while it was an edge, it was almost a controlled edge. And Baba had no chance diving away to his left to stop that one.
Yeah, it wasn't as genuine an edge as some we've seen during this game. Yeah, he played it nicely with soft hands. Slight open face of the bat. The ball just hit that side of the bat and just flew to the fence.
Afridi again bowls to Marsh, who is in defence, full face of the bat, back to the bowler, so he gets right across Marsh. He's such an imposing figure at the crease. He can be intimidating as a bowler, but he can also be intimidating as a batsman, and that's what Marsh is.
Just looks bigger in the middle than he does when he speaks to us on the sidelines, doesn't he?
I think that's got a bit to do with how softly he's spoken as well, and so gentle. He doesn't have that really deep voice when he's talking to you, like a bouncer at a nightclub, because he's got the build to be one. Last ball here of the over. Afridi bowls and Marsh leaves. That's a tight leave. Quick ball there from Afridi to finish the over. So on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. Australia 4 for 112.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
For Hijaz Halal Solutions, financial solutions. I'm sure they do other solutions as well. Australia 4 for 112. SEN Test cricket from Perth. Live in beautiful sunny conditions, not a cloud in the sky, and not a lot of wind around either. Jamal bowling here to Khawaja. He's back and across and steering the ball out to the man in the deep at point for a single. Khawaja to 41. 4 for 113 on the tyre power scoreboard, your tyre experts.
Credit to the Pakistanis. They've bowled with a lot of heart throughout this game. Just a lot more discipline in this innings. So impressive to see two fast bowlers from the subcontinent get their head around bowling in these conditions so quickly. Amir Jamal said the other day, been on A tour, Pakistan A tour. He's played a little bit of cricket in Sydney in the past. So he's not a complete stranger to Australia. This is a different challenge.
2 slips in a gully. Jamal on his way to bowl to Marsh, who gets a short one. He hooks it away. And he hooks it a long way. That's gone for 6. Through backwards square leg. I'm not sure how he hits that for 6 from that position. That was only thigh pad high. And he has lifted it, going low to high, purposefully hitting it in the air over the rope to the longest boundary there is.
And that is one of the challenges of bowling in Australia. You have the imposing figure of Mitchell Marsh doing that to you. Can't be easy to lift yourself up and come charging in again.
You're not meant to hit that ball for 6 from that position.
That's what he does, though. That's one shot he plays. That's the trademark Mitchell Marsh shot, or has become one, hasn't it?
Yep.
We've seen it in Shield cricket, domestic cricket, and the last 2 or 3 years, regularly across formats in international cricket. Just picks the length so quickly.
Yeah, it does. So they've put another man now in the deep on the line where that ball was hit. But he's 10 or 15 metres in from the boundary. Jamal again. Bowls and Marsh forward in defence to a ball that was short of a length. It wasn't certainly a half volley. Marsh could have easily gone back and across to that one in defence, but he, with his big, long legs, took a good stride forward. We've now got Jamal kicking away at the crease. It's like kicking away at a concrete curb. It's just so hard. You could hear that in the sound effects microphone.
Can't do a lot of good to your toes.
Or certainly the spikes will get blunted doing that sort of thing. So the partnership is 12, of which Mitch Marsh has got 11, thanks to Mate Internet and Mobile. All the stats, all the facts and figures for Mate Internet. Jamal again closer to the stumps. And forward again comes Mitch Marsh pushing into the covers, and there's no run.
Like Travis Head, Mitchell Marsh, who, as he told us, Mitchell Marsh is trying to become, at least with the moustache, just seeing the ball so well. See that with some batters who, especially like Mitchell Marsh and Travis Head, who play so positively when they have that confidence going and they have the backing of the team. They just seem like different batters, don't they, Adam?
They do. Jamal bowls now to Marsh, who flicks it away fine, down to fine leg. And it is not for. Well saved. Down in the deep. And just a single. So Marsh to 12, 4 for 120. And look, it's a discussion. I'm about to head out. I might have a little bit later on, but I don't think there is any doubt that two people that have really benefited from Andrew McDonald's coaching has been Mitch Marsh and Travis Head, where it's like, hey, this is what you do really well. Just go and do it. We'll back you in. So it's that freedom of thought and freedom of mind to just go out there and see ball, hit ball, rather than try and be someone you're not.
Yeah.
And we'll back you in to be what you do well. Last ball here before drinks. Jamal around the wicket to bowl to Khawaja, who's back and across, steering it into the gully, fully controlled along the ground. And it is drinks. It's just been confirmed by umpire Wilson. So that is the Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian Brew drinks break. We've had an hour of play, and haven't we had lots of action? Australia losing 2 wickets in the first hour, 4 for 120, with Khawaja on 41 and Marsh on 12.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Planning a summer road trip? Make sure to check the fire danger rating daily this fire season and stay informed by downloading the Vic Emergency app.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Berwick GWM's Canon sale event is on now. There's over 20 Canon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Canon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Canon sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
This is our summer and our country racing for the whole family at beautiful locations all over Victoria. From Boxing Day to Australia Day long weekend, there's free Kelly Sports, supervised kids activities and free merch packs too, with food, fashion, free entertainment and great hospitality options. From umbrella to marquee packages, connect with our horses and our people. Take in the atmosphere and all the up-close action of our racing. Country racing. Book now at country.racing.com.
Smith, he's hit on the pad. There's a shout for leg before. Joel Wilson gives it.
Rolls the head. Oh, nice shot. No, it's not. He's been caught in the covers. He got down on one knee head to try and lash it through the offside, but he's picked out the man at cover. Jamal on his way to bowl to Marsh, who gets a short one. He hooks it away, and he hooks it a long way. That's gone for 6.
SEN Test Cricket for Jazz Halal Financial Solutions. Adam Collins jumping in for Adam White. Got Simon Katich with me, our experts for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. The first hour on day 4, where Pakistan picked up 2 wickets and Australia added 36 runs. So slow going for the home side on a surface that continues to be tricky. And Simon, very, very lucky not to be 3 down this morning. Khawaja saved by the proverbial. Hello.
Good morning, Colo, and all our listeners. There's no doubt that this morning's work was hard work for the batsmen because this wicket is starting to deteriorate. We just saw that DRS overturn the original decision of Usman Khawaja. Looked absolutely plumb to the naked eye. You can understand why umpire Joel Wilson gave it out, but just outside the line of off stump. So Khawaja survives in what was a very good DRS in the end. He just got it in time, but so far we've seen the wicket start to play a few little tricks. And Steve Smith and both Travis Head, he and Travis Head have departed. But Australia a long way ahead in this test match, given how this wicket's behaving now.
Yeah, so 2 DRS decisions, one that went Pakistan's way, with Smith out with a ball that just trimmed the bails on umpire's call. And yes, Khawaja surviving by about the same margin with impact outside the line of the off stump. Salmon, the off spinner, has bowled 8 overs, none for 18. He's going to bowl from the end where the cracks are, the Justin Langer end, or rather into the cracks, which seems a bit odd to me. Anyway, here he goes. Start of a new hour. Bowling to Marsh. He's 12 from 12, including a 6. Marsh gets forward defensively, lunging forward. The field for him. Deep mid-wicket, long on. They're both back. And a short leg and a slip catching. Backward square leg on the 1. So's the mid-on, the cover, and a deep backward point. Sweeping. Salmon bowls to Marsh, who dances and goes up and long and straight and powerful. That thumps into the side screen. Mitchell Marsh gives that everything for the second time up and over the top. It's been hard going for Australia so far this morning, but nobody told Mitchell Marsh.
It doesn't surprise me that Mitch Marsh advancing down and just plonking that into the first level of the Justin Langer stand end. That was power, good feet. And I think he knows that this is probably going to be a higher percentage option for him compared to facing the quicks on this wicket. He's going to attack Salman here. It's a strange decision by Pakistan, given the crack is at that end to bowl into. And we saw Shaheen Afridi coming around the wicket trying to hit it to him. But
I mean, they can bowl literally anybody else. They've got 4 seamers in this team. It's inexplicable that Salman's bowling from this end. Marsh in defence. Fahim's not bowled at all today. He's probably the most skillful other than Afridi, right? He's got the ability to move the ball both ways. He's not going to go yet at all.
No, and the issue they've got is they're -4 with the over 8, and that's what they'll be trying to do here. They're trying to catch it up, because if they take a couple of quick wickets and then the tail come out, they don't want to be bowling spin to the tail.
That's true. Salman bowls and Marsh is forward, and of course they're up towards the top of the World Test Championship. Whether they still are in 3 weeks' time is a different question, but small sample size, only played 4 games in this cycle, and therefore in second spot right now. Salmon bowls and Marsh dances again before defending. I only raise that because they lose World Test Championship points for a slow over 8, the way Australia did in England. England did as well. That could be a factor.
Yeah, it all adds up. It all adds up, and they don't want to be getting docked points for things that you can control comfortably.
Salmon to finish. Marsh back and doesn't quite sneak through. Nearly does. That turned. For the first and only time in the over, Marsh went back, nearly brought his demise. He's 18. Khawaja's 41 at the end of the over. 4 for 126. And that's on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection. The lead's 342.
Whenever we get stuck and need quality timber or decking real quick on site, we turn to the robot.
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies always helps us get the job done.
You can rely on Robot Building Supplies day in, day out. Right now, 90 by 35 MGP 10 pine is only $4.72 per metre. Discount for quantity. Robot's been in the building game for over 70 years.
They've seen it all and know it all.
Robot Building Supplies, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
Last ball that over, watching it back for mate Internet and Mobile, thumped Sarfaraz right in the box, misread it entirely, the wicket-keeper. So did Mitchell Marsh, to be fair. Nathan Lyon won't mind a ball like that from that end. Jamal here, he's got 1 wicket, could have 2. Bowls to Khawaja, defends out into the offside, having a good debut, 7 wickets on it. Still 6 left in this second innings for Australia for him as well.
Yeah, I heard a story about Jamal earlier today and the fact that his cricketing journey took him to Hawkesbury Cricket Club in Sydney, which plays in the grade competition. And then there'd been talk about him potentially having to find another career. So he went and ended up being a taxi driver for a while and getting a car and trying to earn money that way. And then he's hung in there and kept believing, and he's made it to Test level. So what a great story.
Good on him. He's bowled really well. Round the wicket here to Khawaja defending out to the offside. Remembering that he won his spot ahead of Muhammad Wasim Jr., who was really good in the World Cup, and Hassan Ali, who's got the better part of 150 Test wickets.
Well, he's 27 years of age, so it's not like he's very young, but he's still young in terms of cricketing terms. He's still got a lot of good cricket in front of him. But what I've loved about him is his energy. He's just kept charging in, and he's gotten better as the Test has unfolded. And we saw that on day 2 when he ended up picking up the 6 in the first innings. He's bowled to a plan at times. He's used his short ball well. But it's just the energy he's brought to the crease. 2
back for the short ball for Khawaja if and when it comes. It's full here, pushing out just wide of cover. Gets one to the sweeper at deep point in off the rope. In fact, it's cut off by the cover. Doesn't reach the sweeper. Khawaja 42, 4 for 127. So, yeah, really strong debuts in Australia by overseas players. It's an interesting subset. Jamal, I think no matter what happens from here, he'll leave here with his reputation enhanced. Not a bad one for Tyre Power, your trusted local. 0433 98 11 16. Memorable debuts from overseas players in Australia.
Well, I think I heard earlier, is it right that the 2 debutants have got 12 out of the 14 Australian wickets to fall so far in this Test match, I think?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because I think Shazad got 2 in the first and Jamal got 6. There's 8. And then in this innings now, there's 4. So I think between them, they've got all 4 wickets in this innings.
I like that stat a lot. Let's come back to it in a moment. Bowling here's Jamal. Marsh off his hip at the deep square. Gets 1. He's up to 19, 4 for 128. There can't be many Test matches where that's happened, I suppose. Maybe sides starting off to begin.
Yeah, because I think Shazad's got 3 for in this innings.
Yeah.
Warner,
Yeah.
Warner, Labuschagne and Smith today.
So it could have been 5 for 5 had that leg before gone the way of Jamal with Khawaja just before drinks. So it all adds up. Yeah, let us know. 0433 98 11 16. Memorable overseas debuts in Australia. We'll see if we can pull a little list together. For Tyre Power, your trusted local. Round the wicket here, Jamal. 2 left in the over. Delivers to Khawaja. Short ball hits him on the arm. And Khawaja throws the hand off the blade and walks out to point. That might have been on the elbow, my first impression. He's got an arm guard on. That has missed it by the looks of things. There'll be a little delay here. Let's see it back. It's his left arm. My apologies, no arm guard. I thought he had one on this morning, but no. And slow-mo shows. Oh, that's hit him on the forearm.
They're nasty because depending on whether they get more of your muscle or the bone will depend on how sore it ends up being, because having worn a fair few of them back in the day, they can swell up pretty quick and cause you a lot of discomfort.
Well, here comes the Australian medical staff, Nick Jones and co, to do their thing. Yeah, that first replay, I mean, it always looks worse in slow-mo, right? But it thudded into his forearm about a ball width beneath his elbow, let's say.
It really does depend. If it's hit you on the bone, that's where it can obviously do some serious damage. If it's gone more flesh, you'll get away with it. You'll have a big bruise and a dead arm, and it'll swell up. But if it's bone, that's where it can start to cause some issues, particularly with gripping the bat. And that's part of the problem, because it's his top hand. It's his right hand.
So they're going through the process of getting him to rotate his arm in either direction. So he's seemingly done that okay. Now he's pulling it towards his shoulder and down again. He's clearly in discomfort. The question will be, well, A, pain threshold, and I suppose B, whether they have identified any wider risks for him continuing, Kat.
Well, this is the problem with this sort of wicket now, is that you can't always trust the bounce because of the cracks. And on that occasion, you can understand why Usman Khawaja was expecting it to get up from that length. It was banged in, and that's something that Jamal's done very well this test match. He's used his bouncer really well. And that one didn't get up. Khawaja took his eye off it and let it hit him, and he's in a bit of strife now.
Just while we have a moment here through the fitness test, I might just throw to a break. One ball left in the over. On the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. 4 for 128 Australia. Khawaja 42, Marsh 19, the lead up to 344. Back in a moment at Perth Stadium.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, and for very good reason. K-Rain features durable and high-performance products, which make it the industry leader for household or commercial irrigation. There's a wide range to choose from, and it's all available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. For the full K-Rain range and helpful tips, visit k-rain.com.au today.
Coverage is for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Good news for Usman Khawaja and Australia. He's staying out there with one ball left in the Jamal over. The medical staff leaving the ground now. Chance for me to say that, do you live and breathe local cricket? Head to iCanWin.com.au and let us know what you love about your local cricket club for your chance to win a $100 Liquorland voucher. We'll celebrate a local legend in each lunch break here on SEN Test Cricket through the series. iCanWin.com.au to enter. Jamal just being held here. Keen to have another crack, understandably. He's on top. Can he get a second wicket? Jamal. To Khawaja, first ball after the interruption. Bouncer, but a wide one, well outside the off stump. End of the over, 4 for 128. Khawaja 42, Marsh on 19. That lead 344 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. Also, Cat round the grounds. SENZ right now, you can listen to the New Zealand men's side. They're playing Bangladesh in the first one day at Dunedin. 2 for 155 in the 24th over. Latham, 82. Young, 57. Bangladesh won the toss and batted first. So you can listen to SENZ's coverage of that on the SEN app alongside this match with one click. SEN Cricket round the world. Proud of what we've been doing over the last few years in both countries and around the cricketing world, Cat. And now we've got 2 internationals on at the same time. I think that's pretty cool.
And New Zealand have just come back from Bangladesh, haven't they?
Yeah, just played 2 tests there. Bowling here is Salman. Start of a new over. Marsh drives straight and has long on to beat. Won't quite get it beyond him. Down on the rope.
And
Nice stop.
after the Australian summer of tests, Australia go to New Zealand for a couple of tests, don't they?
Where we will be for SEN. We'll be over there for the test matches starting on the 29th of February at the Basin Reserve in Wellington, then the 8th of March at Hagley Oval in Christchurch. Beautiful grounds. Cannot wait to get back over there. Every ball on SEN. Bowling around the wicket here to Khawaja. Tucks him round the corner. Salman is feeding Khawaja there. Moves to 43. 4 for 130 the score. The only other news point out of this morning, I think my instinct is Steve Smith's departure from the ground. A lot of shaking of the head, a lot of looking back, a lot of very Steve Smith kind of behaviour, but he's not getting away with it quite so much these days, is he? Like, people are scrutinising the way he behaves when he gets out.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I haven't looked at it closely enough, but there's no doubt, having heard a few people talk about it now.
Salman bowls to Marsh on 20. He stays there defensively.
That it sounds like it'll get looked at.
Match referee this week, Javagal Shrina. Might just need to look at it a couple of times and consult with his colleagues in the middle. Because you do get some leeway, don't you? Salman bowls and Marsh goes back and defends. We're not saying that players can't be angry at getting out, but there is kind of a line that Smith tends to tread.
It's hard because I think this is what the whole DRS is about, in a way, that the initial decision is given out, but then it's just clipping.
Salmon bowls, Marsh dances and prods it down to long on, just a little short jab. Moves to 21 with the single, 4 for 131, one left in the over.
And that's where, on a wicket like this, where there has been variable pace and bounce, Steve Smith probably felt like there's enough doubt there for it to have maybe been given not out. But that's what the DRS is there for, isn't it?
Exactly. Salmon to finish to Khawaja. Got the short leg, goes back and punches to cover. Won't be a run. 10 overs for Salmon, none for 27. 4 for 131 Australia. They lead by 347. Khawaja 43. Marsh 21 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Cannon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
All our interaction on our coverage is for Tyre Power, your trusted local. A text here about the Smith decision, citing that this is the reason technology shouldn't be used. It's actually about the Khawaja call. As Jamal bowls, the man who bowled that ball to Marsh on leg stump, gets one just behind square. He's 22, 4 for 132. That was out, hit him in line. That's disgraceful. I'm done. Australia are protected and I'm Australian. So Greg in Brisbane giving it big. But yeah, I think your point about there can be two different outcomes to the same ball.
And that's probably the biggest issue with the DRS at the moment, is that on Steve Smith's, had it been given not out, and you go to the DRS, it's umpire's call, he stays not out.
Yep.
But because it was given out, it has it clipping the stumps, he's given out on umpire's call. So you can have two different results based on what the initial decision is.
Jamal to Khawaja, full but on leg stump, helps himself to a single defined leg, 44 for him, 4 for 133 Australia.
And that's where I think, people look at it and think that's where it needs to potentially have a bit of a change or a tweak to it, because you end up with the initial decision impacting what the result of the DRS is, and you can have two different results, and that's where people probably think, well, how can that be the case? I think the thing with Khawaja's is, to the naked eye, it looks absolutely plumb. You can understand why Joel Wilson gave it out, but technically the rule says it has to hit in line, and that one's hit just outside the line of off stump, so it's a real technicality, but
the sort of
that's
one that's
the rule.
10 times out of 10 on a Saturday afternoon. Jamal bowls here on Marsh's hit, push to the onside, no run. I think that might be where there's added frustration. The lived experience of playing cricket at a decent enough level where there's a lot of LB shouts and so on is that you're so conditioned to, everybody knows that's out, but with the extra element of technology, the ones that you expect to be given. There was one yesterday as well. Pat Cummins had a ball that was in line with the off stump, and I wrote in my book, it was Salmon. I had the whole dismissal written out. I could not believe it missed leg stump, but I guess we've got to surrender to the technology on the basis that it does mean we get more correct decisions in a series ultimately. But yeah, tough to square. Away from us, Jamal in his 9th over. Bowls here to Mitchell Marsh. It's a full toss. Doesn't make the most of it. Places it straight out to Shaheen Shah-Afridi at mid-on. No run.
Yeah, and in Khawaja's situation, it looked like he wasn't even going to review it, because he knew his body language thought, this looks absolutely plumb. But part of him probably thought the reason he made it was because he probably thought, you know what, it might just be outside the line of off stump, because he had shuffled over. And that was the thing that saved him. So in the end, it was a very good review on his behalf. You can't blame him for using it, but ultimately it looked like a pretty good decision from Joel Wilson, because back in the day when there was no DRS, you'd give that out 10 times out of 10, because it looked absolutely plumb.
Jamal, 2 to go. Up here, bowls to Marsh, who fillets him through the offside. Has to beat the man at deep point and won't. But that was right out the middle of the bat. They return for a couple. Marsh to 23 and seeing them beautifully. 4 for 135 the score, and that takes Australia's lead beyond 350. They're in the black by 351.
Yeah, it's a substantial lead, given the way this wicket is starting to deteriorate. Pakistan have been good this morning. 2 wickets already. And Marsh first ball.
Yeah.
His was a close one as well. Nearly got close to brushing the glove, but he was adamant that it had hit his forearm, and he went up to DRS on behalf of the Pakistan reviewing it.
Busy morning for Michael Goff upstairs. Marsh facing Jamal. Last ball of his over. Bouncer hits him. Down to third man for 4. Sounded like helmet. Was helmet. We see now from the reaction grabbing his lid. It'll be 4-leg buys. The over complete. They'll have to do a concussion test as well, I expect, so we'll have some time here. 4 for 139 at the end of the over. Kawaja 44. Marsh stays on 23. The lead 355 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection as the Australian medical staff run out to take a look at Mitchell Marsh's scone.
Here's some stats from ResMed to wake you up. Almost half of us don't get the amount of sleep we need to feel our best. In fact, according to a recent ResMed Global Sleep Survey, 42% of Aussies struggle with sleep, with only 10% waking up feeling refreshed. ResMed has been helping Aussies sleep and breathe better for over 30 years. So, if you or your partner have trouble sleeping or wake up feeling tired, take the free online sleep assessment at resmed.com.au.
Coverage for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. They're going through the typical sort of concussion protocol with Mitchell Marsh and checking if his helmet's okay. I thought they had to replace the helmet in these situations, Simon, and I'm welcoming Ian Smith as well for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Hello, Smithy.
Morning, gentlemen, and to our listeners. I'm not 100% sure. Quite clearly they don't, because they've only got the one out there at this point. Fascinating session of cricket, and I'm sort of out the back, scratching my head thinking, with all these players getting hit in the arms, the fingers, the heads, why are you bowling a part-time off-spinner?
Good call.
Can't work it out.
Overrate, we realise why. It's because they're behind by 4 and World Test Championship points and all the rest of it.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. That's the only reason, right?
Which leads to the conversation around why have they gotten themselves in this situation. You should never allow this situation to occur, because you're changing your tactics based on your poor, sloppy over rate on day 1 and 2. And as a team, that is a no-no, because now in the test, this is a great opportunity to try and go bang, bang and get into the Australian tail and try and limit the lead to potentially 400. But if this partnership keeps going, then Australia should be able to get to close to 450.
Yeah, look, if it was... if it was a Nathan Lyon type top-class spinner, I'd run with it. But a part-time off-spinner, when the damage is being done physically by the quicker bowlers, I mean, also going through the mind of Pat Cummins is, am I going to risk my bowlers on this surface? I mean, am I even going to risk Alex Carey, my number 1 keeper, on this surface? He'd probably risk Carey, but you won't want Carey to get out there. I mean, back away, play some shots, whatever. But honestly, you don't want to risk life and limb from Stark downwards. Not for me.
Especially when you're this far ahead as well. We saw at Adelaide Oval, Kat, we were doing the India-Australia test 3 or 4 years ago when Mohammad Shami, batting at 11, had his hand broken. That was his series done. It's one of those days, isn't it, where this surface is dictating almost everything that's going on.
And we've still got a day and 2/3 to go, so...
And it highlights the joys of batting here over in the Wild West on these cracked up wickets.
Freedom tough, eh?
It's a different part of the game, but it's always been a part of the game playing in the West because of the cracks.
Just of note that Mitchell Marsh still has 2 of the Australian medical staff out there. Nick Jones will be one of them. Are we just now replacing... Well, certainly the helmet's being replaced. Okay, he's fine. For a moment, I thought maybe they were still going through the concussion protocol. Which...
I think they had to put the ball on life support because it's hit the bison's head that hard. And generally those kookaburras don't come off second best. Sorry, they do come off second best when the big bison's involved.
We know famously from the Cameron Bancroft press conference at Brisbane a few years ago now, Kat, the infamous press conference that Mitchell Marsh has the biggest head in the West Australian side. They measured it in a pre-season tour camp or something like that. I don't know how they... Was it water displacement? Was it circumference? Whatever. The biggest head in the WA side, and that was part of the rather absurd Cameron Bancroft, Johnny Bairstow headbutt narrative for a few days there. Feels like a million years ago, Kat.
He loves that nickname too, the big fella.
Does he?
Absolutely loves it.
Bison.
The Bison.
All right, we're back. Salmon, part-time off-spinner. Round the wicket to Kawaja. Looks to drive. Skews it out to point. There won't be a single.
I've got a feeling it might actually be his profile shot on his WhatsApp.
That's bold. I like that. It's really making a statement. Slipping a short leg. Salmon bowls and Khawaja again tries to drive. Both balls have ended up at point from the outside part of the blade. No run.
No, he's gone back to his fishing. he's got a shot of the ocean, so the fishing shot's taken over. But I reckon he had the big bison on there at one stage.
All our WhatsApp images for Mate Internet and Mobile. Round the wicket, Salmon here up to the crease. Khawaja using his feet, but again he's just not middling it. Out to mid wicket. He's struggled with rhythm through this innings, hasn't he, Smithy?
He's just looking to hang in there, and I mean he just knows that they don't want to fall over bang 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 either. So he knows he's going to make as hard as he possibly can for them to get him out. That's the Khawaja way.
Batting injured as well. Goes back and whips to mid-wicket. No run. Salmon doing his job, getting through the over quickly.
But he's playing a role. There's no doubt about it. And it's a very, very important role too.
One for our debuts. Kat, we were saying good debuts in Australia. JP Duminy, his first series in Australia in 2008. Bowling here is Salmon, pushed into the onside by Khawaja. No run. This is from Julian in Cowra, remembering the 100 he made at Melbourne after playing a role in that chase across the river here. You're shaking your head, Kat. You played that test match.
Yeah, don't need to be reminded of that. We're in such a good position against South Africa, and then he and Dale Steyn put on probably 200.
Last ball of the over. Khawaja out to cover again. Maiden complete. 4 for 139 remains the score after 50 overs. Australia lead by 355 with Khawaja 44, Marsh 23 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection. Adam White jumping in for me and taking us through to lunch.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywhere, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
For Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, SEN Test Cricket live from Perth, and there's a change. Ashraf coming to the attack, half an hour away from the lunch break. He's been the one player that hasn't quite done it for Pakistan through this match.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I mean, if you look at the side that they picked, the two debutants they went for have more than delivered.
No, great. He bowls here to Marsh, who's backing across to Fleming, back to the bowler.
Yeah, and what it does highlight is that they probably had a mindset of trying to lengthen their batting with both Salman and Fahim Ashraf, because they've both got decent records with the bat at test level. But in these conditions in Australia, you've got to have specialist roles, whether it's with the ball or with the bat, because you're coming up against one of the best, if not the best attack in the world in their home conditions on a foreign wicket for these Pakistan batsmen. So Fahim Ashraf's found it difficult.
One slip and a gully in play. He bowls here to Marsh, who advances and has been dropped at mid-off. Simple catch to Masood. And he's put it down. It was, in fairness, hit very hard. But they just need to be taken. And it wasn't.
Well, Fahim's day and test could have improved. It could have improved courtesy of a skipper who's put down a dolly, really. That is a simple catch at any level. But at test level, I don't think fielding is one of his strengths.
It was in the slot to hit. He hit it flat, straight to mid-off. Masood going to his right, put it down. Ashraf bowls again, and Marsh bottom edges it down to the keeper on about the third bounce. It's action stations.
He's not going to die wondering, Mitch Marsh, even though he'd been dropped the ball before. It should have been taken.
Well, he's had his cage rattled, hasn't he? He's not going to stand for it anymore. Don't blame him.
And it won't surprise me if he tries to put it up here into the stands next time rather than hitting it flat. I think if he sees any sort of length that he can work with, he's just going to put it as straight as he can over the side screen.
He's on 23, Mitch Marsh. Australia 4 for 139. Ashraf again bowls. Marsh just pushing off the back foot into cover point. No run.
What odds would you give me on Nathan Lyon having to wait till Melbourne?
Very, very long odds.
Long odds.
No, I'm a bit with you, Smith. I'm not sure he'll get a bowl.
Stark fires up and gets it right, this could be really, really beneficial for the Australian quicks. And I'm including Marsh in that.
I agree
with
with
his
you.
bounce. Ooh.
Good luck getting this ball out of the fast bowler's hands on this pitch.
How much you got to play with?
Not that much.
Fahim Ashraf. Bowling here to Marsh on 23. He uses his feet, tries to force down the ground, takes the inner portion of the bat. 2 bounces back to the bowler, he knocks it down. Just looking at that replay of the drop catch. Now, clearly, Masood should have taken it, but he had to take about 3 steps to his right. But the ball got back quickly to him. He didn't get his hands in position quickly enough. It rushed him a little bit.
Yeah. It's the one thing that saved Mitch Marsh. And timed it nicely.
He's almost got the mentality, I'm going to hit that hard, they're not going to catch it anyway. Last ball of the over here. Ashraf bowls to Marsh, who cuts out into the deep. He says 2 off the bat as he gets it into the deep to that sweeper, and he does come back for 2 to complete the over. So 4 for 141. Mitch Marsh up to 25. Usman Khawaja on 44. That's on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
For over 40 years, the Pleasure Chest has been delivering pleasure. And now it can deliver it to your door. So, jump onto pleasurechest.com.au. Curious? Shop our exciting range online. Express delivery. Fast can be good. The Pleasure Chest, your adult boutique. When the mood takes you, head to pleasurechest.com.au.
Thanks to Mate Internet and Mobile. 18 overs have been bowled so far today. And we've got around about 25 minutes until lunch. Salman bowls to Khawaja, who defends the first ball away on the offside off the front foot. Salman bowling his little darts, off-spinning darts. Bowls again, and Khawaja trying to flick on the onside. Off the pad. Way behind square leg, no run.
They've caught up and over. They're back to -3 now, so they're clawing them back.
Someone again bowls the lap sweep from Khawaja, executed perfectly. Down to fine leg for 4. Premeditated shot. And as I said, executed to perfection. He moves to 48, Australia 4 for 145.
That's probably the area of Usman Khawaja's game that's improved in the last few years, and he's become really adept at not just that little lap sweep shot, but also the reverse sweeps, and it's something that's given him great success in this last sort of period of his Test career.
Salman bowls. Khawaja this time drives, can't get it through the gap though. Cover point doing the fielding, no run. They've kind of got 2 on that shot in the covers. Someone again bowls. Khawaja edging past slip down to the rope for 4, and there's 50. It's been a battle for Aussie, but he does get to half a century. Off 151 balls, he tried to flay that through the offside. Thick outside edge, past Babar Azam at first slip, missing to the left. He was never a chance to catch it, down to the rope.
A bruising 50. Valuable bruising 50.
Selma bowls here. Khawaja goes the sweep. Leg buys this time, getting it fine. Won't go for 4. Babar Azam will pick up the ball about 15 metres in from the boundary, and they can hustle through for 2 leg buys to complete the over. So 10 runs coming from that over. And at the end of the over, Australia 4 for 149 with Khawaja on 52 and Marsh on 25, thanks to Toyota Hilux scoreboard.
Looking for a leading supplier of plumbing fittings? A company that is Australian owned and operated with over 30 years experience, providing local support that's second to none from facilities across Australia. Holman Plumbing is a full range supplier of PVC fittings to the trade market. They also pride themselves on bringing innovative products and solutions to the industry by designing and investing in new tooling and products for their customers. View the full range of PVC plumbing supplies at holmanplumbing.com.au.
On the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. Australia 4 for 151. Now, Mitch Marsh did say to us before play they wanted to lead with a 4 in front of it. So that's 33 runs away. Thanks to Mate Internet and Mobile. Ashraf, bowling hitter Mitch Marsh, who cuts out to the deep for a single. For a moment, I completely lost where that ball went.
They might want to lead with a 4 in front of it. They don't need a lead with a 4 in front of it. They've got it now, but it's now a question of timing. It's now a question of if they bat till lunch and then there's another 40 minutes of sun on top of the pitch with cracks starting to just widen a wee bit more. Pakistan on top order. Give them a nervous little time to think about it. They may even be looking towards the Australian dressing room as we speak. But they'll be thinking, they'll be noticing all this. Yep. The batsmen will be noticing the variation, the bruising.
Ashraf here bowls to Khawaja, gets a short one. He helps it on its way down to fine leg with the horizontal bat, sort of swivelling as he hit the ball down to fine leg for a single to move to 53, 4 for 153. Both of you around protecting the players to come? I know, Smithy, you talked about it a little bit before about saying, well, is it actually worth putting some key players in danger when you have a lead of
not now?
It's 370?
Not for me. I mean, as I said, I think they've got plenty, and I'm not going to risk another 20 runs for the sake of a broken digit for Stark or Cummins himself or Hazelwood or Lyon either, for that matter. And we've seen accomplished batsmen getting hit left, right, and centre.
Ashraf here bowls to Marsh, up on his toes, punching into the covers. That's a nice shot into a little bit of a gap, so he should be able to come back for 2. He will. He can amble through for 2. Good placement there from Mitch. Moves to 28, 4 for 155 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Yeah, I agree. I think they'll be hoping that these two can get the bulk of the runs that they probably want. They probably will feel comfortable in those rooms already, knowing how this wicket's playing, but knowing this team and how they've operated in the last few years, they generally like to put teams away and make sure there's absolutely no chance they can get the runs. So when you say a 4, I would have thought it's the mid-4s, but that's still, nearly 80 runs away.
Ashraf bowls to March on the move. He gets an inside edge. It squeezes out down to fine leg for a single, but he was definitely on the move there coming forward. He'll take the single though. To move to 29, 4 for 156.
And then the other part of it is with the modern schedule and how busy it is and what they've played so much cricket this year already, is do they allow themselves enough overs today where they think that they might have a sniff of taking all 10 wickets, or whether they'd rather have a shorter session of maybe 30 or 40 overs, bat more into the middle session, and then have 2 bites of the cherry over this afternoon and then tomorrow.
Ashraf bowls to Khawaja, who's back and across and defending away on the offside.
What it does show, Simon, though, the value of David Warner's first innings effort in the context of this game now. Yep. Wow.
Yep. Just highlights why first innings runs are so crucial, because you're banking runs in conditions that could be completely different to how the rest of the test match plays out. You can never assume in test cricket that it's just going to keep playing well, and this is a great example. It's gotten harder to score on, harder to survive on.
One slip in a gully for Ashraf bowling to Khawaja. Last ball of the over, he bowls and Khawaja flicks it away off the thigh pad down to fine leg for another single. So the runs are certainly flowing at the moment. 6 runs from that over. Australia 4 for 157. The lead 373. Khawaja 54. Marsh 29. And that is on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Love a ute? Then get into Werribee Isuzu Ute today, where the brand new D-Max is in stock and ready to go from $31,990 drive away. Or a late model MUX in stock too and ready to drive from $44,888 drive away. Plus great finance packages for ABN and private buyers and top dollar for trade-ins. Get to Werribee Isuzu Ute, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing. Visit werribeeisuzuute.com.au.
LMCT 114.
4 for 157. The partnership is 50 from 63 balls. Made internet and mobile with all the figures as Khawaja advances. First ball of Inuo from Selman. Gets a big inside edge and it goes to forward square leg. He just can't find the middle of the bat. Was he particularly when he's trying to drive. Damien Fleming is back with us until lunch. Along with Ian Smith. Selman bowls again. Khawaja defends again.
Whitey, Smithy, listeners, tough session for Uzi. He's up to 20 runs now. It's been the last couple of overs he's actually found the middle of the bat and scored some runs.
This time he pushes into the covers. He is, at least at this stage, for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it, our leading run scorer in the second innings. Anyone that has got to 50. But there's been others that have looked a little bit more attractive, Flem. And he plays and misses this time. Khawaja trying to play off the back foot through the offside.
Well, his batting partner, Mitchell Marsh, is just backing himself, isn't he? Hitting some big balls.
Selman again. Around the wicket bowling. Khawaja tries to go the sweep. Doesn't make contact down leg side. Sarfraz does well.
And that's where he's improved so much in his last generation as an opening batsman, is the way he sweeps and reverse laps. It's not happening for him today.
Selman to Khawaja. No timing in the shot, trying to drive, but he'll take the single, a thick outside edge that spits out to backward point, and that is at the end of a very quick over on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection for 158.
This is Ben Reid. Are you planning to sell your home and want to know confidently what your property's worth and which agent you should choose? Talk to an Ian Reid vendor advocate first. Within 72 hours, we'll have 3 top-performing local agents inspect your home. We'll analyse and compare their proposals and help you select the best person for the job without any additional cost. Take the stress, legwork and uncertainty out of selling your home. Visit ianreid.com.au.
Ian Reid Vendor Advocates.
Go on, ring us.
For Hajaz Halal Financial Solutions, SEN Test Cricket, live from Perth, Australia 4 for 158. Ashraf here bowling to Khawaja, who cuts delicately and delightfully down to the boundary for 4 between slip and gully. Just using the pace, using the width. That's better from Lisbon Khawaja, up to 59.
Yes, and what it shows to me as well is this is not an easy pitch to survive on, but it's not an easy pitch to find timing on. And therefore, I think you're better served looking to play the shots where the pace of the ball helps you instead of hitting against the pace of the ball. He's found it very hard to drive and get timing driving. But when he started to deflect and work the ball using its pace and width, he's found timing a lot easier.
Lisbon Khawaja 4 fours in his 59 from 162 balls. Ashraf bowls here to Khawaja, who helps it on his way this time onto the onside, down to fine leg for a single. Digs himself into the 60s.
And all the scoring shots available to batsmen, you know, pull and hook and drive and sweep and all that. The beauty and the classicalness of a late cut is right up there, isn't it?
It is.
You don't see a lot of them. You hear in the yesteryear, it was a favoured shot of Bradman and Kipax and all those older players. That was just a beautiful shot.
It falls into the graceful category, whereas particularly with all the T20 cricket played, it's more, you know, the muscling down.
Well, we wouldn't say Mitchell Marsh is a graceful batsman. No. He's not interested in a late cut.
There he goes here. He advances and then defends.
Just doesn't sound right, though, the graceful bison, does it?
No. No.
What's a graceful animal, Flem?
Well, anything that's not a bison. Antelope?
Yes.
What is it graceful?
Graceful is like
a bird, like a flamingo or
an eagle or something flying gracefully through the air. No, he's not one of those either.
You wouldn't be able to get off the ground.
Yeah, just the aerodynamics of the Bison. They don't fly.
Ashraf bowls to Marsh, who plays late out into the offside, into the deep. He wants a second. He'll take it on the throw. He's got a rush. He'll get there, though. 2 more to the score. 31 to Marsh, 4 for 165.
A very fine leg glance is up there too. Just a real
What's the one
delicate
player you immediately think of if I said who's number one on the graceful stakes in world cricket?
Well, I know...
Of all time.
Just before we get there, the best batsman of that late leg glance was Sachin Tendulkar. You know, you went on to leg stump and it was either a bullet-like shot to mid-on or he just opened the face and you just walked back to your mark. You knew that was 4 right off the bat. He played it so late.
Ashraf here bowling to Marsh, who's rushed in defence. That one didn't get up, but he was able to play it away on the onside.
Well, the first one I think is Martin Crowe, who Ian Smith played so much with, and probably Mark Waugh.
Yeah, graceful. For Tyre Power, send us your text messages through 0433 98 11 16. Your trusted local. What do you think of when you think graceful? Because I think David Gower.
Yep.
Yeah, he'd have to be close to the top of the podium.
Brian Lara, would you put him in the graceful? Graceful?
He'd be regal.
Oh, he could hit with some real power.
Is there anything he couldn't do, though? So he could definitely play graceful shots. Marsh here on the walk, then forced to defend. It's the end of the over.
Yeah,
Fleming,
no,
so
we'll
got a little
continue
bit of
this
time
on.
during the break to think about it. 4 for 165.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. Judged on strong performance, value for money and a focus on members. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit moneymag.com.au for awards criteria. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Freddie is going to come back into the attack just before the lunch break. We were talking before, Ian, about David Warner, what he did on that first day. He's certainly going to be a strong nomination for the player of the match for Bing Lee. But what he's been able to do, no one else has been able to replicate at any point in the match.
No, Imam batted as long as he did, but not with the same effect.
Freddie bowls to Khawaja, who strokes the ball stylishly up to mid-off, but there's no run. And then the player of the day today for Drinkwise, well, at this point it is Aussie because he's batted virtually the entire first session and he's seen wickets fall around him, carnage, all sorts of things. He's still there.
He has batted on this pitch a long, long time, coming into the 56th over. And that is a mixture of luck, braveness and all sorts.
Freddie bowls to Khawaja now. Late cut 4. Now he's starting to hit his straps. It wasn't overly short, but he saw the width and he just caressed it past gully and down to the rope for 4.
It was Gower-like, wasn't it?
It was beautiful.
No, it's just beautiful. That was better than the first one. But that's backing up what Ian Smith said, that maybe the batsman coming in or to come in to use the pace backward of the pitch. If you're going hard at it, you bring in factors, the inconsistent bounces, the hit the cracks. And with that type of shot, he's watching the ball all the way onto his bat. Beautiful.
Now, Freddie, what's the response? Oh, it's a good response. That one spat at Khawaja, who fended for it, felt for it, missed it, through to the keeper.
Absolute rip snort of this. And it made Usman Khawaja sit up and take notice, but also Imam ul Haq took notice of that.
That's right.
So did Babar Azam. So did Abdullah Shafiq.
Yeah.
They took notice.
It's like it was bowled on a trampoline. It's a deep bounce.
132.1 that was delivered at. Bowls again and he's beaten again. Khawaja, that one didn't quite get up as much as he thought it would, so it's tough going. Okay, some messages, text messages are coming through for Tyre Power. I'll fly through these. Damien Martin, David Gower, Brian Lara, Mark Waugh. Another one for Damien Martin coming through from Matt. Muhammad Azruddin from Paul. Greg Chappell from Sam in Sydney. Alex Stewart's getting a mention, and Kumar Sangakkara. Just a few that have come through.
Who's the most elegant number 11 batsman ever?
Freddie bowls to Khawaja, who tries to flick on the onside off the thigh pad. They'll get a single around the corner. It'll be a leg by, 4 for 1.
What names come to you when you go, he's an elegant number 11 batsman?
Well, Damien Fleming would come to mind.
I didn't bat 11 a lot.
Yeah, but you would have done it a couple of times. Disrespectful.
Just bat me at 9. No, I don't want early wickets and be thinking about batting.
9's good.
Don't leave me at 11 and I just run out of partners.
Waste of talent.
9's good.
9's good. 9's very good.
Elegant 11s?
You've got one in mind. You wouldn't be asking the question if you didn't have one in mind.
Bit of a contradiction, isn't it? Elegant number 11s.
Alex Stewart. Alex Stewart gets a vote.
That's come through on the...
Oh, as an elegant batsman?
Yeah,
No.
Elegant.
All I can say to that is thanks for listening, Alec.
Yes.
Freddie bowls to Marsh.
Thanks, Stewie.
He tries to play on the onside. He does. Whether it's bat or pad, I'm not sure. They're going to come back for 2 because the field is spread all over the place and it's given runs. The crowd love that, running between the wickets. And that is also the end of the over. We're 7 minutes from lunch. Australia 4 for 172. Khawaja on 64. Marsh on 33 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
There's a bit of off-road in all of us. From the high country to the outback, an Opus camper trailer can take you there. With unparalleled off-road capabilities and endorsed by 4-wheel drivers across Australia, you'll tackle Australia's rugged terrain in style and comfort. Visit opuscamper.com.au for your nearest dealer.
You can interact with us through for Tyre Power and the...
Any suggestions for that elegant number 11s?
There are, actually.
Yeah, good.
We'll get to that after this ball.
Glenn McGrath, no.
4 for 172. Ashraf bowls to Khawaja, who'll pinch a single, just pushing it out off the back foot.
Jim Higgs.
There's a really good one here from Pearl from Port Macquarie.
Yes.
If we had a prize, we'd probably give it to Pearl. Ashton Agar, who batted 11 on debut when he got those runs.
There you go. Can't be beaten.
Was that Trent Bridge?
I think it is.
It was
That's still incredible, isn't it? 98 at number 11.
It's a good answer.
Yeah, he has got real elegance, hasn't he? Not Tino Best, no.
No.
Chris Martin, no.
Ashraf bowls here to Marsh, who punches up to mid-off.
Michael Whitney,
no.
There's one here, Danny Morrison. Peter from Port Fairy.
Ian McGrath.
He used to headbutt it.
I was just about to say exactly.
He used to oil his helmet, Danny. Didn't he, Smithy?
A no ball, a retrospective no ball's been called, so Ashraf will have to re-bowl that one.
Not Bruce Reid, no.
Aaron is listening from the Maldives on the SEN app.
Thierry Alderman.
Mark Waugh's there. Ashraf to Marsh on the walk again, then squeezing it past gully, down to the rope for 4 off the front foot. Totally intentional and very effective.
That's not a late cut. That's as close as Mitch Marsh will get to that. That's a beautiful shot from Mitch. And just backing up the Ian Smith again, using the pace from the bowler, soft hands, opening up the face. 4 runs all the way here at Optus Stadium. It's been a nice half an hour for Australia. Tough going on a tough pitch. Runs have flowed, though.
The lead now up to 394, 4 for 178.
He's 37 off 44 balls, Mitchell Marsh.
He's had a life, but apart from that, it's been pretty good going. This time hits it very hard out to Masood, who does field as the ball goes along the ground to him at mid-off.
If I was packed, I think for him, the selection hasn't worked. The 2 debutants look more potent with the ball. When he's bowling full there, it just looks like it's in the slot. I think they're going to have to get to lunch and use their faster bowlers on this pitch.
Ashraf at the top of his mark again. Still a slip in a gully. Apart from that, the field spread. Marsh here lunging forward defensively into the covers.
So, Flem, what you're saying is that you probably think Australia will battle on after lunch, regardless if they were 400 and something in front, and just to split the session up for the bowlers?
Yep. A lot of it's pre-planned. I mean, you still got to live in the moment and what's happening with the game and the pitch and everything like that. But this Australian team's pretty much working out how much time they need to get 10 overs. What's the maximum that I want from their bowlers today?
Ashraf past the umpire to Marsh, who's back and across, defending back to the bowler.
The only question I saw you talking about, Smithy, is, do you want your bowlers going out there to bat? You take the risk of injury.
How would you feel right now? I mean, your main job of work is to bowl, right?
I'd be backing out to bowl them out for under 394.
Oh, absolutely.
And to take that risk, why do it?
So you're risking a broken digit or a wrist or something for the sake of 15, 20 runs?
Yep.
As opposed to your bowling? I don't think it's a fair gamble.
Ashraf to Marsh, who gets jammed, trying to force through the offside. And in the end, just defends into the covers. End of the over. There'll be one to go ahead of the lunch break. Australia 4 for 178.
In this new era of ChatGPT and AI, the tradies of Melbourne have spoken. Us blokes want the real robot.
Robots got it.
Carpentry, fencing, engineering projects and DIY. Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done.
Robots got it.
The original robot since 1946. Find us in Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
94 runs in the session, 2 wickets lost. Australia 4 for 178. Afridi to bowl the last over. So the lead 394. Afridi bowls here to Khawaja, who paddles it around the corner. Past square leg umpire into a little bit of space for a couple of runs. So just in the last 15 minutes or so, Khawaja
it's been
starting
good,
to
but it gives them a chance to maybe declare a bit earlier. And with all the data and opinions off the field last night, the one factor that comes in is that potential for injury with faster bowlers, well, with any of their bowlers really. So maybe we'll see an earlier declaration.
Afridi again from the Justin Langer stand end. Bowls to Khawaja, who drives square of the wicket off the front foot out to the sweeper on the offside for a single. So it looks like we're pretty much going to get around about 100 runs in the session, which will get that lead to 400.
Another good test match for Mitchell Marsh in this comeback too, isn't it? Brutal 90 in the first innings and handy already in the second innings, isn't it? If he got knocked over straight away, you're into Carey and then the tail. Big wicket of Babar Azam. This is probably as comfortable as he's felt at test match level with all facets of his skills.
Just made a couple of changes to the field before Marsh is settling in over his bat. Afridi approaches now, bowls, and Marsh hooks it away. Good shot between mid-on and mid-wicket for 4.
He's a big man, the Bison, but he's got a very good eye as well. And he picked up length there extremely well. And he's a muscly player, there's no doubt about it. We talked about his physique quite often, but this is a hard shot to play on this surface. To hit that ball that far in front of square, very few can achieve that. And off a very good bowler at that, it's a top shot.
His footwork is so assured and crisp these days. He always looks in a good position for the short ball, whether it's one that doesn't get up and he hits it in front of square. If it gets higher, he can certainly hit it over fine leg for 6.
Afridi again, bowls to Marsh, who's in defence. He just squeezes out on the onside, forward to square leg for a single. I made the comment that it was a hook shot. Probably was more a pull shot, but it's the way he brings it from outside off stump to the onside. It's almost that hooking motion, the way he drags it across to the onside. It's such a skill the way he can get the ball to the boundary like that from a short ball from almost any position. 4 for 186.
His bat looks so broad.
It does. Marsh up to 42 now from 50 balls. Khawaja 68 from 171 balls. Free to Khawaja, just pushing into the onside to forward square leg. Imam doing the fielding. Dot ball, 1 ball left until lunch on day 4. 4 for 186 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Already 8 runs from just this over. Poor old Shaheen Sharafredi has had a tough time of it here in Perth. 2 gullies in play and a slip. Last ball before lunch. Freddie bowls and Khawaja thins at that one away on the offside, and that is lunch. And at lunch, Australia 4 for 186. The lead is 402. So Australia started the day at 2 for 84 with Khawaja on 34, Smith on 43. At lunch, 4 for 186, Khawaja on 68, and Mitch Marsh on 42. The men out today, Steve Smith, LBW Shazad for 45, and Travis Head caught Imam Al-Haq, bowled Amir Jamal for 14. Just a couple of thoughts from Damien Fleming, and then we'll break for the lunch break for Camplify. List your caravan for rent and start earning with Camplify.
Yeah, the Aussies will be happy with that session. Just lost 2 wickets and scored over 100 runs. Really lucky to that last half an hour where Mitchell Marsh bludgeoned the ball 42 off 50, and Usman Khawaja, who was battling to get into double figures for this entire session probably half an hour ago, got going and virtually doubled his score. Pakistan, again, pretty good with their intent, particularly the debut bowlers. It's noticeable when they drop to Fahim and the lack of pace there. So their effort's reasonably good. We haven't seen it misbehave as much as we thought, but also with bowling Afridi at the Langer end, I think the right-handed Australian bowlers are going to be bowling into that horseshoe crack that's going to, I think, create mayhem for the Pakistan batsmen.
Thank you, Flem. We'll take a break here from Optus Stadium in Perth and be back with the lunch break for Camplify. Share your van. Ann Smith will stick around and we'll have a chat about what he thinks has happened through the first 2 hours, but also what will happen next. And don't forget the quiz as well. And our number 1 seed, Simon Katich, will be part of the quiz this morning. No, it's this afternoon. So we'll have Kat. He thinks he's going to go 5-zip. He's going for the clean sweep. We'll see whether that happens. Back with more after this.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Berwick GWN's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Our next segment is brought to us by Red Rooster's Shared Burger Pack. Enjoy 2 delicious Ripper Rolls, 2 Reds Burgers, 2 large chips, 12 golden nuggets, and 2 sauces. I'll be back.
George?
The Rooster's calling. The Shared Burger Pack from Red Rooster. Get them now and get them everywhere. See website for details.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now?
Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Saddle up for Geelong Racing Club's first ever Metro Grade Race Day, Saturday, January 6. It'll be a fun family day with a free kids zone, including carnival rides, petting zoo, water park, pony rides, Kelly sports activities, and so much more. Celebrate the day in style with umbrella, dining, and marquee packages available. Enjoy live entertainment, browse Piccadilly Makers Market, and hit the beach volleyball court for a day of summer fun in Geelong. Visit grc.com.au for all you need to book a great day.
OMF. Make your Christmas 100% comfy with the OMF Christmas sale. Buy any base bed frame or bedding and get up to 55% off selected mattresses. Like our Australian-made Byron mattress, 5-zone pocket springs with latex for under $1,400. Plus, during the 12 days before Christmas, discover a daily new special. Plus, get up to 45% off selected bedroom furniture. OMF's Christmas sale ends soon. The home of mattress, bedroom and bedding. Celebrate Christmas in style with Gazman. Enjoy 25% off all new season shirts and 25% off all summer shorts. For a limited time only. Gazman. Style made real.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer with Aiken Partners. I know how challenging separation and divorce can be because I've been there myself. And I've assisted people for over 10 years with property, parenting and intervention order matters. Each step can feel overwhelming, but I'm here to help. At Aiken Partners, we also help with employment law and workplace issues. Plus, we have a large wills and estates team assisting with probate, drafting wills and contesting estates. Search aitken.com.au/SEN to book your free initial consultation. That's AITKEN.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Dennis Walter here. For those dealing with the loss of a loved one, the holidays can be particularly challenging. That's why Tobin Brothers Funerals have put together 12 steps for coping at Christmas.
So take the time to make them alive. Feel the feeling. Cry for them. Say their name. Find people to talk to about them. Bring them to life all the time. Light a candle for them. And if you light a candle for them by their photo each morning, say hello and say goodnight.
Watch the Coping at Christmas video series today at tobinbrothers.com.au.
Hey there, future champions. Teamwork makes the dream work, especially when it comes to building families. And without sperm donors, so many Aussies could miss out on that dream. That's why Monash IVF are inviting you to become a sperm donor. While we can't pay you to donate under Australian law, we can reimburse you for verifiable expenses you incur in the process. And you'll get important info about how your swimmers are performing too. Search Monash IVF sperm donation to find out more and become a champion where it matters most.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency and halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
Salmon bowls to Marsh, who dances and goes up and long and straight and powerful. That thumps into the side screen. Two left in the over, delivers to Khawaja. Short ball hits him on the arm. And Khawaja throws the hand off the blade and walks out to point. That might have been on the elbow, my first impression.
Balls here to Marsh, who advances and has been dropped at mid-off. Simple catch to Masood, and he's put it down. Khawaja edging past slip down to the rope for 4, and there's 50. It's been a battle for Aussie, but he does get to half a century.
The Lunch Break. Camplify is Australia's leading RV and caravan sharing community. List your van and start earning now.
Yes, we have reached the lunch break for Camplify. Share your van here in Perth at Optus Stadium, Australia 4 for 186. The lead is 402. 102 runs for the session. Khawaja is 68 not out. Marsh 42 not out. The men out in that session, Steve Smith and also Travis Head. Ian Smith is with me because he is our Red Energy expert. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au. 402 the lead. Before we worry about what they might do next, just that 2 hours of batting, you talked about it a lot. It's been quite brave from Usman Khawaja. You can hear even from the commentary, there's been... Most players have been hit on the arm or hit on the shoulder or even on the helmet. It's been tough going, even though they got 102 runs.
He's batted 58 overs, and he's occupied at least half of that strike. And he's seen what not only has been at his end, he's been seeing what's been happening at the other end. And pretty much everyone that's been out there has had some physical treatment. Even Mitch Marsh on the helmet. We've had Khawaja himself with a very painful blow on the right forearm. We've had Steve Smith hit in this innings as well. Everyone that's been out there has copped it. So, and that'll be running through the minds too of the opposition, the Pakistan top order in particular. They'll know they're going to be under siege because Australia's bowling attack, Starker's side yesterday, which was very, very wayward. He had to admit to that himself. But just imagine how awkward Josh Hazlewood's going to be on this. Imagine how awkward Pat Cummins is going to be on this, and then Mitch Marsh will have a go on it as well. It was very interesting out of the corner of my eye. They're doing some repair work on the footmarks, as they have quite often throughout this test match. Guess who was supervising? Josh Hazlewood. So it was very, very interesting to me to note, and that's a sign to me that it's not too far away. But I haven't seen the roller go out yet. I haven't seen any attention to between innings type. So Australia will go again for a while, but they don't need to. It's a case of teasing Pakistan in their top order, I think, as much as anything else.
The interesting thing, Ian, about Mitch Marsh is how well he's batted at number 6 in the first innings in a particular role, and then now again in the second innings in a particular role. Now, really, he's just batting because that's what he does. But at number 6, his ability to get runs quickly, put the pressure back on the opposition. The reason I find it really interesting is there has been a lot of talk about, he could open the batting for Australia. But Mitch himself on SEN Test Cricket this morning, and he's doubled down on what he said previously, I don't want to open the batting. I don't think I'm an opening batsman. This is where I bat. This is where I play my best. And I think we're seeing that in this Test match here.
I agree, because at 6 you've got a different kind of licence. And he relishes a licence to hit the ball. And more often than not, he's going to play that role because Australia have got a very good top order and he's going to have a foundation to play off. So I like that is thinking, and I like the strategy from the Australian selection panel to have him in that role. He's still averaging less than 30 in Test cricket, and that is not good enough for a specialist batsman. It isn't, not by Australian standards. He might be able to have a decent old career for New Zealand or some other sides at 28 or 29, but at number 6 in Australia, that is not profitable enough. Therefore, it has to get better in terms of consistency to push those numbers up, but it also brings into the fact that he's a handy all-rounder as such, although you wouldn't class him as a top-class Test bowler either at the moment. He's a shock bowler. He shocked Babar Azam yesterday. He's just a developing cricketer, a developing talent whose first part of his career was not good enough or successful enough in either form to get the numbers up there initially. A lot of players have a great start to their career and their numbers are very high to begin with, and they either whittle them down over a period of time or they remain consistent, and that means they're going to have a great career. Mitchell Marsh has not had a great career to this point. He's had a promising career. What I'd say is a promising career, and what we've seen in this Test match, I think echoes that. Promising.
Yeah. Okay, so moving forward, before we let you go and have your own lunch, what do you think they'll do? How long do you think they'll bat before they declare Australia with a lead of 402, 4 for 186?
I think they'll go maximum drinks, maximum 1 hour. I'll put a runner into that. If they lose wickets, they might bowl sooner, because I don't think they should expose any of their specialist bowlers to the possibility of a fractured finger, a fractured wrist, anything, because if the top class players with their technique are getting hit on this pitch, don't risk the guys without the technique when they mean so much more to you. The fact that they might want another 20 or 30 runs, that doesn't weigh up against injury to a bowler for me.
All right, go and grab your lunch.
Cheers.
Ian Smith, how good is it to have Ian part of our SEN Test cricket coverage right throughout the course of the summer? Australia 4 for 186, the lead 402. Now, what we're going to do now is, I've talked about this a bit, Colo and I. Do you live and breathe local cricket? Thanks to Liquorland, we're giving away $100 Liquorland vouchers each day of the Test coverage this summer to recognise those that genuinely love their local cricket. And all you've got to do is enter at iCanWin.com.au. And that is exactly what Will Booth has done. And he is our winner today from the Hampton Central Cricket Club. And he joins us on SEN. G'day, Will.
Hello, how are you going?
I'm going very well. Tell us, where is the Hampton Central Cricket Club?
It's in Melbourne, just near Brighton.
And how did you get involved? Sorry, Will, how did you get involved in the cricket club?
So I'm actually an import player from the UK. One of my teachers back home played over here a few years ago, and he recommended us to come over to come and have some fun for the summer.
Okay, and how long have you been out here for?
Only 3 months now, so yeah, just comes to the Christmas break.
Ah, very good. So how's Hampton Central been going?
Top of the ladder, 6-2 at the minute, so we're doing well. Had a little bit of a bump in the road yesterday, but all else has been good.
And more importantly, how are you going?
Doing all right, I'd like to think. Hopefully everyone else would agree with that, but yeah, not too bad.
Okay, so before we get on to the specifics of the Hampton Central Cricket Club, just the differences you found from playing in England. I think you're from Nottingham, compared to out here and playing in Melbourne. What are the differences?
First of all, the weather.
Yes.
Been a challenge at times. And moving from a turf to a synthetic wicket has been difficult to adjust to, because it's not something we use back home, really. And also the 2-day cricket. We don't play any 2-day cricket. We just play 50 overs, red ball, 1-day stuff. So having the 2 days has been interesting.
Yes, you'll find it very different. There's no doubt about that. Now, who are the key people that have made your short time at the Hampton Central Cricket Club so enjoyable?
First of all, Mick Devola, a bit of a club legend, who's just played his 500th game yesterday. He's given us a house to stay in. He's been quality. Ian Wilco, the whole Wilkinson family have looked after us massively. And then also Charlie, my friend, who's come and played with me, came over from England with me, and we're playing together and living together. So yeah, we've had some fun.
All right. Do you reckon you had? I know you've only been here a short time, but you had enough fun to come back again?
Oh, definitely. It's something I'd love to do again next year if possible.
All right. Terrific, Will. Thanks very much for joining us, and more importantly, congratulations for winning that $100 voucher courtesy of Liquorland. You've done very well for yourself and for putting the Hampton Central Cricket Club on the map.
Thank you very much.
So there you go. Will Booth, he knows all about iCanWin.com.au. He's only been here 3 months, but he's certainly doing a very good job. So just a reminder, visit your local Liquorland for a winning selection of drinks. Choose to drink wise, of course, and we'll do that again tomorrow. So all you've got to do is do what Will did. Enter at iCanWin.com.au for your chance to win. This is the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Camplify Share Your Van. Before we go to a break and be back with the quiz, Simon Katich has been pretty much since 7 o'clock this morning just studying, getting ready for what's going to be a clear, clean sweep. How's the confidence levels going into this quiz?
I have no idea what we're going to talk about, or be quizzed about, I should say.
We're not telling you anything because you're such a dominant force. We're having to keep the questions well and truly and themes away from you.
Got lucky early in my career, so I think you're only as good as your last quiz, and that was a long time ago, Whitey.
Before we go to a break, just on the cricket, do you agree with Smithy that it won't be long until Australia are declaring, and that protection of the bowlers with this pitch starting to play a few tricks?
Yeah, I think it might play a part in that decision. I always think with this team, they like to make sure that they don't have too many overs to bowl at the end of a day. So day 4, it always seems to be that they like to have 30 or 40 overs rather than, longer. But this might change, as he said, if one of these two or both of these two get out straight after break and then the tail get exposed and Pakistan look like they're going to go with a short pitch barrage, then I can see them pulling up stumps and saying, let's not worry about this.
And there is that element of Boxing Day's not too far away, and I'm not sure how many will play in Boxing Day that are playing here, whether they'll rest one or maybe even two, I'm not sure. But it's always that long sort of term approach to it as well, isn't there?
Definitely.
All right, we are going to take a break, but we do need someone to take Simon Katich on. So we have got a sponsor for the quiz. This is what Colo's very excited about. So the quiz... No, that's not right. That's not right. SEN Test Cricket is for Jazz Halal Home Loans and investments with the Jazz. But up next is the quiz with Colo. I'm staying around as well. 1300 736 736. We need one caller to go head-to-head with Simon Katich. 1300 736 736. We'll do that next.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Book your AC service this month at Chadstone Toyota. Small passenger vehicles, only $295, including GST. And SUV 4x4 and commercial vehicles, $349, including GST. T's and C's apply. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
OMF. Make your Christmas 100% comfy with the OMF Christmas sale. Buy any base bed frame or bedding and get up to 55% off selected mattresses. Like our Australian-made Byron mattress, 5-zone pocket springs with latex for under $1,400. Plus, during the 12 days before Christmas, discover a daily new special. Plus, get up to 45% off selected bedroom furniture. OMF's Christmas sale ends soon. The home of mattress, bedroom and bedding.
Bataki. A special dining occasion isn't truly special without a Bataki leg ham.
Insist on a famous Bataki leg ham.
Available at leading supermarkets and delicatessens. Bataki, simply the best.
In this new era of ChatGPT and AI, the tradies of Melbourne have spoken. Us blokes want the real robot.
Robots got it.
Carpentry, fencing, engineering projects and DIY. Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done.
Robots got it.
The original robot since 1946. Find us in Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Wheat growers, there's no need to compromise on yield when growing a Clearfield wheat variety anymore. AGT are proud to bring you Tomahawk CL+, the Scepter-type Clearfield. NVT and AGT data has shown Tomahawk CL+ to out-yield Scepter, making it the highest yielding Clearfield wheat variety available, while also boasting excellent grain size and test weight, good sprouting tolerance, mid-season maturity and APW quality. Get your seed of Tomahawk CL+ for the 2024 season through AGT affiliates or local retailers.
For over half a century, there's one name that Aussie gardeners have come to trust. Holman offer a range of quality watering equipment with an affordable price tag. For the past 55 years, this family-owned business has been helping gardeners save time, money and water. And now, with Holman Smart Watering products, you can water from anywhere, anytime, all from your smartphone. So, protect your garden from the heat this summer with the name you trust. Holman, for the smart gardener.
The Ladbrokes Tasmania Summer Racing Festival is rapidly approaching, so start planning your trip to one of my favourite places in the country. Across all three codes, summer racing in Tassie includes big races like the Hobart 1000, the Golden Apple and Devonport, Hobart and Launceston Cups. It's big racing in fantastic places. That's what Tassie Racing is all about. Head to goracingtasmania.com.au and be part of the Ladbrokes Tasmanian Summer Racing Festival.
Mum, Jasmine, it's that time of year.
Christmas gift time.
So here's some top picks from us at Bingley.
Skull Candy headphones or JBL party box.
Love it, Nana.
A Breville Fizz Fusion Super Sparkler.
Say that again.
Fizz up any drinks from juices to cocktails.
A NutriBullet portable blender, a Sunbeam Ice Plus hot coffee machine.
A Dyson Airwrap.
Yes, please.
Or a Smeg Retro Style kettle in pink.
That's a surprise, Lionel.
Want to surprise someone with a brilliantly different Christmas gift idea?
You'll find it at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
Are you a tradie, corporate or work roadside and looking for quality workwear that gets the job done right the first time? Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham have all the best brands you're looking for, including FXD, Steel Blue, Cat, Bisley, Hard Yakka, King G, Blunston, Mongrel and heaps more. They also provide in-house embroidery and digital printing for full control of your uniform orders. Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Unlocked, stocked and full of value workwear for wherever you work. Visit worklocker.com.au.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency and halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
This is the lunch break for Camplify. Camplify is Australia's leading RV and caravan sharing community. List your van and start earning now. And that little sting means one thing. It's time for the lunchtime quiz. Adam Collins with you. Bharat Sunderasen's not with me. He's over in TV land. So I've got Adam White as my co-host for today. Hello, Whitey.
Hello, Colo.
You've been on the quiz. You've hosted the quiz, but you're now. Oh, sorry, you've been the contestant and you've been the quiz master, and now you're working with me asking the questions.
And I won, and you didn't.
Quite right. Quite right. We had the 1.5 point all draw.
Yes.
But we have with us today the man who is ruthless. Simon Katich last year developed a reputation for getting on the buzzer and destroying our opponents. By that I mean our callers, not our opponents, those who call in. Today is Graham from Nunawading. Are you there, Graham?
Yes, I am, Addo.
Great to have you with us. Your buzzer's going to be Graham, and believe me, you better get in quick because Kat just doesn't mind. Usually we play along a little bit, but Kat hears the question, knows the answer, and will punish you, rest assured. Kat, you ready for this?
I hope I am.
Our theme today, based on what we've got at Perth today on day 4 here, is spicy pitches. So that it's fairly wide remit here. Pitches that have given some grief and caused some batters some trouble over the journey. We'll start with question 1. Fastest finger, as it were, gets in first, and if you get the answer wrong, we'll handball it over. Question 1 is, in 1989 at the WACA ground, Curtly Ambrose broke Jeff Lawson's jaw. Kat's in already. Doesn't even know the question. No. Kat doesn't even know the question.
I'm out.
No.
Too early.
Have a go. What were you going to say?
No, you beat me to it because you said Jeff Lawson, so I'm out.
So, okay. You get the full answer here, Graham, the full question, Graham, and then you get to answer. In 1989 at the WACA ground, Curtly Ambrose broke Jeff Lawson's jaw. It ended the innings. What happened at next ball of the Test match?
The next ball...
So Australia were bowling, Australia were all out when Jeff Lawson had his jaw broken. At the WACA in 1989, something very unusual happened next ball of the Test match. Memorable for Victorians.
Siddle got there was a hat-trick on the second innings, first bowl of the second innings.
You're pretty close. It's not Peter Siddle. It's someone pretty similar to him, though. Who played in 89? Big boy, mustache.
Hughes.
There we go.
Tell you what, the government supervisors aren't too happy about that.
1-0 Graham. Merv Hughes did take his hat-trick. The ball after Jeff Lawson had his jaw broken. Whitey, you're next.
All right, now you've got to listen very carefully to this one. In 2008 at the SCG, as Australia pushed for victory inside the final half hour, Graham Smith walked out to bat having had his hand broken earlier in the match. How many minutes to spare were there when Johnson bowled him to win the match? So this is nearest to pin. Oh, Graham.
Graham, first crack.
3.
3 minutes?
3 minutes. It's not 3, but you might be closer than Kat. Kat was playing that day. How many minutes to spare on the clock at the SCG when Mitch knocked over Graham Smith with a broken arm?
It was close. I'll guess that it was, I think it was about 8 minutes.
You win the point. It was 9 minutes, so that's good enough. So 1-1 going into the third.
I did like Graham's confidence. He really came in fast there.
I like it. I like the way you're going with this. In 1976, the late Bish and Betty declared an innings closed in the West Indies because Clive Lloyd directed his bowlers to knock them out. How many wickets down were they when India declared?
Graham.
I'm
going to say 5.
not 5. Kat, have a ping. Free hit. How many down were they? Acknowledging it wasn't inconceivable that India could have won the Test from here. It was the third innings of the match.
I'll guess 2.
Graham's closer, but this wasn't nearest to the pin. So it's going to stay 1-1 going into the fourth. Okay. It was 6 wickets down when Bishan Beatty pulled them out. The Windies had 13 to win and got it none down. Whitey, question 4.
Question 4. On the same ground in 1998, a test between the West Indies and England was called off after 10.1 overs with the score 3 for 17.
Cat.
Yes.
Sabina Park.
Correct.
Very good, Cat.
Correct.
Very
Which
good.
was too dangerous. Umpires called it off. Which ground was it? Sabina Park.
Sabina Park in Jamaica. I think there's that shot of Alex Stewart copping one on the hand and saying, we can't play cricket here, boys. It's too much. Umpires Bucknor and Venkat said, you're probably right. We should call the whole thing off. Question 5 with Cat up 2-1. Graham, get in quick here, mate. One West Indian quick had the tables turned on him at Headingley in 1984 with a busted arm. Who walked out with a plaster cast? Graham.
Marshall.
Oh.
2-2. I'll finish the question. He walked out with a plaster cast on, hit a boundary to get Larry Gomes to 100. Oh. It's 2-2. Maybe, do we need a tiebreaker here? Okay, I've got an idea for a tiebreaker. What did Malcolm Marshall do after hitting that? What did he do with the ball afterwards? Give us a vibe. What do you reckon he might have done afterwards with the ball?
I was just making rules up as we go here.
It's my prerogative. I'm Glenn Ridge.
You got to get on the phone like Glenn used to, the bloke upstairs.
I'm just going to check this one. Okay, let's play the phone game. What do you reckon Malcolm Marshall might have done, Graham, after he had his hand broken, left hand broken, hits a 4 off poor old Paul Allett, Lancashire great?
He plaster cast the ball.
No, he didn't do that. He didn't do that. He took 7 for 53. It was his career best figures at the time, and West Indies won the Test match. You win the prize anyway. 2-2's good enough for the caller. The prizes today, they're pretty good. Signet Boost Power Bank, so charge your phone at all times, Graham. And the Bataki ham. Oh, yeah. Not quite Jack Dye to present it to you, but, world of sport energy here.
For Christmas, Bataki ham.
Perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
Graham, thank you for calling. Stay on the line and we'll sort your prizes out. You've been a wonderful contestant.
Well done, Graham.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Kat.
Before we go, Kat, we've got a couple of minutes
How's the quiz going, Colin?
I don't know. 1 week in. We've got one more day to go. It felt like last year we were a bit more organised with it. There's a test for next week, Whitey. We've got before Boxing Day, I'll put a bit more thought into how we... I
think it's going okay.
It's going okay. It's meant to be a bit shambolic, isn't it?
We've had 2 draws. That's
good questions.
I'm happy with the questions today. But yeah, it's meant to be a little bit shambolic to end the lunch break, but maybe not as shambolic as it has been so far this week. Kat, I just want to ask you about the wildest surface you played on. Of course, you played across the river at the Wacker ground, so there were quite a few instances where you would have had cracks all over the pitch. But when you were playing a game when you're like, this is just too much?
Well, we played a one-day game for WA versus Queensland across the road, and it was about 3 or 4 days after a tour match against the West Indies. I think it was in 2001 or 2 or something like that. And they redid the 4-day wicket, which had cracked up to play the one-dayer on. And I reckon Matty Hayden played in it, and he got out, and we had, within the first probably 3 or 4 overs, there'd been probably, I don't know, maybe 5 balls roll along the ground, Adam Gilchrist, the keeper, and then 1 ball took off and hit Jimmy Maher up under the ribs, and he was squealing like a pig, running off the square leg, whinging about the wicket. And then the umpires converged and said, no, we've got to call this off, it's too dangerous. So the game lasted maybe, 4 or 5 overs, and it was done. But the irony was, the cracks were only maybe a centimetre open, whereas we'd played the 4-day game a couple of days earlier against the West Indies, and they'd opened up to probably about an inch wide.
Right.
So it actually did more when they were closed compared to when they were wider open.
It's a nice,
it was weird.
It's an interesting subset games that get called off. I think, Whitey, you did a Shield game, must be 5 years ago, WA Victoria at the G.
Yeah, so that got to lunch pretty much, and it was too soft. So the ball was just going in and just coming off really soft, and it was really kicking off a length. And Cameron Green actually played, and he actually made batting look easy, unsurprisingly, whereas Sean Marsh was at the other end, and he got one that was really quite dangerous. And he said it wasn't so much that it was soft now, it was more the fact that once it dried, that the divots were like going to be like batting on corrugated iron. So they said, we just can't do this. And that was when Match Page was just starting to try and change the complexion of the pitch to get a bit of life in it after what had happened at the Ashes.
It's what we got now. That pitch is fantastic at the MCG. It's where we'll be next week on Boxing Day. Thank you, Kat. Brilliant as always on the quiz. Whitey as well. This has been the lunch break for Camplify. Share your van. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Back in a couple of minutes for the first ball of the middle session on day 4 with Australia 402 runs ahead. They're 4 for 186.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Cannon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
This is our summer and our country racing for the whole family at beautiful locations all over Victoria. From Boxing Day to Australia Day long weekend, there's free Kelly Sports, supervised kids activities and free merch packs too, with food, fashion, free entertainment and great hospitality options. From umbrella to marquee packages, connect with our horses and our people. Take in the atmosphere and all the up-close action of our racing. Country racing. Book now at country.racing.com.
The Melbourne Mavericks are here to change the game. The newest team in Suncorp Super Netball is launching its first season, and you can be part of it. Get a Mavs membership for just $89. You'll get 20% off tickets, discounted merchandise, plus special offers, as well as priority access to tickets, including finals. Bundle and save. Buy 4 memberships in one transaction and get $40 off. Don't miss history. Get your Melbourne Mavericks membership today. Check melbournemavericks.com.
Robot Building Supplies is a family-run business and understands the value of being home with the family.
Robots got it.
That's why they have supplies to help you build a man cave, a kid's game room, a tool shed.
Robots got it.
Helping build family time and man caves since 1946.
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Temper mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Temper range today. You can view Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. Temper, a mattress like no other.
Embrace and explore off-road in a multi-award-winning Opus camper trailer. From the high country to the outback, Opus can take you there. Endorsed by four-wheel drivers, you'll take on Australia's rugged terrain with confidence. And with fully inflatable tent technology, they offer families comfort and an easy setup at the touch of a button. Combined with unparalleled off-road capabilities, Opus camper trailers tackle any challenge. Visit opuscamper.com.au for your nearest dealer.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency. And halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Gazman. Make this Christmas a Gazman Christmas with 25% off shirts.
It's a beautiful 32 degrees here at Perth Stadium. Our weather update for Rainbird, leaders in irrigation for over 90 years. As the players make their way to the middle, Mitchell Marsh has made it there first, doing a bit of gardening, having a look at the cracks down the middle. Usman Khawaja knows all about them. He's on 68 from 173 balls. A gutsy innings from him, especially after copping a hard blow to the top of the forearm towards the end of that session. Marsh, meanwhile, 42 from 50 with 2 sixes and 3 fours. He's batted beautifully throughout the course of the week so far. They lead by 402. I'm Adam Collins, and our middle session is for Gazman. Make this Christmas a Gazman Christmas with 25% off shirts. Peter Lalor from the Australian newspaper is with me. Good afternoon, Pete.
Good afternoon, Adam Collins. I had flashbacks to 2009. Was it at Adelaide? Kemar Roach hit Ricky Ponting in a very similar position, and it did damage to the tendon. It was a really strange, it kind of squashed the tendon, and Ricky had to retire hurt, didn't he? Also remember, because JL was on commentating, and JL was says, I know Ricky Ponting, he'll bat on, he's the toughest bloke. I think JL went in and said, you're weak as, wrote it on his thigh pad later. Yeah, it's a real concern out there. It's dangerous. I mean, you've got to be really brave to play Test cricket in these. Well, you've got to be brave to play Test cricket, full stop. Sure, that ball's hard, comes at you very fast, but in conditions like this, it becomes an extreme sport. So I dipped my lid to Usman Khawaja and Mitchell Marsh for sticking it out there.
So the middle session, our coverage for Host Plus and Henley Homes build with confidence. Kuram Shazad has the ball, and rightly so. He's been the best of the bowlers for Pakistan throughout the match. He's got 3 for 26 from 13. The field spread a wee bit for Marsh. A deep backward point, deep backward square leg and a fine leg. 2 catches behind the wicket. Away from us, the session begins here to Marsh. He's forward defending out to the offside, no run.
I don't know if you heard, but Trent Copeland was out in the middle in the lunch break. Now, the end there, this end, the commentary end, which is the north end, not the Justin Langer stand, the cracks are 2 fingers wide.
Wow.
But of more interest, where the other end, there is no cracking, but it seems to be more dangerous. And there's that indentation from the first day in there. But I reckon that's where we see more variable bounce down, bowling towards the Justin Langer stand. And that's what a few of them have really copped their blows down that end, haven't they?
And that's the end towards where Shazad's running towards, and Marsh down there waiting for him, back of a length, defending out to cover where there won't be a single.
And Marsh has done better after the break than he did do in the first innings, where we recall he was our first delivery.
Yes, we were all ready to go for 100, weren't we? There was about 15,000 people here on that during that session. There's 6,100 here at the moment, which is roughly what they got to the races yesterday to watch Damien Oliver go about for the final time. That was used as mitigation for the modest crowd, 15,500 in yesterday. They expected more than on days 1 and 2. It's always a talking point here in Perth.
I've got a theory.
I've got one as well, actually. Here is Shazad bowling to Marsh, defends out to cover again. Pete, give me yours and I'll give you mine.
Everyone's taken the radio and gone to the beach. They're listening to the cricket on the beach.
I hope so. If you are.
Great day to do that.
Great to have your company.
Yeah.
Mine is that because Test cricket was played at a ground with a small capacity in Perth for a really long time at the Wacker, there wasn't the culture of going casually. Whereas at the G, we're blessed in Melbourne, not that I live there anymore, but growing up there, and other grounds around the country, but to use the MCG as an example, waking up in the morning, might go to the Test match today, and it's that time of year as well, where there's nothing going on between Christmas and New Year. So casual fandom at Test cricket there is a big thing. As Shazad bowls here to Marsh, who steers not quite past Gully. I thought he might have beat the man there, but good diving stop to the left of Babar Azam, who's in that position, has been most of the Test match.
This is a hectic time of year. With
It is.
The end of school holidays, the start of these things, and Christmas and all that running around.
But even if it wasn't, it's just more the idea that there hasn't been a culture of just drifting down to the Wacker and watching because of the capacity constraints over there and other factors, whereas here you can do that. It might just take a generation or so to get used to it. Not sure, just a theory. Here's Shazad bowling with 3 wickets to his name, and Marsh goes back, squared up defensively, down the pitch, no run.
Enjoyed Shazad's work in this test. I don't know if I told you the work rang and complained the other day. They said, you've called him Shazam all the way through your copy. It must have been autocorrect and playback. Shazam's just as relevant, isn't it?
Do you use the Shazam app on your phone?
Yeah, I do actually.
It's quite good. When you don't know what the song is?
Identifies the song, yeah. Often when I'm in a cafe or something.
Yeah.
Oh, that might be something I could get into.
It's quite good fun, actually, doing that. Shazad bowls here and pushing his Mitch Marsh out to point. I'm worried about calling him Shazam now myself. 4 for 187, the lead up to 403. The partnership's 80 from 100 balls. So got a decent clip. Khawaja 68, Marsh 43 on the tyre power scoreboard. Toyo 25% off. Yeah, I caught Shastri at the back at lunch, and he's convinced that Australia will pull out once they get to the bowlers. He's like, there's no way they'll risk the bowlers batting the way that Shami was exposed to Australia's quicks that day at Adelaide in 2020, broke his hand out of the series. And there's some logic to that, given they're so far ahead now.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. That is the sensible approach. That's what I'd do. Some people were calling for a declaration now.
Yeah.
No, you've got people on the verge of milestones like Marsh's 43. Khawaja could potentially get the 100. The last thing you want to do is get your bowlers or your wicketkeeper out there and get them injured. And remember who runs the show now. It's the bowlers, not the batters.
Yep.
So they're not going to be sent into a situation.
Bowling here to Khawaja, start of the over. Here is, my apologies, it completes the over. 4 for 188. I thought the previous ball, I was 1 ball ahead. Anyway, it doesn't matter. No, add this over regardless. We'll keep chatting.
My head's spinning.
The Khawaja piece to this is that it's been such a gutsy innings. Look, when they're making their next documentary for Amazon, it's improbable this innings will feature. Right? It won't make the final edit, but it'll go down in his own mind as one of his gutsier performances, I think. Right. You know, pitch doing all sorts from the get-go. Been out there for 174 balls. The risk of being hit at any point, having been hit himself and continued on, passing 50 and doing as he's doing here. This is commendable work.
I was terribly concerned for him when he got hit. Yeah. I thought that looked really bad, and the implications of that. I haven't seen those cameras round, Adam. I don't think they're here.
They're not. Well, they don't do every series, do they, Amazon?
No.
They sort of pick and choose which are the more relevant to the wider storyline. Maybe they've seen Pakistan and Windies. I don't know. We'll save a few bob here. Not sure.
Maybe they did.
I'm sure there'll be a 4th season. Here's Shaheen, round the wicket. Langer end. Here to Marsh. Gives him something to drive at. And drive at he does through cover for 4. He's crunched that. Up to 47. Our boundaries for Azito all day, every day. And it's all day, every day for Marsh when you let him swing through the line. 4 for 192, lead up to 408.
Oh, he hits that ball so hard. It's kind of, if there was a dog here, it'd put its tail between its legs and hide under the couch. It's a big, big sound off the bat.
Also, you get to these numbers. This is where you get to that classic chart of highest 4th innings, successful run chasers. And I think psychologically teams think about that when batting 3rd. It was always the 403, 404 at Leeds in 1948. Then it was the Windies overtaking that, and then subsequently, South Africa had a chase of a similar weight across the river in 2008.
I saw that one. Yeah, that was a much flatter track.
Yep.
Duminy, wasn't it?
JP Duminy.
Yeah.
Graham Smith, AB de Villiers. Shaheen here, round the wicket to Marsh again. Wants to crunch, but gets the bottom end of the bat out towards mid-off where there won't be a run. But he's going back in the crease, setting himself up to hit the ball as hard as he can here, Marsh.
It's interesting, isn't it? Marsh and Head both hit the ball as hard as they can. There's no guiding, there's no gentle, there's no, but...
None of that continental nonsense. It's hard and fast, to quote a favourite line from a TV show you like, Pete.
Didn't we watch that in the back of a car in Islamabad one night?
Sounds about right.
Yeah, we did.
Here is Shaheen Sharafridi, bowling to Marsh on 47 on leg stump. Just wide of the man at fine leg. You might want 2. No, happy with 1. 2 short of a half century now, 4 for 193, halfway through over number 60.
But the thing that's interesting between Head and Marsh is Marsh looks much better throwing the kitchen sink at the ball than Head often does. It kind of looks a little bit more like a drunken slog with Heady. Marsh looks a little bit more correct. A little bit more in control of what he's doing.
Maybe the size, right? Gets to the ball nice and early and mountain of a man.
Big man.
It's like he's filled out since he last played for Australia as well, even bigger than he used to be. You can see why they love him. Well, they've always wanted him in the team when going well. Shaheen bowls here, and pushing into the onside is Khawaja for 1. Up to 69, 4 for 194. Chris Matthews on our coverage yesterday before play, the WACA Chief Executive Officer, said that, I hadn't thought about this point, when Marsh was in the Test team as an early 20s guy, these were his idols he was playing with. They were all 10 years older than him.
Yes.
Different energy when you're one of the guys who it is your generation. He's 31, I think now, Mitchell Marsh. Now, this is his crew he went through, the under-19s with and so on. Feeling a sense of belonging.
It's a very interesting point, isn't it? Because I've often thought that with Cameron Green, that he's from the next generation, and that's an old dressing room. He must feel like he's playing cricket with his dad's mates.
Shaheen gets another crack at Marsh. He's 48, and Marsh drives again through the covers. That'll be 4 more. A beautiful way to bring up a lovely half-century. Made 90 in the first dig, 50 here from just 60 balls. Mitchell Marsh, since returning to this Australian side, has been at his very best. He'll be at number 6 for a long time if he keeps hitting him that well, Peter Lalor. 4 for 198.
Oh, that's just a lovely piece of batting. And just what you want from that lower middle order, particularly in a situation like this. Fast runs. Showing Uzi up, though. What's Uzi, 69 from 175 deliveries.
Might overtake him.
Yeah, that's a bit humiliating for Uzi.
He won't mind. Boundaries for Azito all day, every day. Shaheen to finish an expensive over. Marsh goes back and rides the bounce back down the pitch. End of the over, 4 for 198. The lead, therefore, is 414. Khawaja, 69. Marsh, 52 on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
The McRib is back at Macca's. And for a fresh take on this fan fave, say hello to the new McRib Deluxe. But get in quick before they ride off into the sunset. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
This Christmas, B is for brandy.
B is for beer.
B is for backyard cricket.
B is for Bataki.
Insist on Bataki Christmas ham. Available at all good delicatessens.
Christmas just wouldn't be Christmas without Bataki. Simply the best.
Middle session here at Perth is for Gazman. Our coverage for Host Plus and Henley Homes, build with confidence. Got some feedback on our line for tyre power.
I hope it's positive.
98, 11, 16. Yeah, about the surface, really. Shazad new over. Khawaja edging, caught behind. Really not caught behind. Just the way Kurum celebrated, it's clearly landed in front of the keeper, we can now say retrospectively. But the way that he celebrated, I was completely duped by that.
Yeah, well, he's a fair distance from it. The keeper came forward, but it obviously...
You can see how
it looked to me like it had fallen short.
But just the way Shazad celebrated. Let's have a look here. How close did it get to reaching? Soft hands from Khawaja. Good batting. Yeah, half volleyed in. Just short. Half volleyed into Sarfaraz's gloves.
Yeah. If he was a half pace further forward, which perhaps is advisable at that end, because the ball's not carrying as much at that end.
All right. Scratch that. Not caught behind. Karim Shazad goes again to Khawaja. Slip in a gully. Comes forward. Inside edge past the leg stump. So he finds one edge of the bat, then the other edge of the bat. And Khawaja finds himself in the 70s. 4 for 199, lead up to 415.
He must have stolen Marnus Labuschagne's lucky rabbit's foot or something today. That is, like, he was for all money out LBW to me. That they're telling me in the vans and things, technically that's as close as they've ever got. Like, there's a millimetre in that out being trapped outside the line, just as there was a millimetre in Smith being dismissed because the umpire gave him out, so umpire's call went against him.
And that is the modern game, right? They're so conditioned to these decisions being on a knife edge with technology. As Shazad turns in front of us. Bowls to Marsh on 52, using his feet, hit him on the helmet again. It'll be leg bias past second slip. Second time Marsh has copped a blow to the helmet. He shimmied down the track and for a moment was trying to pull it through mid-wicket. Got big on him, hit the seam, reared up. That's nasty. That'll require a concussion test for the second time. The scoreboard reads 200. 4 down, the crowd clap. Lead 416, but let's just take a moment here to consider what's going on with this surface. No ball signalled retrospectively. That will be a front foot no ball from Michael Goff. And seeing the replay, Marsh didn't make contact, hit him on the right-hand side of the helmet, on the right earlobe.
Well, Marsh has charged a short ball and tried to play the pull shot. It's pretty damn brave, as we said. Has it caught the top of the bat or has just flown up?
I think he misjudged the bounce, and as you'd expect, given how it reared up. But you're watching it again. As you say, he was looking to charge.
It was come down the wicket, hasn't
tried
he?
to play the shot anyway. And then, it gives him a thick ear, as my grandfather would have said.
Yeah,
bang.
A metre and a bit out of his crease when he's played it. It's hit his head at 101. He's kind of given it a bit of a woo-hoo when he's got to the other end. He's smiling.
So we'll
his fine is just deflected off the face mask. I think he's lucky. It had that sort of grill clatter, didn't it? Not so much the solid impact with the helmet.
So Nick Jones has been busy out there today. He's out there again at the moment. So in terms of the messages we're getting in for tyre power, your tyre experts on 0433 98 11 16. A message from Lee saying this pitch is more dangerous than the BBL surface at Geelong. Interesting perspective. And actually, got one here from Hallway of Hesitation, clearly a Flemo fan. Surely this wicket is more dangerous than the one at Geelong. So interesting that is a theme coming through that people watching at home believe that this pitch is problematic. Melbourne, Chris in Melbourne, Mitch Marsh is the man. That's better. I think that's the sentiment that most of Australia share right now, Pete, that there used to be so much animosity towards this guy. That famous press conference at the basement of the Oval in 2019 when he took his fifer and he said, most of Australia hate me. How different it is now, where I doubt there are many cricketers in the country who are more popular.
Yeah. Well, he and Travis Head are certainly in the most popular cricketers category, aren't they? He's grown into himself. He's comfortable in himself and his personality and expressing it, just as he's comfortable in his cricket. And hopefully he's comfortable out there. They're checking him. I don't know how many of those size 15 Marsh helmets they have out there. He has a massive noggin. I think it's a West Australian thing, frankly. It's Cameron Bancroft. He's got a really big head. And apparently, because you remember the story, he told us that he had the heaviest head in West Australian cricket. Which
we did bring this up with Kat when he got hit the first time, just a version of that. But he was very proud of it, Mitch Marsh, wasn't he, that he's got the biggest head going around.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Simon Katich's genes came from outside the state because his head's more of a normal size. It's that whole West. It doesn't have that big West Australian head.
Love the cat glaring at you as you say that. So Marsh will continue. They're not going to replace the helmet. I thought the helmet replacement was compulsory after being hit.
Yeah, well, maybe if it just comes off the grill, they don't have to. Simon's just saying in the back of the box he's got a size 6 Albion. He's got a massive head, apparently.
Seeing that on TV on the graphic, that ball bounced about half a metre more than the average for Shazad. Bowling here to Khawaja, cuts him away, past gully for 4. It wasn't without risk. It was from the outside edge. But one man to beat did so to his right. Australia 4 for 205. Khawaja 74, and as you pointed out before, Pete, there might be a chance. Another no ball signalled as well. There might be a chance if Khawaja puts the foot down to post a test ton here.
Yeah, I think he'd be advised to put his foot down. I don't think it's the kind of wicket you want to dawdle around on, because there's something out there that's going to get you at some stage. And he's at the other end where Marsh has been hit twice, and he's been at the wrong end when he's been hit. But he's a calm character. Some people don't have fear, so it's not brave when you don't have fear, is it?
Boundaries for Azito all day, every day. 3 of them this session. Khawaja making room, trying to swing over the top of, well, around the same region, I suspect, over backward point. You rarely see that from Usman Khawaja, or the modern incarnation at least. He's laughing. They're all laughing, Pete.
Laughing with the Pakistan. They get on very well with this Pakistan team, the Australians. We saw that when we were over there last year, didn't we, Adam? There's a great sort of energy between the two teams. They like each other, and they have a bit of a chat when they're out there, and it's a good chat.
Remember last year Usman was talking Urdu to them at different points when he was having those marathon innings.
Do you think maybe they've been signalled that they haven't got much time, and maybe the declaration is at hand?
74 bowling here is Shazad, and Khawaja says no, defending more conventionally into the onside. When was the last time we saw Khawaja play a shot like that? Making room, clearing the front leg and trying to fly it over backward point. About 2016?
Yeah.
When he was in the one-day team?
I think it was last century. He certainly hasn't played like that a lot of late, has he?
He's been meditative.
No, but he's had the advantage of very active batters at the other end, hasn't he, when it comes off?
So 2 no balls in the over, 2 legal deliveries to come. Shazad's got 3 for 35. Two back for the short ball, a backward point as well. He bowls here, Khawaja, extra bounce, works it with one hand off the bat in front of the square leg umpire for a single. He's 75, 4 for 208, leads 423. So we're beyond that highest ever fourth innings chase number, which is 418 from the Windies at Antigua in 2003. Partnership reaches 100 as well. This pair came together at 4 for 100 in the 42nd over. We're only at the 61st now, so 100 in 114 deliveries in tough conditions. They've given Australia the freedom now to pretty much pull out whenever they feel like it.
Yep, Australia in total control of this game now.
Over the wicket. Shazad to Marsh. He plays him with soft hands to Gully. He'll keep the strike, Marsh, up to 53. 4 for 208 the score. It's on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the smart gardener.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
All our correspondence is for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. A message for Simon Katich as he jumps into the box from Josh in Perth. Love Simon, true Sandgroper grit. You give those Eastern Staters nothing. Shaheen bowls here to Marsh down the leg side. Starts the new over. Marsh doesn't catch up with
Is
it.
that us?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Was it Josh, was it?
Yeah, Josh in Perth. Loves you.
Yeah. Well, Josh, he's one of us now. He's moved to Sydney. He's got soft.
Mate, what colour shirt, BBL shirts you reckon my boys wear? Straight from the furnace.
That was also from Josh. He says at the end, up the Scorchers.
Yep.
Which Sheffield Shield team did you captain, mate?
WA and New South Wales.
Shaheen to Marsh. He's trying to move to top gear. Bowls here. Marsh pulls. Has to beat square leg and does so by about 10 metres. Another boundary for Mitchell Marsh. That's the 6th time he's hit a 4 to go with a couple of 6s. All our numbers for Mate Internet and Mobile. Marsh up to 57. 4 for 212. The lead 428. They're not long for this world, Kat. They're putting the foot down.
They are. The thing about Mitch Marsh at the moment, he's picking up length so quickly. And he knows with the field he's probably going to get the odd short ball, so he knows that's in the back of his mind. But as soon as it's remotely short, he's just pouncing and smashing it out to deep mid-wicket.
Shaheen up, bowls to Marsh, pulling again, out towards square leg. Will it carry? It won't. It lands about 10 metres inside the boundary rider. They get a single on the miscue. Marsh to 58, 4 for 213.
Looking at Shaheen Afridi there, he's ropeable with his deep square leg because deep square leg did not pick this up. And he's now gesturing back to his captain, Shan Masood. This got big on Marsh. It hung in the air for what seemed an eternity. But deep square leg, I think it's Shaquille out there.
Shaquille, yeah.
He did not move for a good couple of seconds. And in the end, it probably bounced about 10 metres in front of him. And that was definitely a half chance had he picked it up straight away and motored towards the drop zone.
So with the lead as it is, Khawaja 25 from 100. If we're focusing on that, he's going to have to really go here at pretty much every ball because the declaration must be soon. Shaheen bowls to Khawaja, steers it through for 4 more. That's a beautiful shot. We saw the uppercut successfully executed in the previous over. Then he missed one, but staying at home here, placing it between first slip and gully, class. Up to 79, 4 for 217.
That is class, because the over before, Usman Khawaja flayed one just fine of gully for 4, but on this occasion, they've put back the deep backward point. So he's chopped off that boundary, or cut it off, I should say. But on this occasion, he's just guided it beautifully late, angled bat, and steered it down to the vacant third man region. That was a glorious 4.
Khawaja's hit 7 boundaries. A couple of them in the last 2 overs, though. Shaheen to him here from the Langer end. Khawaja tries to pull and does so over the keeper's head, down to the boundary for 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries for Khawaja. He's through the 70s in a real hurry, up to 83, 4 for 221. They've hit 43 runs from the last 29 balls. The lead's up to 437, Kat.
Yeah, they're motoring, which would suggest that maybe it's time. Maybe they want a certain amount of overs today at Pakistan. where they think they might be able to bowl them out in that amount of overs. So whether it's sort of 50-odd, it seems to indicate, or whether it's just they're trying to get to 450 or so quickly and then get stuck in out there.
Is it the golf day factor, do you think?
Maybe, yeah.
Tomorrow we're playing golf.
Yep.
Shaheen up over the wicket. Khawaja makes room, tries to play it over the cord and misses everything. So every ball is a potential boundary ball at this stage. End of the over on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. Australia are ahead by 437. They're 4 for 221 with Khawaja 83 and Marsh 58.
When it comes to getting runs on the board, nobody beats MEGT. So if your business is looking to sign up an apprentice or trainee for 2024, call the experts on 13MEGT or visit meg.com.au.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Our middle session is for Gazman. Pete, when you come on, we normally talk about news stuff, so just quickly go there while we've got a chance to do so. Our interview with Todd Greenberg earlier is leading all the news websites. That line about wreaking havoc, the second IPL, if it gets up, and what it'll do for international cricket. I think he's making a pretty important point there.
What year was the first IPL? Was it
2008?
2008. And I remember Adam Gilchrist going over there.
Shazad bowls to Marsh on 58. Short ball pulled over mid-wicket, muscled over mid-wicket, out towards the rope. It's 4. It's not elegant necessarily from Marsh, but it needn't be when you got his muscles. He's up to 62. Another boundary for him. He's hit 7 of them with a couple of sixes. He's 62, 4 for 225.
Well, you see, Mitch Marsh is using his brawn to score. Most of the time there, Usman uses his brain and just guides, uses the pace of the ball and deflects it down. But Marsh fights fire with fire.
Might have to spread the field here, Kat.
So I was saying, when Adam Gilchrist went to that first IPL in 2008, when he came back to Australia, he was like a guy who'd been to the moon, because we were all asking him about it. You know, what's the moon like?
Buzz Aldrin and Adam Gilchrist. Here's Shazad to Marsh. Short again. Can't be there with Marsh in this kind of form. However, they have dropped back a sweeper. Not before time at deep mid-wicket. He's 63 with the single, 4 for 226.
You were there too, weren't you?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I remember what Adam said when he came back. I was saying, you know, how's this going to fit in the calendar? He says, the day will come very quickly where Test cricket is asking for permission to sort of find a little gap in the calendar, not the other way round. It will invert the paradigm.
Much like the model with international football, where the Premier League clubs and the different leagues hold sway over the players, and then every now and then they'll play in the World Cup or every 4 years, and obviously play international football in windows here and there.
No slip anymore for Khawaja. Third man's gone back to protect that rope, and he's beaten by Shazad with a beauty. Might have kept low as well. It was Khawaja going back with a view to defending, but it moved off the seam away from him. Still something there for the Pakistan quicks when they get it right, and that is very much right from Shazad, who's been super impressive.
Well, we've already seen that happen to cut you off, the IPL factor with one-day cricket, haven't we? Where it's just becoming a sort of World Cup, eventually it'll just become a World Cup event, won't it?
Well, in a way too, we've seen it in England with the 100. Yeah. The players that are playing in the domestic 50-over comp are a lot younger.
Shazad bowls to Khawaja, opening up the offside again, clearing the front foot, but won't get quite all of it. It ends up at deep point. Does get a couple, though. Khawaja 15 away from a ton. It's 4 for 228.
And going back to the moon, and if you just come down from the moon now and you looked at this game of cricket that we love, say, what are these lunatics going on about with Test cricket? Here we are on day 4 with 6,000 people here. It was only last year there were 60,000 people here for a BBL match. I mean, I'm not arguing that Test cricket is dying. Far from it. It has a different sort of value.
Khawaja's 85. Shazad to him here, using his feet, trying to scoop. Hits something on the way through. Shout for leg before turn down. Usman Khawaja across the stumps. Talk about injecting T20 cricket into the red ball game. Right on cue, Pete Lawler.
Davey Warner, first innings. Joe Root, Ashes. Although Joe Root did it first delivery of the day, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, but didn't quite pull it off. How was he?
Yes, Joe Root plays that reverse scoop just for the extra style points. Wonder how often Usman practices that. I'm tipping not very often, Kat.
Well, he plays it a bit in T20 cricket when
true.
he does play for the Heat.
True. Last ball here, Shazad. Eventful over to Khawaja. Stays at home and pushes out to mid-off with us. A single on offer. Good batting. Keeps the strike. Moves to 86. There'll be a change in commentary after the break with Adam White jumping in for me. Australia 4 for 229. They lead by 445 on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac, and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Thanks to Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, SEN Test Cricket from Optus Stadium in Perth. 43 runs in half an hour. Is it declaration batting or just positive batting?
Probably both, Waddy. The way the boys play these days.
Khawaja on 86. Waits for Afridi. Goes the hook shot, gets it fine and gets it for 4. Thanks for coming.
Yes. Again, using the pace of the ball, not slamming it in front of square like he's made at the other end, just flicking it over his shoulder.
Ever since he's made that adjustment, Ian Smith, Simon was talking about this, to use the pace rather than try and get the ball down the ground. It's all changed for him.
Yeah, and the other thing he's done really well there is he knows that Afridi's trying to cramp him up. He's got the fly slip down there now so he can't run it. He's got inside the line of the ball to be able to access that fine.
Afridi again. Bowls to Khawaja. Edges, this will be out. Third man gone. Babar Azam takes the catch. Khawaja throwing his hands at the ball, wide outside off stump. And with that dismissal comes the declaration. Australia declaring at 5 for 233. The lead 449 with the dismissal of Usman Khawaja for 90. Mitch Marsh, 63 not out, so they didn't keep batting for Mitch to get 100. But they were happy to see Uzi maybe get to 100. He falls 10 short of what would have been a 16th Test century as he acknowledges the crowd as he leaves the arena.
Very grateful fast bowling cartel and Nathan Lyon on the boundary there, clapping the boys off. Thank you. We didn't want to go out there and have to do any work. You've done it for us. You've set the game up beautifully. This could finish today, couldn't it?
It could. Yeah, no, it could. You have that sense about it, particularly if Australia knock the 2 openers over in the first 5 to 10 overs, because they blunted that new ball in the first innings. But if they're 2 down for not many, that middle order is going to be under huge pressure against the new ball, against this attack, wanting to finish the job to get a bonus day off.
Yeah, and I don't underestimate the quality of those Pakistan batters. I think they're very good batters. I don't think they're more talent than experience with a lot of them at the moment. And experience, but these conditions, doesn't matter how much experience you've got. I know it's a funny thing to say when blokes are walking off with 90 and a 63 against their name, but they rode their luck a little bit and it went their way. And they have batted in these Perth conditions before. That's why Usman Khawaja knows in Perth you use the pace of the ball. Don't know why Mitch Marsh doesn't know that, but he doesn't need to know that. No. He's been in the gym.
So looking
like you, Adam.
Yeah, exactly right. I tell you what, I've been downstairs. I was lucky to get up here. There were so many good cakes downstairs. In my head, I've got a headache. All the sugar rushed to my head with all those good cakes downstairs. 5 for 233. The lead 449. So 63.2 overs gone in that innings. So 59 remaining today. Then obviously another 90 tomorrow. So that's a long time for Pakistan to survive and potentially to get the 449, but it's still plenty of time for Australia to get the 10 wickets.
Oh, it's a perfect scenario for Australia because, as Ian Smith mentioned earlier, even when the lead was up in the high 300s, it's a lot of runs on this wicket. And we saw it in the first innings, the other part of this is being able to, not just getting that amount of runs, but having the time to score them. And we saw Australia suffocate them in the first innings. They're only able to go 2 and a bit and over.
All right, let's take a break here from Optus Stadium in Perth, with Australia declaring it 5 for 233. The lead is 449. The last wicket to fall before the declaration, Usman Khawaja for 90. This is SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, Pakistan, to bat a second time shortly.
Ready for the road? You will be with a brand new Toyota Hilux. Stock is available now, so awaken your unbreakable with Australia's #1 selling vehicle. Check your local dealer, as stock may vary. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Crispy, crunchy, golden onion rings are back at Macca's, and they come with a tangy barbecue sauce, making them ideal for a summer dip. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal? Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Bertucki use only fresh premium Australian pork to produce all of their bone-in Christmas hams. Insist on Bertucki at leading supermarkets and delicatessens. Bertucki bone-in Christmas ham with fresh premium Australian pork. Simply the best.
Book your AC service this month at Chadstone Toyota. Get the AC combo offer for $199, including GST. This combo deal includes sanitizer and AC filter replacement. T's and C's apply. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Crispy, crunchy, golden onion rings are back at Macca's, and they come with a tangy barbecue sauce, making them ideal for a summer dip. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Summer is in full swing at Snap Fitness, so kickstart your fitness goals ready for 2024. Whether you're taking your first steps or looking for a fresh start, join Snap Fitness now and train for free until 2024.
Their amazing gyms and supportive community has made all the difference.
The staff at Snap Fitness have really helped me smash my fitness goals.
Your summer adventure starts today and train for free until 2024. Terms and conditions apply. Snap Fitness, for the feeling.
The McRib is back at Macca's, and for a fresh take on this fan fave, say hello to the new McRib Deluxe. But get in quick before they ride off into the sunset. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Liberty Personal Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers and the go-getters. Get fuss-free finance from an awarded 5-star lender today. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine, and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger, and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal? Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Razorback 4x4 make Australia's best four-wheel drive seat covers, giving protection like no other. And you could win a $500 e-voucher by telling us in 25 words or less why you'd love some Razorback 4x4 products for your next adventure. Enter at I Can Win or sen.com.au/win.
Turn up the heat on your taste buds, because Schnitz Spicy Chicken Schnuggets are here to satisfy your fiery cravings. Each bite brings a perfect balance of heat and flavour that will keep you coming back for more. And for a limited time, you can grab a bundle of 6 Schnuggets, small drink and peri-peri sauce for only $9.50. Schnitz. Taste the heat, love the price. Available at all Schnitz restaurants for a limited time.
Cricket matches, 48. And Marsh drives again through the covers. That'll be 4 more. A beautiful way to bring up a lovely half-century. Made 90 in the first dig, 50 here from just 60 balls. Super top gear bowls here. Marsh pulls, has to beat square leg and does so. The declaration must be soon. Shaheen bowls to Khawaja, steers it through for 4 more. That's a beautiful shot. Shaheen to him here from the Langer end. Khawaja tries to pull and does so over the keeper's head, down to the boundary for 4 more.
Khawaja edges, this will be out. Third man gone. Khawaja throwing his hands at the ball wide outside off stump, and with that dismissal comes the declaration. Australia declaring at 5 for 233, the lead 449. So they've made that nice and easy. Australia, Pakistan need 450 to win, and they've got a day and a half to do it. Australia just starting to make their way back out onto the arena. The umpires are still there, and the Pakistan opening batsmen are just emerging from their dressing rooms as well. Adam White, Damien Fleming and Simon Katich with you on SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. And Pakistan about to bat for a second time. This second session for Gazman. Make this Christmas a Gazman Christmas with 25% off shirts. What's going to happen, Kat, in the first 5 to 10 overs?
Well, we saw these two dig in the first innings. So if they dig in, it'll make Australia's job hard to finish it today. But if these two get knocked over in the first 20 minutes here, then I can see Pakistan being all out tonight.
Clem?
Hard to disagree with Big Si there. The openers did a really good job in the first innings. I don't think the Pakistan top order would have got a lot of fun about watching the Australians bat today. You have to prepare yourself to take some on the body. Wonder if you've worked out a way that you're going to survive but also thrive runs-wise. But for Australia, oh, geez, how exciting. You know you're not going to have a whole day in the field. Every spell you can give 100%. The pitch is giving enough advantage to you without the cracks. It's still fast, it's still bouncy, it's still moving off the seam. And then you've got the double whammy of if it hits the cracks, who knows what's going to happen.
I did notice that every time there was a break in play, the Pakistan batsmen were just milling around the pitch, just having a close look at it.
Oh, look where they're gardening now.
And now they're already doing some gardening. We haven't even had a ball yet. So it's pretty simple, the equation, as we look up on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Toyo 25% off. Pakistan needs 450 runs. Australia needs 10 wickets. They've got a good part of 5 sessions to get those 10 wickets, or Pakistan getting those 450 runs.
At what sort of run rate do they need to get that body?
I'm not very good at maths. I'll tell you shortly. Stark with the first ball. Bowls to Shafiq, who comes forward confidently, pushing up to mid-off. So what will it be? It will be about 150 overs to get 450. So that's about 3 runs and over.
I'd say exactly 3.
Yep, which is a lot higher run rate than they scored in the first innings.
Yeah, that's the thing about pitches like this too. It gets tougher to bat. The run rate just declines from day 1 to day 4, day 5. Good start though.
It was a very
very good forward defence.
Stark on the runway again. Past the umpire, bowls to Shafiq, who's hit on the body, and that one's hurt him. Hitting him high on the right leg, up sort of near the top part of the quad, the hip flexor. As it darted back in to the right-hander from the left arm of Mitchell Stark. Good swing there, Flem.
Yeah, I think Mitchell Stark got off the field yesterday, was seen looking on an iPad, reviewing his action. I think he felt like his load up, he wasn't happy with his load up. He wanted to come up nice and straight. His non-bowling arm was going out towards mid-wicket cover. He wants it to come straight towards the stumps.
Stark again over the wicket, bowls to Shafiq, who's flicking away tentatively, but runs through square leg, past the square leg umpire. Bit of work for Josh Hazlewood to do in the deep, to come around from fine leg to do the fielding, and 2 runs to Abdullah Shafiq. He's away.
Flem, you mentioned that load up. I know there was a lot of talk about that load-up a couple of years ago because he made some adjustments to it. It looked...
First ball of the summer, he's changed his load-up. No, a few years ago, I saw it straight away.
Yeah. And it was a lot more...
no, he had a long load-up and he wanted to shorten it.
Yeah.
So it's still short now, but it's when you're not doing it straight, when you take it out, it just messes with your wrist release.
Stark again bowls to Shafiq, who leaves. Late decision to leave. Good pace there.
Brilliant.
Really slapped into Carey's gloves.
And Cutto, specialist bat pad, you'd be expecting some action, wouldn't you?
Oh, you're in there thinking you're going to get fed on something like this. But the distancing's the hard part because...
Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I think he feels like he needs to because of the extra pace and bounce. Because if you get too close, it feels like those squirts, you've just got no chance to catch them. Whereas I don't mind him being on that second wicket block, which I think they're going to use for the Scorchers game when they crush the Hurricanes in a couple of nights' time here in Perth.
Can we commentate, not Barry? When did this happen?
Like me at a buffet, I get very excited. Shafiq this time up to mid-on, defending full face of the bat.
No, but in all seriousness, that it just gives him that little bit of extra time purely because the ball is flying off when it does bounce, and generally the inside edges, unless it catches part of the body and softens the blow, it comes out quick.
Yeah, so he's 2 pitches away. I wonder if it was David Boone who was the first bat pad to actually give himself that extra room to get the ones that flew up or rooms to actually dive forward for the floating catches.
3 slips in a gully. Stark bowls, edge gone! First wicket, simple as that in the first over. Abdullah Shafiq caught on the crease, the angle across the right-hander, feathering it through to Carey. Pakistan 1 for 2 after 1 completed over. Simon Katich and Damien Fleming to assess after this.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Experience the perfect summer day at Urban Surf Melbourne. Waves on tap, aqua lagoon, tasty eats, and endless thrills. Surf perfect waves all summer. Turns, barrels, slabs, you name it, it's yours. Forget the surf forecast, it's always on at Urban Surf this summer. urbansurf.com.
The Australians already celebrating a wicket thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. Damien Fleming, Simon Katich, how did it happen?
Yeah, bowlology gold there for Mitchell Stark. Just a little bowled into Snick Street. It just swung in and Shafiq felt like he needed to cover his off stump and then it just shaped away. And that is the room service catch for Alex Carey. Easily delivered.
Yeah, that was a beauty early on. You get one of those in the first over. Didn't do a huge amount wrong there, Shafiq. If anything, probably just a little bit tentative getting forward. And you can't blame him for that because of the wicket and also because of the swing. And that's the problem with the left arm swinging it back into the righty. They don't want to overcommit on the front foot. And as a result, he just stayed a little bit too leg side of the ball and ends up nicking it.
And Whitey, was that one of those ones they played and missed at in the first innings?
Exactly right.
Already, he's found the outside edge.
Josh Hazelwood from the Justin Langer stand end. He's bowling here to Imam, who gets one that got a bit nasty towards him. Sort of chest high, and he kind of fended that one down leg side. He didn't make contact as it went all the way down leg side for Carey to have to take the ball, but he looked uncomfortable.
It's going to be the hallway horrors facing Josh. It's going to be ugly. There's a horseshoe crack where Imam's doing some gardening now. I think that's almost Josh's natural length.
He's doing gardening, mate, but he needs the Sellies no more gaps to fill that crack up.
Hazelwood bowls to Imam, who's playing from the crease, defending down the offside of the pitch.
Yeah, it could do with some Botox, this Optus Stadium pitch.
And the thing about this stage of the game for openers, last innings, it just feels like everything's happening really quick. And like Josh Hazelwood's probably been timed in the high 130s, but I can assure you the openers here will feel like he's bowling 150 Ks because all it has to do is hit a crack or move a bit, and the ball just feels like it gathers pace off this hard surface.
I reckon bat pad's in play here.
Hazelwood bowls to Imam, who leaves with the ball going across the left-hander. That one didn't get up as much as previous balls.
Well, 3 balls in. There's been 3 different types of bounces off this pitch.
Yep.
One's gone through the top a bit, one's played normally, and then one's kept low.
Carey on the half volley taking that one.
I just wonder how long it'll be before Pat Cummins gets a leg gully or a leg slip in here, because I think Josh Hazelwood, if he aims for that crack, it's probably on and around leg stump for Imam to the left-hander.
Might not need mid-on, to be honest.
Hazelwood again, past the umpire, bowls to Imam, who's nudging it nicely behind square leg on the onside and taking a single to Stark in the deep, a deep backwards square leg. So Imam gets his first runs. And Pakistan 1 for 3 on the Holman Industries scoreboard, the smart gardener.
Or he could be really aggressive, given how many runs are on the board, and lose his mid-off and have another one around the corner there and just really invite the drive and bring those slips and gully into play.
Yep, I don't mind either, to be honest.
So Shan Masood now on strike for the first time.
Played a big shot first ball and second ball in the first innings. He was going to bring a bit of baseball, he said. Good luck on this pitch.
Hazelwood bowls to the captain, who is beaten first ball. Pushing forward, prodding at the ball in defence, just missing the outside edge.
This is a massive innings for the skipper here, because he played nicely in the first innings and he wants to play an aggressive style of cricket, but he's also got to set the tone for his team at the start of this series. He can't afford to come out here this afternoon and play a flashy little 20 or 30 and get out and then expose the middle order. He's got to knuckle down, try and win this little battle for the next 20 minutes.
Hazelwood bowls to the captain, who this time does find the bat on ball to complete the over. Pakistan 1 for 3. Shafiq is the first to go on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the smart gardener. 1 for 3 Pakistan.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Cannon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
The McRib is back at Macca's. And for a fresh take on this fan fave, say hello to the new McRib Deluxe. But get in quick before they ride off into the sunset. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
For Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, SEN Test Cricket live from Optus Stadium in Perth. Pakistan batting a second time. 1 for 3. Stark on the approach again. Bowls to Imam, who tries to drive, but no timing in the shot as it just meanders its way up to Marnus Labuschagne at mid-off. So Damien Fleming, with Mitchell Stark's wicket there, he now becomes the 5th player to take 200 Test wickets in Australia. It's pretty good. And the ones that have already done it, Warne, McGrath, Lyon, and one other. Who's the other?
Dennis Lilly.
Correct. Very good. Just like that.
Yep. Bring on the next one. What's your next one?
Stark bowls, Imam leaves. Of course, all our stats and facts and figures from Mate Internet and Mobile.
Isn't it interesting? Last time Mitchell Stark had the new ball in this test, he was at his wayward best. Couldn't get 2 balls in the same position. I love how the upskilling in game, not waiting to the end of the test match. He wanted to. He was checking some cues in his action, didn't like it, went out the back, worked on it, been rectified. He started beautifully in this second innings for Australia. And you got the first over. You set the tone, and he has.
3 slips and a gully in a bat pad. Imam on strike, Stark bowls, and Imam leaves, shouldering arms. That was full, but wide of the off-stump, swinging further away. So it was a good leave there from Imam.
Yeah, it was. And that's something that they're going to have to do very, very well here. You know, wait for it in a zone where they feel like they can score, because they still have to be proactive and put some pressure back on Australia in terms of making sure they put away a bad ball. But ultimately there's going to be plenty of margin for error for these bowlers because there's enough happening on this wicket, but they've got to be very watchful and defend those stumps well.
That last ball was bowled at 141.3 kilometres an hour. He bowls again. Imam this time plays and misses to a very similar ball to the ball before.
This is good for Mitchell Starc. This is his natural length, isn't it? It's fuller than Hazelwood and Cummins. It commits the batsman to the drive.
It's definitely swinging, Flem,
Just
isn't it?
a little bit of swing. It hasn't been a massive new ball swinging test match for either team. Afridi didn't get it to go too much. But you only need a little bit. But I just like the pace and the accuracy from Starc.
Starc again, flowing into the wicket. Bowls to Imam, who leaves. And that was the one that was to come back in. But it was still well wide of the off stump.
Yeah, I wonder if that was the wobbled seam. You know, he was late to the trend. Hazelwood and Patrick Cummins were bowling the wobbled seam a few years ago. I think Starkey only started it last year. And it's a good delivery to the lefty, isn't it? If you're shaping the ball away. You don't change your action, you just change the angle of the ball.
Yeah, and I reckon that ball has made him so much more effective because so many right-handed batsmen are setting up to make sure they don't get bowled or LBW. So then that ball that just holds or goes across the right-hander becomes such a dangerous nicking ball.
Starc again, bowls to Imam, who flicks it away. That was a half volley on leg stump into open territory forward of square leg. Cummins on the chase. They've got two. They should probably come back for three here. They will. And that was good positive running, particularly from Shah Massoud, running to the danger end. So 3 more to the score. Imam moves to 4. Pakistan 1 for 6 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
They say at Christmas, 'tis better to give than to receive. At Sexyland, we think you can't go wrong either way. So this Christmas, you'll find Australia's largest range of gifts and toys for adults, as well as couples games, lingerie, costumes, plus loads more. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au. Something real sexy for everyone.
Take me now, Sexyland.
Pakistan needs 444 runs. Australia needs 9 wickets. That's the equation for mate, internet and mobile. Imam on 4. Massoud yet to score with Abdullah Shafiq, the man already out. Caught behind off the bowling of Mitchell Starc. So we've had 3 overs, Damien Fleming. Australia have already started pretty well.
Yeah, it's been brilliant bowling. It hasn't hardly been a misused ball by Hazelwood or Starc.
Hazelwood here bowls to Imam, who gets squared up in defence. It was almost a leading edge as the ball flew up to mid-off.
And the change in field that Simon Katich was calling for, they do have a leg gully, leg slip now, and the man was taken from point, so they've still got mid-off and mid-on in position. Hazelwood commentated on him for so long. I'm still surprised just how big he is.
Yes.
He's huge, isn't he?
He is. He's bowling around the wicket here to Imam, who pushes forward confidently in defence on the front foot, up to mid-on to Cummins.
And really, there's not much that can go wrong with his action. He's a very athletic, big man, doesn't lose any momentum in his run-up. It's an easy action, isn't it? It doesn't look like it puts a lot of strain on it. He's incredibly accurate. He doesn't collapse on his back legs, so he maximises his height. And he gets good shape.
3 slips a gully and a leg slip. Hazelwood bowls a bouncer. And Imam gets underneath it just in time. It's almost like he was surprised by that one. Had to really duck low. He's not a big man, but he really had to get down low as that one fired past him.
And it didn't get up.
No, it didn't.
Hazelwood, because of that height, doesn't have to bowl his pitch his bouncer that short either. So it's always a question mark for the batsman whether you stand up and ride it or you duck.
He's at the top of his mark already again. He's bowling around the wicket to Imam. Past the umpire, bowls Imam, confidently pushing into point on the front foot. He'll get a single. Marnus Labuschagne with a slide. And not the throw. He didn't need to. As he realised they weren't going to run. He just said then, Josh Hazlewood, I'll go back over with the right-handed... with the left-handed Masood. So he's going to just go with a different angle.
And coming over, he's getting rid of his leg slip. I would have thought that's where you would keep it in.
So an extra man going into the offside to point. So it's interesting you talk about Hazlewood's action, and it is so rhythmical and economical. He's the one that's been injured more than the other fast bowlers in recent times. Hazlewood bowls here to the captain, who pushes forward confidently. Comes mid-off.
They haven't been major things. They've been nagging.
Niggles, haven't they? Yeah.
It happens 2 days before a test,
Yes.
and you because they're consecutive tests, you lose 2.
Yep, that's a good
And then,
point.
oh my God, there's the summer.
Yep, that's a good point.
He has started to, well, not that he was ever against playing white ball cricket, but he found himself out of the Aussie white ball cricket setup and got his name back in through the IPL, bowling a lot of stock balls in T20 cricket.
Hazlewood here to Masood, who plays the hook shot, plays it nicely, straight to ground. Got it can't quite square, so Stark has a lot of work to do from fine leg to come around to do the fielding, and they can come back for 2. So that is the end of the over. Pakistan 1 for 9, Shah Masood 2, Imam Al Haq 5, and that is on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Toyo 25% off.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
SEN Test Cricket for Jazz Halal Financial Solutions. Adam Collins jumping in with Damien Fleming. Ian Smith is in with us as well for Bundaberg Gingerbeer. Australia got the early wicket via Mitchell Starc, nicking off Shafiq for 2 in the first over. The target's 450. Theoretically, at least. He bowls here and clipping through the onside. Imam Al Haq moves from 5 to at least 8. They'll come back for a third. It won't quite reach the rope. There'll be a consideration of running 4, perhaps. Pat Cummins does the tidying up, though. They only get the 3. Imam to 8. Pakistan 1 for 12. Hello, Smithy.
Afternoon. And Flem as well. Yeah, a mixed start. A better start for Mitchell Starc. Obviously, the wicket confirms that. But just the direction is, I mean, it's not bowling those wides, those things threatening the slip cordon today at least. So he'll be gaining in confidence from this. Pakistan lost that early wicket. All they do is try and treat each ball on its merits. The top order will be able to do that. They'll be able to mentally steel themselves to just play each ball on its merits. It's those players a little further down where the doubt creeps in a little bit more often.
And the Cummins factor, Flem, you spoke about it before play. His accuracy at finding those cracks could be a real factor.
Yeah, it could be. Masood does a lot of warming up before each ball. Very energetic.
3 slips behind the captain, Masood, facing Starc here on leg stump. Gets it very fine for 4. Well played. Got inside the line. It is leg buys. It was a front pad, which is why it went so fine. Nevertheless, 1 for 16 with the boundary for Azito.
Yeah, his poor balls have been angled into leg side. He's generally been so much more impressive than last time he had the new ball in hand, Mitchell Starc. He's worked on a few of those cues. I hope he's self-coaching in between balls there, that when he's angling it in, you know, maybe that is a sign that his load-up's just not going towards the target. That non-bowling arm sometimes just falls away, you know, towards mid-wicket cover, bowls around himself. Let's get a nice high release.
Good point about Shah Masood. He's taken a really long time to let Starc set off here.
He's running around.
Australia's over rate's already.
So he's doing a bit of yoga.
3 overs in the red for what it's worth. That's something they'll be mindful of. Of course, line yet to bowl. Up here is Starc bowling to Shah Masood. Hits him on the pad. Starc's interested in a leg before shout, but it's never really going anywhere. He rules. How's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's Craft Beer. Available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Awkward.
Yeah.
I mean, for all his energy as Starc's running in, or prior to Starc running in, it'll slow his momentum down if he continues in that fashion. Hitting the body when you think you've got everything covered, and all of a sudden rips into your pad or your thigh pad.
Shah Massoud the first time around was caught behind from the bowling of Stark for 30. It was a brisk 30 though. Came out and played his shots. Will he do so here again? Facing Stark, leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. That's the other side of this. Pakistan, well, their task is a mighty one, but winning the test, not realistic. But batting for 4.5 sessions, also very improbable. But that's their best chance of taking and salvaging something from this.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have small goals, won't they? You know, it might be half an hour, might be an hour, might be overs.
If it were a flat track, if it were Perth 2015, you'd say, batting 5 sessions last won't be the toughest bar to clear. But based on what we've seen today, small achievable goals. Can Shan stick around for a while? Stark to him here, down the leg side, hits Carey's glove, spits out to fine leg. Work to do down there for Hazelwood, who cuts it off just inside the rope. That'll be buys, I suspect. Yes, it is. Wasn't wide enough to unfurl the arms. A couple more for Pakistan. One by, make that. One for 17.
Far from perfect for him, though, isn't it? It's, it's still threatening to get away on him a wee bit, it looks like now.
But the first 2 overs were good. Once again, he's gone back to not having 2 deliveries in the same spot yet in this over.
So Stark to finish, a wayward over. Still got the 3 slips and the short leg for Imam, who's back on strike. Bowls here, back of a length, lets it go through to the gloves of Carey. End of the over, 1 for 17 Pakistan on the home and industry scoreboard for the smart gardener. Shah Massoud is 2, Imam Al-Haq is 8.
Smash your fitness goals and feel fresh this summer with Revo Fitness, now open in Noble Park. Get affordable memberships from $9.69 per week with no lock-in contracts, no sign-up fees and access to all Revo Fitness clubs Australia-wide. Revo Fitness Noble Park is open 24/7 to suit your busy lifestyle with spacious floor plans and a packed full of quality equipment, including Reformer Pilates, massage chairs and body scanners. Join Revo Fitness Noble Park now and get 2 months free at revofitness.com.au.
Our experts on the coverage for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. We saw Alex Carey miss glove a ball in the previous over, Smithy. How difficult is it to keep on pitches like this when it's up and down?
Well, up and down, it's never good for your confidence, particularly those ones that bounce in front of you. You just got to continue and think the same way a batsman does. You got to be thinking, well, this is going to be pretty normal. This is going to come through to me. I mean, the ratio of bad balls or hard balls is small.
Hazelwood bowls here. Shah Massoud defends out to mid-on, no run.
I mean, for instance, in this innings so far, 1 or 2 deliveries have been slightly off the norm. Other than that, it's been pretty normal sort of new ball bowling, and new balls tend to do that anyway. But from a keeping point of view, you just focus on each individual delivery as a batsman, and you think, right, switch on as Hazelwood turns and moves in here. At the moment, I'm not thinking too much about things. Now Hazelwood's into his work, I'm into my work, I get crouched, I watch the ball and I move my feet.
Crouches here, waits for Hazelwood, ball gets through to him via the outside edge nearly.
And I hope someone nicks one of those shortly.
Yep. Got a nice one off Starkey, didn't he?
Lovely.
Ooh, that's a nice one. I'll accept that one.
Yeah, Carey, if you form one criticism of his keeping at test level, Flem, it's been the ones that have gone between him and first slip. There have been a number of occasions where he and Warner especially haven't quite...
Well, it's actually been to his right side.
Right, yeah, so it's with the right hand.
He's dropped it full extent, where you just think keepers, it'll just stick in there. Yeah. He's dropped a few to that side.
Hazelwood to the captain, Massoud. Bowls here from the Langer Rand. That's gone into the gloves of Carey via the outside edge. Called perfectly by Ian Smith with the previous delivery. Josh Hazelwood gets his name in the book nice and early. Shah Massoud caught behind for 2. Pakistan in early trouble. They're 2 for 17.
Yeah, deep trouble now, and that's just line and length, and that is Hazelwood. You look that up in the Collins Dictionary, you'll see his name next to it, I can promise you that. Just consistency there. And in the end, Australia are now, unlike the first innings, Flem, they are finding the outside edge.
Yep. We talked about whether that could happen, that the quality of their bowling in the first innings wasn't reflected in their figures. They had to work hard. There was a lot of play and misses, but we know with cricket, the cricketing gods tend to even things out. And for Pakistan, that may mean that there's less play and misses and more edges. Massoud, my concern, batting-wise, that's 2 dismissals, wide, full corridor. You know, he could have let both of those go. That was a bit of a better delivery, that one from Hazelwood. But, yeah, I just wonder, batting at number 3, chasing wider balls, that's a concern setting into the series.
Barbara Azam walking out at number 4, playing his 50th Test match. Great overall numbers. Needs to bat for a really long time here.
Hasn't had a big year, has he?
No.
Barbara, I know they haven't played a lot.
Yeah, it was last year, 2022, when he just tore the world up, really, and made bulk runs wherever he went. Not so much this year. He did bat for a length of time similar to what they got left here at Karachi last year against Australia, but very different situation. That was a Macca's catch of the summer. The McRib Deluxe are at Macca's now, and Australia celebrate their second wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
And just watch the, the momentum through the crease from Hazelwood. Everything's going towards the target. We saw Mitchell Starc just not getting through the crease. Hazelwood could be in for a big haul today.
3 slips to gully and a short leg. First ball to Barbara Azam, left alone outside the off stump, but not by far. That's right where Hazelwood wants to be, right in one of those corridors you talk about, Fleming.
Yeah, it's the hallway of hesitation for Hazelwood, and he owns it. Barbara Azam happy to lead that one. Getting a replay again. It's a good delivery. It had the natural angle of right arm over the wicket, pushing across. But he went pretty hard at it, and it wasn't a half volley.
Carey, a couple of catches. Just as we were talking about him as well, Smithy, spot on. Spot on from you, spot on from Hazelwood and the keeper. Hazelwood bowls here, and he beats the bat through to Carey again. For a moment, the way that Smith responded at second slip, thought there was a feather there, not to be, but close.
Oh, they know that this wicket is crucial. Absolutely massive. He's such a good player, Barbara Azam, but if they can get him early, that'll break the hearts, the back of Pakistan's fight here. He is such a crucial aspect. In fact, this partnership is Imam with his stickability and Barbara Azam with his professionalism, his brilliance, his technique, which can be undone with variable bounce and sideways movement.
The crowd know how important this little passage of play might be. Hazelwood to the stumps and bowls to Barbara Azam, plays late under his eyes behind point where Nathan Lyon does the fielding. End of the over, a wicket maiden for Josh Hazelwood. Pakistan 2 for 17. Barbara Azam yet to get off the mark. Imam Al-Haq is on 8, and that's on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Mum, Jasmine, it's that time of year.
Christmas gift time.
So here's some top picks from us at Bingley.
Skull Candy headphones or JBL party box.
Love it, Nana.
A Breville Fizz Fusion Super Sparkler.
Say that again.
Fizz up any drinks from juices to cocktails.
A NutriBullet portable blender, a Sunbeam Ice Plus hot coffee machine.
A Dyson Airwrap.
Yes, please.
Or a Smeg Retro Style kettle in pink.
That's a surprise, Lionel.
Want to surprise someone with a brilliantly different Christmas gift idea?
You'll find it at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
On our screen for Mate Internet and Mobile between overs, we're seeing Hazelwood, how he worked Masood over there. The wider delivery, then the one closer in. Perfect. Starc, 3 slips to gully, bowls here to Imam, hits him on the leading edge, and it goes past the bowler and straight to the man at wideish mid-off for a couple, but that was hanging in the air. Wasn't far away from Starc being able to launch himself to his right and have a chance of dragging that in.
Yeah, looked to play this a little bit onside, really, for the line, and turned his bat face just a wee bit too soon on it. And a genuine leading edge, in fact, a very thick leading edge, which had some power and timing in it. It went past Starc quite quickly and down for a couple.
Kind of at the middle of the edge, if you like, because his bat was turned all the way around. 2 for 19, Imam into double figures. Question on notice, you can think about it. What percentage chance this game finishes today? Think about it. The Starc runs in to Imam, 10 from 17. Got the short leg again. Bowls here. Imam down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. Jeez. What do you think, Flem? Chances that this game ends?
Yeah, it could finish today, yeah.
Percent. What do you reckon in terms of Australia finishing it off?
I don't know.
Okay.
They got the 2 early wickets. So I'd say there's a good chance, yeah.
60% chance it'll finish today.
60% from Smith.
6 out of 10, yeah.
Bullish.
He's struggling here again. Starkey here.
Yeah, Cummins must be starting to think, well, it was good. You got the early one, but it might be time for me.
Stark's got the 3 slips in the gully. Behind Imam. Bowls here. Imam leaves alone. It bounces.
Just look at that follow through. 2 steps. When he's getting through the crease, he's halfway down the pitch. So when you're self-coaching yourself, you've got to have a couple of little cues And one might be, drive off that back leg. I've got to drive off that back leg with a strong front arm and get myself down there. He's definitely, of the Australian bowlers, if he's not comfortable with his takeoff step, which he hasn't in this whole test, it reflects with the velocity, with the accuracy of the ball going down.
A subtle difference has been picked up by our expert Damien Fleming. Stark bowls here. Sharp hit on the pad, full and straight and given. The finger goes up without hesitation. Stark gets a second. Imam Al-Haq will consult the former captain to think about a review. The clock's ticking down. He is going to send it upstairs. So the board reads 3 for 19.
There's an almost shy upstairs look, wasn't it, Imam?
Almost guilty, like I'm duty bound to just check it out. The leg before shout. How's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's Craft Beer, available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. And the third umpire, Michael Goff, for IMAR Insurance. Tradies trust IMAR for insurance. Call 13 IMAR. First impression of the replay, Flem?
Okay, there needs to be no bat involved. Can we confirm with hotspot on the leg side, please?
Outski, back pad, back leg crouched a wee bit. It's almost ripped the back pad off the knee.
And just interesting from Starkey, his follow through was about 6 steps down the pitch.
Can we have RTS whenever
he got it right.
So they'll go through the formal inside edge process here with Snicko, and there's no concerns there. So through to
ball tracking whenever.
Ball tracking. Imam sending it up more in hope rather than expectation. 2 reds and hitting. Hitting in the middle stump.
Yeah. So stay with your
3/4 of the way up. There is no doubt about that decision. Umpire Wilson gets it right again. He's had a good day. 3 for 19 Pakistan. Imam walking off for 10. And we asked what the percentage of this test finishing today. Ian Smith, you said 60%. It might be a snifter more than that now. Pakistan before tea, still a while to go before tea as well. 50 overs to go after this one. They're in real strife.
They are in real strife. And, they have got some quality players, but most of them are gone. And unfortunately, they've got Bubba. They've got this... So it comes out now, and he's a fantastic start to his career. I don't think too many modern-day players have had a better start than he has. But a lot of it's been in damn sight better batting conditions than these are. So we'll just see what he's made of. But after that, they'll go to the wicketkeeper batsman at 6. And then the designated all-rounders they pick to bat in this test match. And then not much. So I'm going to take my 60 to 65.
I'd be 65. Yeah. Isn't that interesting? Just Stark being able to, maybe he went through his pre-ball routine because he got through the crease so much more. That was faster. It was more accurate.
I think from the outside looking in, most people would think we know Stark so well, we know his action's so familiar, but what you're detecting here, subtle differences from almost ball to ball.
Oh, there has been. Yeah, definitely. But he started so well. So it's sort of interesting that you sort of regress a bit there, but he'll take it.
So here's Stark just being held. Salt Shaquille, 3 slips of gully and the leg slip they had for him in the first innings as well. They did him with the short ball there. Stark bowls full to start, turned into the onside. Well played down to fine leg off the mark first ball. 3 for 20.
I was going to ask you before that delivery that got the wicket, Flem. I know that there'll be a lot of talk about the actual pitch surface after this game. But what about from a bowling point of view? I don't think I've seen the utensils out as much, mashing around at the bowling areas. Mitchell Marsh said in the run-up he found it awkward when he got to the pitch block proper. There's been a bit of that going on.
It was on from day one, though, wasn't it? Yeah. I think the boys were saying just the difference between the turf and the pitch was quite significant. And Stark generally, crosses that, so you're in balance when you take off.
Stark to Barbara Azam, gets one crack over the wicket, 3 slips. Barbara Azam gets it fine for 4. Gets it really fine past Carey. It'll be leg by, so off the pad again. It completes a successful over, nevertheless, for Australia around Mitchell Stark. With Pakistan now 3 for 24. Barber yet to score. Salt Shaquille on 1. And that's on the Home and Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's how we want. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply. Ready for the road? You will be with a brand new Toyota Hilux. Stock is available now, so awaken your unbreakable with Australia's #1 selling vehicle. Check your local dealer as stock may vary. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Down 3 for 24, our coverage for Jazz Halal Financial Solutions. Damien Fleming is out. Bharat Sunderasen is in, joining Ian Smith and me. And Josh Hazlewood goes again. Wickets in the last 2 overs. The theoretical target, 450. He bowls here and driving straight is Sol Shakil. Collects in his follow-through. Afternoon, Baz.
Good afternoon, Smithy. Good to see you again.
Yeah, long time.
Yeah.
Long time. A lot of wickets since I last saw you too.
Yeah, indeed. 65%. If they lose Barber before tea, I'm sticking my neck out and saying it'll be done an hour after tea.
An hour after tea?
Has that vibe, doesn't it?
That is a collapse.
I'm a bit worried about... Not worried, but I'm thinking about Nathan Lyon's milestone. We're all anticipating it was going to come. They may not get the ball out of the Quicks' hands here. One of them's Hazlewood. He's in the book. Got a short leg for Shakil. Short ball. Down to fine leg. Work to do for Stark. Doesn't quite get there. For a moment with the ball hanging in the air, I thought there was a chance for a dive for Mitchell Stark, but landed about 5 metres away.
It's taken one ball for Saad Shakil before he receives the short ball. Remember how he got out in the first innings? To Josh Hazlewood as well. Didn't look comfortable then, didn't look comfortable here either.
Oh, he's a short man, so they like to play the pull shot, the cut shots, the short fellas, but he's never in control of that one. And they have a leg slip firmly in place for him right from ball one. We now know the reason why. They're going to pepper him in that area.
It's going to be a nasty few weeks for Sol Shakil when he walks out, isn't it? It's going to have to find a way to get on top of the bounce. Didn't do so there. Barbara Azam's turn. Hazlewood in, Langer in, bowls here in behind it defensively to mid-on.
Speaking of the Nathan Lyon milestone, there are at least 15 journalists not too far from us in the print area who are quietly hoping that he doesn't get it here so that they have something to build up to Melbourne. It's that kind of test summer, isn't it, Adam?
Yeah, it is.
Like those serious kind of narratives. See the guy sitting not too far from me, my podcast co-host, helped them out. A few things he said in his article a few weeks ago, but they can hang on to the Nathan Lyon 500. I think a lot of them will be happy.
Hazlewood up, bowls to Barbara Azam, who defends. Well, Nathan Lyon spent so long in the 390s. I think we worked it out like it was longer than the Battle of Stalingrad or something like that. It was so long in the 390s. But the 490s, he reached 400. It was David Malan, wasn't it? A couple of years ago. And he got to 497 in a hurry. 496 rather, in England. 8 wickets at Birmingham, a couple in the first innings at Lords. We were ready to write that story at Lords 6 months ago, near enough to it.
That's correct.
But yes, he's had to wait. He was on 399 throughout the course of that year, wasn't he, after India won it at the Gabba. Here is Hazlewood bowling to Barbara Azam. It's full and driven and doesn't quite beat mid-on because Pat Cummins, the man for all seasons, dives across and parries it away. They still get a single though. Barbara off the mark, 3 for 26.
I think that's been one benefit of Pat Cummins becoming one-day captain as well. Just watching him at training during the World Cup. Because think about most of his white ball career before then. He was always in the outfield. But that mid-wicket area, he's worked so much on his fielding close in. I think he's just become a better fielder as a result.
Got Alex in here, a Melburnian, hoping that Lyon doesn't get it today on 0433 98 11 16. Hazlewood to complete the over, a bouncer that Saad Shakil gets underneath. You can write us in for tyre power. Our coverage is for Jazz Halal Financial Solutions with Pakistan 3 for 26.
Summer is in full swing at Snap Fitness, so kickstart your fitness goals ready for 2024. Whether you're taking your first steps or looking for a fresh start, join Snap Fitness now and train for free until 2024.
Their amazing gyms and supportive community has made all the difference.
The staff at Snap Fitness have really helped me smash my fitness goals.
Your summer adventure starts today and train for free until 2024. Terms and conditions apply. Snap Fitness for the feeling.
SEN Test Cricket for Jazz Halal Financial Solutions on that Holman Industry scoreboard for the smart gardener. 450 is the number that's almost irrelevant, but what Pakistan have been set after Australia declared their second innings closed at 5 for 233 earlier in the session, and the Aussies have gone bang, bang, bang. 2 of them Stark. Again here to Barbara Azam, passing the outside edge. Back of a length. Played it, didn't need to, Smithy.
He's bowled a lot more very good balls, I'll say, in this spell than he bowled yesterday. when he went back out into the net straight after the end of play. I imagine with Daniel Vittori and others to work on it, which that's the sign of a true professional. Just doesn't sit in the dressing room and all glum about the whole deal. Went and did something about it. But already he's bowled a lot more threatening deliveries, but still not picture perfect.
So 4 catches behind the wicket and 1 in front of it at short leg. 1 more 1 pop at Barber here. That's what Stark will be thinking. In here bowls, it's full and driven. Behind point off the front foot. Classy stroke in between Gully and Lyon at point, and out to the rope it goes. So Babar Azam's first boundary. Pakistan up to 3 for 30.
And he was, Mitchell Stark that is, was in there this morning as well, Smithy, in the nets. Not for too long. It was just him, and he got Nathan Lyon to stand at semi-virtual wicketkeeper's position, and he was just going through his action with the dual-coloured ball, and he seemed happy after 6 or 7. He gave Nathan Lyon a thumbs up and walked away. And like Damien Fleming said, even the previous delivery where he did beat Babar Azam's outside edge, his follow-through took him nearly halfway past the pitch, or past the halfway mark on the pitch. So he's feeling better about himself than he did in the first innings.
As you said in 2019, Starkey's got his smile back.
Starkey's got his smile back.
Away from us, the members' end. Bowling the Babar Azam on 5. Delivers here. It's short outside the leg stump, and he just gets out the way, gets the hands out the way, the bat out the way, wants nothing to do with it.
Yeah, but I think Babar Azam's spikes or something got stuck to the pitch. You can see he's a bit of pain in that left leg.
He got stuck, I think. His spikes or something got stuck as he looked to pivot and get out of the way there. It was quite weird, actually. And then he jerked his head back and looked back at the pitch surface or the popping crease area.
Here it is, a replay here for mate. See it. First time it was... ankle. That was close. I mean, that was nearly rolling the ankle. With a lot of energy going through his leg as well, trying to get out the way. Stark bowls again. So our replays for mate internet and mobile. It was the left leg on the swivel, wasn't it?
That could have ended really badly for him and Pakistan. Interesting that Pakistan have asked for that extra warm-up game, though, Adam.
2-day game against the Victorian 11 next week. So they're going straight to Melbourne tomorrow.
Whereabouts is that?
I'm not sure. Maybe
it's Friday, Saturday. So
Junction Oval?
It won't be in Geelong, will it?
No.
It looks like Marcus Harris and Will Pekoski both will be playing in it.
Yeah, good.
Basically anyone without a BBL deal.
Okay. Then we'll have a good handle on some of the players that might turn out in that game from district cricket. Stark up bowling here and driving over the top of the cordon. Babar Azam out towards backward point for 4 more.
Well, the first one was graceful. We were talking about graceful players in one of our earlier commentary stints, but Babar Azam wasn't a name we mentioned in graceful players, but the first one along the ground was glorious. It was played so late. This was one with a good deal less grace in it. In fact, it had a lot of luck in it. It was aerial. He wasn't in control of it. He did at least go after it to some extent, but it was in the air for a long time.
Yeah, watching it back, Nathan Lyon, had he been 3 or 4 metres around to his left, he would have had the chance to dive and pluck it out, as he did across the river at the Wacker back in 2012. A spectacular catch early in his career at point. Stark in, bowls here, Babar Azam, that's better, out the middle of the bat to Pat Cummins at mid-on. Bit of a misfield, but they won't take on the captain. 5 overs gone for Stark, he's got 2 for 19. Pakistan 3 for 34 on the home and industry scoreboard for the smart gardener. Babar Azam 9, Shakil 2.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac, and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Our screen in the boxes for mate internet and mobile, and I see on the bottom of it, Smithy, it's got Pakistan require 416 runs to win. Something I always keep an eye on when they flip from runs to win to wickets to win. It's 7 wickets to win right now. I reckon 1 more wicket and we're going to have that graphic change.
I think you're right. I think you're probably right.
Hazelwood in from the Langer end. Bowls here. Full and straight and defended by Shakil. So he's got the wind blowing across the left-hander towards the cordon.
Hello, folks. Hello. I'm just looking out the window here, and you can't see it, but I can. Nathan Lyon is warming up.
Oh, yes.
He's warming up at leg slip, so stand by your beds. Pull over to the side of the road. It might happen.
Yes, it'll be Adam White jumping on after me at the end of the over. He might be coming on to call a milestone. That'll be very exciting on SEN Test Cricket. Do not leave your radio or your car or your app, wherever you're tuning in. Lyon about to bowl in all probability. Hazelwood bowls a short delivery that is ducked by Sold Shaquille.
And the classic double change as well. Pat Cummins is warming up as well. And I'm sure Nathan Lyon would prefer Sunderasen to be his 500th wicket. Just looking up at some of his milestone wickets. They're good names, aren't they?
Yeah, so his 100th wicket was Stuart Broad at the MCG, 2013 Ashes.
Yeah.
Took a 5 for that day. 200th wicket was in Sri Lanka in 2016 in a loss. 300th was a disastrous day after sandpaper. Yes. No one remembers that, and fair enough. 400th was Milan. Caught and bowled.
Number 1 wasn't too bad either.
Number 1 was brilliant. Here is Hazelwood delivering to Sod Shaquille. I say left alone. It's beat the edge. I think he's pulled inside at the end. But, yeah, first ball of his Test career.
How do you remember this stuff?
Bharat and I, what else have we got going on?
We don't have much happening in our lives, Ian Smith.
Sad. I can't even remember who his last wicket was.
Well, his first wicket was his first ball in Test cricket.
I know that. I've seen the highlights of that.
Yeah. We were at the same club, Nathan and I, so I was quite invested in that at the very start.
Oh, really? Okay.
250th was Ben Stokes. So there's some good names, yeah.
We used to say Lance Gibbs was who he was focused on, 309, when he was earlier in his career. He met him in a bar. As Hazelwood bowls to Shaquille here, and he leaves alone in the channel outside the off stump on the 2012 tour of the West Indies. He was quite young in his career. He had a beer with, or probably multiple beers with Lance Gibbs.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was just going to say that. I met Lance Gibbs in a bar at 11 a.m. in 2011. 1 a.m. is when he let you leave, and he would decide. I'm sure you met him many times. Or
I've never met Lance Gibbs, but I've heard a similar story about Gary Sobers.
Oh, right.
Right. Well, Lyon used to be quite cagey about who he wanted to overtake. He said he had someone in mind, and I think we worked out by a process of elimination it was Lance Gibbs. He's 309. The electrified tarantula, all that. Here is Hazelwood across Sod Shaquille. Short ball helps it on its way. That's really good batting. Getting inside the line, keeping it down, and pulling with authority into the turf. He needed that. His first boundary moves to 6, 3 for 38.
Especially against that short ball. This one didn't get up as much as a couple of the others that troubled him. It's such an important innings for him. I think of him very highly in Pakistan. I was speaking to a few Pakistani journalists. If not for Shan Masood, they would have given the captaincy to him in his 8th test.
Really?
That's the level of confidence they have in this young man.
Yeah, that might have ruined him.
Lowest score in Test cricket's 22 still. It's worth noting. Hazelwood to him. And Shaquille pushes into the onside. That's the end of the over. We're not far away from Nathan Lyon. We've got Adam White coming in now for meat. 3 for 38 Pakistan on the home and industry scoreboard for the smart gardener. Barbara Azam is 9. Salt Shaquille is on 6.
When it comes to getting runs on the board, nobody beats MEGT. So if your business is looking to sign up an apprentice or trainee for 2024, call the experts on 13MEGT or visit meg.com.au.
2 all chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac, and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Jazz Halal Financial Solutions, a big supporter of SEN Test cricket, with Pakistan here 3 for 38, half an hour away from tea. Pat Cummins is into the attack from the members' end. He's bowling to Babar Azam on 9. Cummins bowls. Azam punches off the back foot through point. Good shot, won't be 4. In fact, they'll struggle to get any more than 2 because Babar actually slipped over coming back for the second. And that's all they'll get 2. So Babar Azam to 11 into double figures. Pakistan 3 for 40.
Nice bit of batting that. He had a word to Nathan Lyon, Pat Cummins, in between over. I think he said 2 things. One, I think you can bowl the next over at that end. But also, can you go further behind point? Because he's been hitting in the air behind point. And I want you there. So Babar Azam, I think, picked up on that and hit it squarer, which is a good move.
Babar Azam just distracted by something behind the bowler's arm. Now he's ready, so that means Pat Cummins is ready. Past the umpire, bowls to Azam, who's back and across, defending away on the onside.
I like the tempo that Babar Azam has brought to his batting in this innings, Smithy. It's positive without being... He's had one play and miss, flashed at one, but just generally just seems to be in better rhythm than he was in the first innings.
All our commentators are wearing our Ringers Western, whether it's the paddock or the pub. Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. And it's a hot day today in Perth, again over 30 degrees. Cummins again, bowling to Babar Azam, who is defending into his pads off the back foot as it bobbles away on the onside. Importantly for Babar, it went straight to ground.
Well, the players behind that need helmets are waving down to the dugouts, because we know when the helmets come out for Alex Carey and those close infielders, there's only one end result, and that is...
Travis Head?
Correct. Well, he got the last wicket.
Well, he's the man. Big gap in the covers. Cummins bowls. Babar Azam let that go, and that took off. And it had Babar Azam perplexed watching that one pitch and then fly through to Carey.
This is the length he kept peppering in the first innings to Babar Azam. It took a lot of skill from Babar to survive that spell. If he can get the ball doing that from that length.
The look that you just gave then was exactly the look that Babar gave to Pat Cummins. I was like, ooh. Cummins again. Bowls to Babar, who's hit on the thigh pad trying to work it around the corner. They did appeal, but it was too high. And it'll go down to fine leg for a leg bye. Cummins did ask the question to Carey, but yeah, that's too high, and they won't bother about that one. A leg bye, so Pakistan now 3 for 41, and they'll change the field with Shakil back on strike.
Too much was the question.
Too much.
Yeah, it was too.
Not the world's worst.
Yeah, I could see leg stumps, couldn't you?
Not the world's worst. Was how about the height? Ooh.
It's hit the lowest part of the thigh pad.
Yes, it has.
So, as I mentioned it, I called it, I felt it came off the thigh pad. Then I sort of lost my confidence a little bit. But it's just as he's turned, because he plays so side on to the ball, that it did hit him reasonably adjacent, but just that real bottom part of the thigh pad. One ball left here for Shakil to negotiate from Cummins. It's a bouncer, and Shakil ducks underneath. Over bowled, 3 for 41 with Babar Azam on 11 and saw Shakil on 6, and that is on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Tempur mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Tempur range today. You can view Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. Tempur, a mattress like no other.
Nathan Lyon is into the attack here in Perth. Jazz Halal Financial Solutions supporting SEN Test Cricket. And with 22 minutes until tea, 7 wickets still available. Nathan Lyon still needs one more for 500, and he'll bowl from the Justin Langer stand end.
Lovely applause from Perth faithful here at this hot day, and even Pat Cummins joined in the applause, Adam. Such a big moment, and if there's one weakness, one little weakness in Babar Azam's batting, it is against off spin early on in his innings.
He'll be facing Nathan Lyon with a slip, a leg slip and a bat pad around him, along with the wicket-keeper. Lyon's first ball to Babar Azam, and Babar pushes back to the bowler along the ground.
Especially, there is this theory that if you have an off-spinner off Nathan Lyon's quality, if he targets offs and middle stump, Babar can kind of get locked in the way he plays spin.
Lyon bowls, Bubba Azam lunging forward at that one. He wasn't quite at the pitch of it, so he smothered the spin as he defended off the front foot.
Leg slips always in play when Babar Azam's facing off spin. David Warner's waiting.
Lyon again, bowls to Azam, who pushes forward again. And this is what he'll do, Bharat. He'll just keep bowling and bowling and bowling, almost the same ball every ball. Keeping the batsman honest, knowing that he hardly gives up anything. Lyon again bowling, Babar Azam pushing firmly up to mid-off and taking a single to Pat Cummins. Moves to 12. Pakistan 3 for 42.
It's a good way of describing him, isn't it, Adam? I mean, you think of the other two, Shane Warne and Glenn McGrath. One was a genius, he was a mad genius, and then Glenn McGrath had so many skills. I don't think any bowler in history has bowled their best ball more often than Nathan Lyon. That's why he has 499 wickets to show for it. That's what he's always said, right? I just try to bowl my best off-break ball after ball. And already in this spell, that's what we've seen.
Now he gets a chance to bowl to the left-hander. Shaquille on strike. Lyon around the wicket, bowls to Shaquille, who confidently pushes forward in defence into the covers.
Shaquille has no issues against spin. He uses his feet really well, has lovely hands.
Last ball of the over. Lyon to Shaquille, who pushes firmly up to mid-on and negotiates the first over of Nathan Lyon successfully. Pakistan does. 3 for 42. Babar Azam 12. Sword Shaquille is on 6. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Toyo 25% off.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal? Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Cannon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
For the home and industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener, Pakistan 3 for 42. Cummins on his way. Bowls to Babar Azam, who defends from the stumps up to mid-on. So, Bharat, it was interesting with that last ball of the last over from Cummins that we talked about with the pad and hitting very low on the thigh pad. Would they appeal? Would they not? They chose not to. Interestingly, looking at the Hawkeye vision, it was umpire's call. So had the umpire actually given it out, he would have been out.
Yeah, like Ian Smith said, wouldn't have been the worst review. Pat Cummins' question to his slip cordon was it doing too much? I did hear Nathan Lyon say it wasn't high. I think Pat Cummins felt it was doing too much, and well, umpire's call would have.
Cummins here bowls to Babar Azam. That one didn't bounce, and somehow Bubba kept it out, going back and then having to dig it out, essentially, off the back foot to prevent it from crashing into the stumps. The ball went into the gully.
Pretty much similar to the length from where the ball rose in to him in the last over. This almost feels like driving in Pakistan. Feels like the same road every day, but you don't know what new challenge is going to prop up.
3 slips, a gully and a bat pad. Cummins past the umpire, bowls to Babar Azam, who's beaten by an absolute peach of a delivery. Again, I'm not sure how that didn't hit either the edge or the stumps. Again, same length, testing length. The batsman doesn't know whether to go forward or back, ends up doing neither, and somehow that didn't feather the edge on the way through to Carey.
Got himself into such a terrible position, Babar. Rarely see him do that. Feet like granite, just got stuck. Very, very lucky to escape getting an outside edge. Oh, he's really on top here, Pat Cummins. Can Babar get out of this?
Comes in again, bowls. That's a bouncer, and Babar gets underneath that one comfortably enough.
Nicely timed bouncer as well. You could see his footwork or feet are all over the place already. I'll push him back even further.
So we saw in the first innings for Australia, Pat Cummins was clearly the king bowler of the match. He was The Jenny King, the king of commercial cleaning, franchise is available because he just barely bowled a bad ball. And his economy rate was 1.5 runs and over 20 overs of bowling. And while the speed might be down, the accuracy is right there. The bowl's here to Bubba, who is edging along the ground to third slip. Thought about a single, sent back, nearly run out. It's all happening. Bubba Azam having a chat to, I think, Travis Head there. And we're saying, what's going on? Have a look at the replay, Bharat. Look at this. The edge went quickly and low. And
yeah, left his bat hanging. And then he had no idea what he was doing. He just walked down the pitch.
Johnny Bairstow style.
Yeah. Just heard him, overheard him thanking Saad Shakil for telling him where he was.
Cummins, a bit wider on the crease. Bowls a leading edge into the covers. They'll take a single. Bubba Azam is living dangerously here at Optus Stadium. And Cummins is all over him. At the end of the over, Pakistan 3 for 43. Bubba Azam 13. Saad Shakil is on 6. And it's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Toyo 25% off.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, and for very good reason. K-Rain features durable and high-performance products, which make it the industry leader for household or commercial irrigation. There's a wide range to choose from, and it's all available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. For the full K-Rain range and helpful tips, visit k-rain.com.au today.
Lyon comes in, bowls to Bubba Azam, and that one bounced and nearly took the glove and nearly went straight to Marnus Labuschagne. Soft hands from Bubba, probably saved him there.
That's the line, though. That's the line he has trouble with against off spin. And it's on the stumps. Look at the position he gets into. His front foot just gets plonked down the pitch.
Lyon again bowls, Bubba Azam in defence. Again, that was a bit slower, a bit more bounce. Damien Fleming back in the box.
All right, I'll get it for you this over, boys. Got 4 balls. Come on, Gaz.
Our commentary change for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Ooh, there's enough incentive, isn't there, for the off-spinner?
Lyon again to Bubba Azam, pushing forward firmly around the corner, just turning his wrists on contact to get it to square leg for a single. Bubba Azam to 14, 3 for 44. Pakistan on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
It's just strange, right, with these two in there. It feels like every time Babar Azam's on strike that something's going to happen. Saad Shakil, playing just his 8th test, looks a lot more in control at the moment.
Come on, get cover in catching on the offside. Put a bit of pressure on.
In comes Lyon around the wicket. Bowling to Shakil, who comfortably defends forward, back down the wicket. He is presenting the full face of the bat.
No, he does. I mean, this is an extreme. I know he's averaging over 80, but he wouldn't have played on a pitch like this before. I mean, he looks a great prospect for Pakistan cricket.
Lyon again. Shakil plays back and then just prods at it defensively up the offside of the pitch. Covering his stumps in line with the ball.
Will he get a bat sponsored by the end, Wardy? Have you got some contacts?
You thought he'd be there by lunch.
Yeah, I did.
On the first day.
I might have gone a bit early.
Last ball of the over here. Lyon to Shakil. Pushing forward. There's an appeal. He's down on one knee, Nathan Lyon. The umpire says no. Now, they're going to have a chat about this. You don't want to get your 500th like that, surely, Nathan? No, they're not going to contest that one. That is the end of the over. On the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener, it is Pakistan 3 for 44.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's Best Super Fund for 2024. Judged on strong performance, value for money and a focus on members. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit moneymag.com.au for awards criteria. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Pat Cummins will continue this great spell. He's just manoeuvring his field around in the onside. So no bat pad now. Travis Head to go back to forward square leg, but still 3 slips and a gully and a shortish backward point as well. And a massive gap in the covers. There's a wrapper that's flying around inside the circle, so Marnus Labuschagne has to find and fetch that. Someone's got it.
Every time he goes for it, there's just a gust of wind that takes it away. I'll go, no, yep.
Yeah, so while that's going on...
Oh, he's gone again.
If you live and breathe local cricket, head to iCanWin.com.au and let us know what you love about your local cricket club for your chance to win a $100 Liquorland voucher.
Oh, they still haven't got it.
A local legend each lunchtime here on SEN.
Oh, Smith's gone up. Standing ovation.
iCanWin.com.au.
And look at Marnus isn't happy because Smithy got it. Look at that. They're so competitive, those two.
Cummins now is ready. So is Bharat. Cummins bowls and Bubba is defending, wanting a single, but Shaquille saying no, and then Bubba saying, why not?
Yes, exactly saying that. Oh, the senior partner, and then Shaquille's still going back at him.
He's saying, mate, there's no one in the covers. There's 2 probably there.
Run out. It's also the pressure from Cummins. I mean, it's up there with McGrath for accuracy and pressure, isn't it? Like, huge percentage of high quality deliveries, isn't it?
Yep.
Doesn't waste a ball.
Cummins here past the umpire, bowls to Bubba Azam, who plays late, dabbing into gully. Again, a very similar line, a very similar length. Leading run scorer for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it earlier today. Osman Khawaja got 90 in the second innings for Australia before he was caught at third man, going the big uppercut. Mitch Marsh got runs again, so he's in line potentially for the player of the match, thanks to Bing Lee, with runs in both innings and a crucial wicket as well. Pat Cummins here, 3 slips and a gully. Bowling to Bubba. It gets a bouncer, a nasty one, that goes over the top of Bubba, over the top of Carey, and down to the rope for 4 byes. And that was a nasty delivery that Bubba didn't know too much about. He almost jumped into it as he took one hand off the bat in almost a reflex action.
He knew a little bit about it. He knew that I just didn't want to get hit in the head here.
That's right.
Oh, you know, that's extreme bounce, isn't it?
3 for 48.
It was a short ball, but that's risen acutely.
That will rattle your cage. Distracted by something again. Now he's okay. So he's Cummins. Bustles in, bowls to Bubba Azam, who pushes forward. Oh, they were going to go for the single, and it was Bubba that said no. And the youngster here was coming this time and almost found himself slipping over in the middle of the pitch.
Well, what does poor Saj Shaki do now? He's been yelled at for saying yes. He's been yelled at for saying no.
Yes, that was interesting because Bubba said he was going and then Marnus came in really quickly from an extra cover position. And Bubba realised he was going to torch his teammate if he went. And Cummins again. Bowls to Bubba Azam, who tries to slice it through the offside, gets a bottom edge. And it goes back to the bowler somehow on the second bounce.
Looks like he's getting frustrated, doesn't he? Bubba Azam with his own batting, with the running with his partner. Just sense things are happening here for the Australians. Backward squares coming into a traditional square leg position.
Yeah. So they keep just tinkering slightly with the field, depending, I guess, on the point in the over. There's only 1 ball left here. As Cummins approaches. Bowls to Bubba Azam. Edging. Oh, gone.
Wow.
That was a terrific delivery from Cummins that took the shoulder of the bat into the cordon, gobbled up, out. And that is just relentless bowling from Pat Cummins. Bubba Azam out for 14. And once again, the extra bounce taking the shoulder and maybe the glove on the way through. Alex Carey taking the simplest of catches. And now that is Pakistan 4 for 48. And Babar Azam, the main man for Pakistan, is walking off. And maybe now Pakistan might struggle to get through to the end of the day.
Once again, Cummins just stalking the best batsman of the opposition. He loves it. Hostile bowling, unbelievable line, not being able to be left. The length forcing Babar to play. He was getting frustrated, as I said, with himself, with his partner. And Cummins ends up bowling an absolute cracker that leads to the doorway to departure for Pakistan's best batsman. Real trouble here for Pakistan. Another massive tick to the skipper, Captain Pat. When the ball pitches, it looks like he's bowling dynamite. It is just sensational.
When we're looking, Bharat, for the player of the day for Drinkwise, you just see Pat Cummins. I know he hasn't done much, but it's just so good to watch. He just looks so much better than anybody else out there.
He's elite level, right? There are sometimes when Pat Cummins runs in with the ball, when you realize that he just operates at a level above everybody else, takes the pitch out of the equation. And what a world-class working over that was. Oh. We saw it coming, right? You knew Babar Azam was not going to survive this spell. Outside edge, bouncer. He had no idea, Babar.
And we talk about Babar Azam being one of the classiest and best players in the world. He just got a working over like you'd never see.
I like this. There's fielders all around the bat now for Nathan Lyon.
Yep. Shaquille facing you over here from Nathan Lyon. Now a bat pad on both sides. Lyon bowls to Shaquille, who pushes forward in defence. Bat and pad close together.
Hey, just speaking about Shaquille being a prospect, Flem, just saying this earlier, there was some talk of him being named Test captain before the series, just in his 8th Test.
Wow.
That's the level of confidence they have in him.
Lyon again. Comes in, uncoils, bowls. Shaquille uses his feet and hits it straight into Labuschagne, trying to drive through the offside. Marnus tried to jump to get out of the way and it hit him in the back of the leg.
Might have been a chance. Using his feet, hitting on the up.
He hit that in the air.
It was in the air.
Yep. Could have gone anywhere. Lyon again bowls. Shaquille leaves outside off stump. That was a bit quicker, a bit flatter. Not far away. Sarfraz is the new batsman. Pakistan 4 for 48 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the smart gardener.
Subtle changes from Lyon, just releasing the ball a little bit earlier, a little bit later.
Lyon again bowls. Shaquille pushing forward nicely, confidently in defence. Almost had the back leg. The back leg had the knee on the ground. He was so far forward, lunging to smother the spin.
Look at where Marnus Labuschagne is ending up. He's on the pitch after every ball. Desperate.
Lyon bowls. Shaquille, that one did bounce a little bit more. It took almost the splice of the bat as he came forward to smother the spin. Fortunately for Shaquille, he kept it away from both Labuschagne and Head, both under the helmets, one on either side of him.
But like last over, I just feel like something's happening, isn't it? Shaquille just getting frustrated. He's getting stuck on the crease, throwing his hands and bat at the ball.
One more ball left in the over. Lyon bowl. Shaquille pushing at that one away from his body of fraction, but playing it nicely into point. So Lyon still on 499. Pakistan 4 for 48 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the smart gardener. And we've got 1 over left until tea. And that does mean that Nathan Lyon at least won't get the 500th wicket this session. Right.
Yeah, we'll have to wait a little longer, 25 minutes maybe. But just the way he started this spell, like Flem said, I don't think we'll have to wait for too long. It's coming very soon. Also, the way Pat Cummins is bowling, I don't know if he's going to leave too many wickets for the rest to take if he sticks to this.
The new batsman on strike, Sarfraz, the keeper, hasn't faced a ball. Cummins comes in, bowls. Sarfraz forward in defence, back to the bowler.
Even though they've faced Cummins a lot, probably, batsmen often seem surprised by how hard it hits their bat. You know, it doesn't come up as express pace these days, but he just works in that beautiful corridor of uncertainty, maximises his pace and bounce.
We're just seeing Flem vision of his last over that ultimately saw Bubba go in the last ball. I'll get back to that after this. Safraz jumping and defending again back to Cummins. Just that last over, the collection of deliveries, they all pitched almost on what would have been, if they put a handkerchief down there, all 6 balls would have landed on the handkerchief, with the last one taking the shoulder and going through.
That's what I think. It's just McGrath and himself that have that sort of accuracy, and Cummins quicker than McGrath.
Just want to welcome in our New Zealand listeners for the first time on the SENZ network, with Pakistan in its second innings, 4 for 48, still trailing Australia by 401. This is the last over before tea. Cummins a bit wider on the crease, bowls to Safraz, and that goes right past the outside edge. Adam White, Bharat Sunderasen and Damien Fleming with you. For all the New Zealand cricket fans, they had a win over Bangladesh in a one-day game, in a rain-shortened match. There was a spectacular catch taken. Have you seen the catch taken on the boundary in that game? I'll show you during the tea break, Bharat. Absolutely extraordinary. Safraz is yet to score. Shakil 6, Pakistan on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the smart gardener, 4 for 48. Babar Azam out a couple of overs ago. Cummins bowls here to Safraz, jumps and plays around the corner. Will take a single as head reached but couldn't quite get there on the second bounce at bat pad. It went behind square leg, and Safraz gets off the mark, 4 for 49.
And this is what Babar Azam was trying so desperately to do, right? Somehow get off strike, get away from Pat Cummins. That's why I was getting so frustrated with Saad Shakil, especially early on in the over. There was no escape. I think deep inside he knew, if I'm not able to get away from this end, it's just a matter of time, and it was.
Relentless is the word, just comes to mind with Cummins every time. Quite an adjustment to the field with Shakil being a left-hander. Cummins is ready now on the approach. Bowls to Shakil, it's a bouncer. He ducks underneath. So they're quite precise, Flem, with where they're putting that man in the deep. So they've got the fine leg, and then this man sort of backwards square leg. It's Nathan Lyon, sort of 2/3, maybe 3/4 of the way to the fence.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be taking on so close to tee now. I still think that's that bowled through the gate LBW outside edge that'll pick up the wicket here.
So this is the last ball of the second session on day 4. Pat Cummins around the wicket, bowling to Shakil, who up on his toes, will get 4 runs, backward of point, punching away. There's a big gap there. He knew it was there, and he said, I'll take that, and I'll take the 4 runs. And that is officially the end of the second session. So Pakistan, 4 for 53, with Saad Shakil now up to 10, and Safraz, the wicketkeeper, on 1. That was an eventful session. And in fact, It's been an eventful day, Damien Fleming.
It has, hasn't it? And part of that is provided by the pitch that is still fast and bouncy, and there's movement off the seam, but we're seeing the inconsistent bounce from the cracks that have opened up in the hot conditions that we've had over the 4 days, and now some quality fast bowling led by Cummins. This game may be over in the next session.
Okay, we're about to head downstairs. Adam Gilchrist from Fox Sports. In fact, I'm not sure. We'll just stand by. He's out lurking, Adam, I thought he was going to speak to somebody. We'll just hold fire just in case he does. Who's he going to talk to? Might be Travis Head, Bharat's man, who's going to have a chat to Adam Gilchrist, we think. Mm-hmm. Maybe not. Maybe not. Doesn't look like we are going to have
turned him down.
An interview. Adam Gilchrist definitely wanted to speak to somebody. Anyway, both, just quickly before we go to the break, Australia declared its second innings at 5 for 233 with Usman Khawaja making 90, Steve Smith 45, Mitch Marsh was 63 not out, and then in reply Pakistan in its second innings 4 for 53, Shafiq out for 2, Imam al-Haq out for 10, Shah Masood for 2, and then the last one, Babar Azam for 14. 2 wickets to Stark and 1 each to Hazelwood and to Cummins. We'll take a break and get ready for our tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Simon Katich will go through his thoughts on what has happened in that eventful second session and what might happen in the third session. This is SEN Test Cricket.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Liberty Business Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers and game changers. So access smarter credit when you need it most. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply. Cobram Estate is the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil. And this summer, let Cobram Estate be the hero when entertaining family and friends. Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil is fresh and full of flavour. Perfect for roasting, frying, baking, dressing salads and for dipping bread. Make your food taste even better this summer with a little help from Cobram Estate. Premium quality, great tasting and a versatile, healthy alternative. Buy in store at all major retailers.
The Melbourne Mavericks are here to change the game. The newest team in Suncorp Super Netball is launching its first season, and you can be part of it. Get a Mavs membership for just $89. You'll get 20% off tickets, discounted merchandise, plus special offers, as well as priority access to tickets, including finals. Bundle and save. Buy 4 memberships in one transaction and get $40 off. Don't miss history. Get your Melbourne Mavericks membership today. Check melbournemavericks.com.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. If you're serious about safety on the road for you and your family, then you need a free tyre safety check from Tyre Power. There's so much more to it than just wear and tear and correct tyre pressure. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power and get a free tyre safety check. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
The McRib is back at Macca's. And for a fresh take on this fan fave, say hello to the new McRib Deluxe. But get in quick before they ride off into the sunset. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Introducing the Trot's Good Form, your go-to for fast and simple form analytics. Gain access to the latest harness racing form and expert-driven analysis from the best minds in the business. Covering every angle, Good Form shows the full picture, including easy-to-read speed maps and performance indicators, lead probability and analytics. Arm yourself with the information you need for wise choices. With Good Form, everyone's an expert. Visit thetrots.com.au/form. Good form, great choice. Experience game-changing sound this festive season with Sonos. Explore speakers for multi-room listening, wireless home theatre, portables and more. Connect quickly and easily over Wi-Fi to get started within minutes and control it all like magic with the Sonos app. Powerful sound for every inch of your home and perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Make it a holiday like no other with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. Sonos.com.
A true master of home design knows that the finishing touches are just as important as the first blueprint. Finish your homes outdoors with impeccable taste. Explore Tuscan Path's range of pavers, from understated to bold, from natural stone to porcelain. With such a wide variety of finishes and sizes, you will find the perfect paver to complete your space. Tuscan Path pavers are available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Steady. The dinosaurs have arrived at Albert Park Mini Golf. See the T-Rex, Raptor and Stegosaurus, as well as the new massive 20-metre-long Brontosaurus. It's a great day of family mini golf fun amongst these prehistoric behemoths. Albert Park Mini Golf. It's safe, fun and located right next to Albert Park Lake. Join the dinosaurs these holidays with school holiday specials at albertparkminigolf.com.au.
for Henley's new Main View collection. All the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency. And halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
In a gully, Stark bowls, edge gone! First wicket, simple as that in the first over. Abdullah Shafiq caught on the crease, the angle across the right-hander.
Captain Masood bowls here from the Langer Rand. That's gone into the gloves of Carey by the outside edge. Stark bowls here. Sharp hit on the pad, full and straight and given. Ball tracking. Imam sending it up more in hope rather than expectation. 2 reds and hitting.
His arm edging on, gone. Wow. That was a terrific delivery from Cummins that took the shoulder of the bat into the cordon, gobbled up, out.
The tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Yes, plenty of highlights, particularly if you're an Australian cricket fan. In that second session, Pakistan in its second innings, 4 for 53. This is the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Simon Katich is our Red Energy expert. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au. It was just brilliant fast bowling. And you forecasted it, Simon. You said that it was going to be really difficult for Pakistan batting a second time. Just to be able to continue after somehow managing to be out there for 100 overs in their first innings to back it up again, the Pakistani attack, which is inexperienced, the batting attack against Australia.
Yeah, and particularly in these conditions. And that's the thing that, you know, this is such a mind game, Test cricket, and particularly from a batting perspective. And those Pakistani top order batsmen would have been watching what was happening yesterday. Labuschagne gets hit in the hand, Khawaja gets hit today, Steve Smith wears one or a couple last night. So none of that goes unnoticed, and that's always in the back of their minds. You know, if the Australian batsmen are finding it tough in these conditions, which are their home conditions, then it's difficult for us because we're not used to it, and that's what we're seeing play out here. And I'd expect Australia to be able to finish this Test match tonight, given that there's 6 wickets to go, but these two really are their last 2 recognised batsmen. Salman played well in the first innings, and he's certainly capable with the bat, but he wouldn't have been exposed to these conditions too often in his career, and it's such a big mental challenge to be able to adapt in a Test match so quickly when you haven't really had a huge preparation for these sorts of conditions.
And I think that's best illustrated by Babar Azam, who we all recognise as one of the best batsmen in the world. Even someone like Babar hasn't faced bowling like this on this wicket. And if he's struggling, the message in the dressing room, even if it is subconscious, is, oh, geez, if Bubba's going to struggle with this, how am I going to go?
It's exactly right. And that's why it's such a mind game. This, this situation where they're playing on a wicket with cracks and playing against a ruthless Australian attack that is hungry to retain that World Test Championship. You know, it's the start of another cycle. And I can see that hunger in the way they've gone about it with the bat in the field, and now with the ball in this last innings. And, it won't surprise me if this Test gets wrapped up this evening.
There is a crowd of 8,303 here at the moment. Now, there is a bit of news from the crowd as well. We have had some spectators thrown out for a sign that was draped over one of the balconies here in the stadium that said, "All lives are equal, freedom is a human right." Those people were thrown out of the stadium. So that's happened a short time ago. So that is a breaking story that I'm sure will follow right throughout the course of the day. But clearly in similar vein to what Usman Khawaja had on his shoes in the build-up to the Test match. And those people that were involved in that have been told they've got to leave the premises. So that is something to follow up. But back on field, Stark, were you happy with what he did in the second innings? Because he got it all wrong with the second new ball in the first innings. Was he better?
He certainly was. I thought he was excellent. I mean, we talked about it on air early. There was a ripper first over to get rid of Shafiq, who was very good in the first innings. He swung the ball. He hit a pretty good line and length. And even the dismissal of Imam, it was probably classic Stark. He sprayed a couple down the leg side. Then he got one wide outside off stump. And then the fourth one in that set was a little bit fuller, a little bit straighter, and it just basically kept tracking back in towards the stumps. And that's what, I guess, is the beauty of Mitchell Stark, because you don't know what you're going to get from him at certain times. And as a batsman, that's hard to face because you're expecting it in a certain area, particularly when you're facing Hazelwood or Cummins, because they can put a little, as you mentioned, and it's so spot on, Whitey, a little handkerchief down on the wicket. And that is pretty much Test cricket, owning that area of the wicket. The batsman tries to use his footwork to disturb the bowler on that length, but the bowler keeps hitting that length and asking good questions. And that length I'm talking about means the ball travels towards the top of off or middle stump. And that's where Cummins was so good getting Bubba. But Mitchell Starc, I thought, was excellent. And it just goes to show how proactive the players are now. Had a tough day yesterday. Went out the nets, did some work in the back, with the change of innings. And just a couple of little tweaks and maybe a couple of little mental cues with his load-up. He's been able to rectify things and get things back on track in a really quick, timely manner.
I think sometimes Starc can be harshly judged because Hazelwood and Cummins are so precise and Starc isn't, that he's not bowling as well. But that's not what Starc does. Starc gets wickets because there is a bit of everything. He's a more attacking bowler, which means he'll go for more runs. He'll bowl some balls down leg side, but he'll also bowl some unplayable balls. That's complementing what is already there.
Correct. And that's why this attack has been so successful together, because there are similarities, particularly with Hazelwood and Cummins and their, accuracy and their bounce and pace and all of that. But Mitchell Starc presents something to the opposition that a lot of the opposition batsmen don't want to face. Someone that's left arm, tall, bowls 140 odd Ks an hour, can swing it, can now bowl his three-quarter seam ball that just nips across the right-hander. And then the other thing, which is one of his biggest strengths, is his gun at cleaning up the tail. And there's a lot of tail-enders that don't like facing someone like Mitchell Starc. So any team in the world would love to have someone like that in their attack. I mean, Pakistan would be killing at the moment to have Mitchell Starc in their team because they just didn't have a lot of airspeed in this test. Shaheen Afridi looked down on pace, so whether he's got a bit of a niggle, they would love to have someone like him in their team. And, we're very lucky that he's playing for Australia.
Weather update for Rainbird, 27 degrees in Perth at the moment. We were going for a top of 31. We haven't quite got there at this point. Rainbird leader in irrigation for over 90 years. That has been the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew, the player of the day contender for Bingley at the moment. We're going to put it down to Usman Khawaja to bat as well as he did in that second innings for 90 on a pitch that we think is hard to bat on. He proved that it was possible to get runs with that 90 in the second innings. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Holmes. Build with confidence. Thanks, Kat, for your input through the tea breaks. Adam Collins will come back after the break and get the final session underway.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Crispy, crunchy, golden onion rings are back at Macca's, and they come with a tangy barbecue sauce, making them ideal for a summer dip. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Dennis Walter here. For those dealing with the loss of a loved one, the holidays can be particularly challenging. That's why Tobin Brothers Funerals have put together 12 steps for coping at Christmas.
Change your expectations. Once you've accepted that you have changed and you need different things, you need to look after yourself, you need rest, and you need a lot more support. So listen to those needs and give yourself different expectations. Expect that that is what is normal for what you're going through.
Watch the Coping at Christmas video series today at tobinbrothers.com.au.
Give the gift of gardening this Christmas and put some great tools and accessories under the tree from Cyclone. Choose something from Cyclone's wide range of garden tools and accessories. They've got the perfect gift for every gardener, from seasoned green thumbs to their Little Gardeners Kids range. For great Christmas gift ideas for anyone that loves their garden, check out Cyclone's gift guide online at cyclone.com.au. Also available at your nearest Bunnings, Mitre 10 or independent hardware stores. That's cyclone.com.au.
From A-League to Big Bash, NBL to the Oz Open. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
All families are spirited, and pleasing everyone can be quite the task.
Dad, can we go to the footy? Can we go fishing? Can we do lunch at a winery? Can we go bike riding? Can we go for a bush walk?
Dads, this is your moment to step up to the plate.
All right, I've got this.
All aboard Spirit of Tasmania. Fishing, sports, sightseeing, fresh seafood, hiking, bike trails. Your next family adventure awaits. Pack more into your journey with Spirit of Tasmania.
We're going to Tassie.
Yeah, let's go!
spiritoftasmania.com.au.
Robot Building Supplies is a family-run business and understands the value of being home with the family.
Robots got it.
That's why they have supplies to help you build a man cave, a kid's game room, a tool shed.
Robots got it.
Helping build family time and man caves since 1946.
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT. Robot Building Supplies.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Wheat growers, there's no need to compromise on yield when growing a Clearfield wheat variety anymore. AGT are proud to bring you Tomahawk CL+, the Scepter-type Clearfield. NVT and AGT data has shown Tomahawk CL+ to out-yield Scepter, making it the highest yielding Clearfield wheat variety available, while also boasting excellent grain size and test weight, good sprouting tolerance, mid-season maturity and APW quality. Get your seed of Tomahawk CL+ for the 2024 season through AGT affiliates or local retailers.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. Want something delivered fast with full visibility along the way? At State Transport, we have staff available 24/7 and the technology in place to make sure your delivery gets there on time, every time. Give our team a call today and try the State way. Our people are your solution. Visit statetransport.com.au.
State Transport, our people are your solution.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency. And halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The third session for Liquorland. To the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and the Henley Homes built with confidence. Final session for Liquorland. Cheers. Liquorland, choose to drink wise. Adam Collins with Damien, Fleming. Alex Carey's got his helmet on. That means Nathan Lyon is starting from the Justin Langer end on 499 wickets. The chance to tune into something special. Pakistan still a long, long way from their victory target of 450, losing 4 wickets in that session. Shafiq, Masood Imam and Babar for 2, 2, 10 and 14 respectively. Flem, looking forward to this.
Yeah, let's go. Let's do this over. Thanks, Nathan Lyon. It's all ready to go. Dave Warner's ready. Leg slip. Bat pad.
Good old Sarfaraz Ahmed to start. Who's got a pretty good record against Lyon in Test cricket for what it's worth. Averages in the 80s against him. But right now, that means nothing. All eyes on Lyon with a slipper leg slip and a short leg. 3 out. Deep. Long on. Deep mid-wicket. Deep backward square. The latter 2 men about 15 metres inside the rope. Players called. Lyon bowls to Sarfaraz first. Ball of the session. Shout for leg before nearly not quite. Steve Smith from first slip signalling that's too high and the rest bail out of the appeal.
Good start, though. Very good start there from Nathan Lyon.
How's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's Craft Beer, available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. All our leg before shouts this series. Lyon again from the Langer end. Up to Sarfaraz. Bowls here, dances and drives him nicely. Out through cover where there is a nice big gap. That's the long boundary, so they'll get a comfortable 3. They can walk the third. No need to be pushing for an all-run for at this juncture. 4 for 56. Sarfaraz up to 4.
That's a nice shot. It was a gutsy shot, but that sort of intent is backing up the record that you just said about Sarfaraz against Nathan Lyon. He was happy to come down, blunt the spin, open up the face, hit it through the covers. Good shot.
He's got a test hunt against Australia back in 2014 at Dubai. Sarfaraz against Australia and 4 half-centuries.
Good to see him back.
Yeah, he's been a very good player, Sarfaraz Ahmed. Underrated when he was captain.
Rizwan's out. He's a good player.
Yeah.
He's got a couple of good wicket-keeper batsmen.
Yeah. So, at the left-handed, Shaquille. Lyon round the wicket to him here. 3 men round the bat. Lunges forward, defends behind point where there won't be a single. So for the left-hander, they go slip, short leg, silly point, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. A man at deepish backward square and a short fine. Lyon up here, passing umpire Illingworth and bowling wider on the crease to Shaquille, who's forward in defence towards mid-wicket. No run. What would be the ideal way for Lyon to get it?
Oh, a stumping would always look good, wouldn't it? Shaquille hasn't really come out of his crease to line him. He looks a good player, doesn't he?
We'd like that bit of deception from Lyon. Get him with a stumping, perhaps. He bowls here. Shaquille stays at home and defends the silly point. No run.
The way he's playing, it's caught close to the wicket or LBW, I think.
I wonder what, like, Lyon unfilled in that appeal posture that we see. Knee on the ground.
Yeah, so LB then for that.
That'd be nice, with the finger going up.
It's a
hopefully
distinctive celebration, isn't it?
Lyon delivers. Shaquille's hit on the pad. There's the appeal from Lyon that he bails out of when he realises that it's sliding down the leg side. There won't be a review, and Lyon has a laugh to himself and the umpire. Into the over, 4 for 56. Sarfraz 4. Shaquille on 10. It's on the Macca's scoreboard cricket. I'm loving it. Seeing it back on replay and, sliding.
It was a practice appeal from Nathan Lyon. He went down on one knee as if he was going to propose an appeal and didn't go through with it, going down leg.
Always like the way that he gives it the jazz hands, both hands as well. And when he's not that serious about it, it's one finger. When he's really serious about it, it's both hands, waving like Stuart Broad used to.
I mean, he's been a very good appealer in this new generation of DRS, hasn't he? He generally gets it right.
Yeah, the captains always trust him, I reckon, as well. So Mitchell Starc, he's taken 2 for 19. That's not the full story. He's bowled some excellent overs and some wayward ones so far. I suppose that's the lot in life of a bowler like Starc. Mentioned that Alex Malcolm column earlier today where he sort of compared them to a band. Naturally.
And did he say which band it was?
It was more the positions they play in a 4-piece, right? Lyon, naturally, the drummer. Hazelwood, the bass player.
So band, yeah.
And then the lead guitarist, Mitchell Starc, the one that smashes the guitars on stage, but is capable of brilliance.
Yep.
Feels about right. Of course,
good analogy.
Cummins up front with the microphone. I like it. Here is Starc away from us. Bowls to Sarfraz full and dug out towards backward point. There won't be one there. Nathan Lyon fields.
Yeah, I once compared Australian players or teammates on another radio station I was working with at the time, and it was to my favourite band, Kiss. and I said Merv Hughes was like Gene Simmons, bigger than larger than life, big extrovert. Had David Boone as Peter Criss, the drummer, just quietly go in the background. Ace Frehley, very laconic, lead guitarist. Mark Wall. Reminded me of Mark Wall.
I suppose with Merv as well, you've got the tongue thing with the tongue in the ear of Alan Border.
So there's another one there.
So Starc's at our end, bowling at Sarfraz on 4. 4 for 56 Pakistan as he bowls. And Sarfraz plays inside the line. Player missed just about, but I think he just pulled the bat into his pad at the last
one. And for the lead singer, Paul Stanley, I said, it reminds me of like Dean Jones, loves the attention. It's all about him, all that sort of stuff. And then I went to Victorian training next night, and Dino runs past. He doesn't give me much, and I thought, that's a bit weird. What's going on here? And then on the second lab, he goes, well, are you a psychoanalyst these days, are you? So he's obviously listening to that radio station.
Brilliant.
But he had a lot of charisma, didn't he, the late Dean Jones?
Oh, yeah. Love the scrap. He's Starc bowling here to Sarfraz. Beats him. That's a genuine player miss. Just a little bit shorter as well, Flem.
What's that?
A little bit shorter from Starc there, which meant that Sarfraz wanted to get on the front foot.
Yeah, I mean, I think he blurs the lines when he bowls fuller. Just because the left-hander, an unusual type action. There's a lot of long levers at work when he's running into bowl, and full just brings forward. He just gets so many edges, or if he shapes the ball back into right-handers, a lot of LBWs.
Had a fine test career doing precisely that. Here he is again. bowls, and Safra's catches the call and taken in the gully by Mitchell Marsh. It ballooned up, had all the time in the world to set himself, and Mitchell Starc gets himself a third. Straight after tea, Australia strike 5 for 56. Safra's gone for 4, and this might end in a hurry, Flem.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we were just talking about, wasn't it? Just that extra metre. Batsmen really, really struggle to pick up the right length, and Safra's just getting caught on the crease, and in the end, just leaving his bat to be hit. So Mitchell Starc, genuine wicket taker again. Another one to him. Safraz Ahmed misses out for 4, and the Aussies. Wow, this looks like it can. We're starting to get near the tail now, and they've only bowled 4 overs, 5 overs here and there, so they can give it all here, the Australian bowlers.
Yeah, they'll be fresh. We're only in the 19th.
I mean, the big one is, can Nath get his 500th? Are the quicks just going to run through this Pakistan team?
Well, there are 8,303 people here today. If Lyon were to take it in front of a modest, to say the least, crowd. If he's on 499 on Boxing Day, how many people will rock up at the G?
It's going to be 75,000, 80,000, isn't it? And if we bowl first...
Salman walking out. Agha Salman, who in the first innings batted for a time, ended up he was not out, wasn't he, Salman, at the end? Anyway, the game is moving quickly here. Agha Salman, he's one of the all-rounders they picked to lengthen their batting lineup. Not for a scenario like this necessarily, but had a good year.
Averages in the 40s, doesn't he? Just with that one with Safraz, I mean, he just misread it, and in the end, it's hitting up near the splice.
All our Macca's catches. Macca's sponsoring the catch of the summer. The McRib and McRib Deluxe are now at Macca's. That won't be one of those that just nursed its way to Mitchell Marsh, didn't it? So Starc with 3 for 19. A chance for a bag here into Salman. His first ball over the wicket. Plays tentatively out to cover. No run. So there's so many overs left today as well, Flem. Just referring back to the scorecard. After this one, 38.
Yeah.
And then the ability to take the further half an hour if they...
And this is just the 19th over and half the Pakistan team's out.
Yeah, you'd say that if they got the 7 down, if we were still here at 5:50 and they were 7 down, the umps might say have an extra half an hour, fellas.
Yeah, definitely. And for all the mixed rhythm and line and length from Starc, it's 3 for 19.
Yes.
He's looking at a cheap fifer.
Here he is, up to the new man Salman, who leaves alone. And that'll complete the over as well. 5 for 56, Pakistan. Starc successful in the over, getting rid of Safraz. Salman yet to score. Shakil's on 10. That's on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal? Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Bataki, Bataki, Bataki. A special dining occasion isn't truly special without a Bataki leg ham.
Insist on a famous Bataki leg ham.
Available at leading supermarkets and delicatessens.
Bataki, simply the best.
All our correspondence thanks to Tyre Power. Big December deal sale. Pat Cummins must be channeling Jimmy from Glen Waverley. It'd be perfect on Boxing Day for Lyon to take his 500th. For Pat Cummins has brought himself on to replace Nathan Lyon.
Maybe Nath's gone to him, going, mate, I'm not feeling it here. I want it done at the MCG.
Yes.
I know I was playing in the team at the moment when Shane Warne was so close to Dennis Lilly's record, and it took numerous test matches.
Cummins over the wicket, new spell. Already got a wicket to Shakil. First ball, pulling the short one out to one of the 2 men sweeping that rope. Nathan Lyon himself, a deep backward square. They get a run, Shakil to 11.
And I'm not sure if Warney wrote about it in his books, but it was on Warney's mind. He was close in Adelaide in a test against India, and my gut feeling, was, and then it was like, it was built up beautiful. The king of the MCG gets to break his record there, but I think it took till the first test in New Zealand.
I think you're right.
So he didn't take a lot of wickets in that series against India, obviously. And it just got, each test, it just gets bigger and bigger, the momentum.
So Cummins to Salman. He's yet to get off the mark. In from the Langer end, bowls here, and he beats him. That's just tentative. We saw the first ball from Salmon. He didn't want to get near it and placed it out to mid-off, and that's no footwork at all through to the gloves of Alex Carey. Yeah, milestones can do funny things to cricketers. Line on the final day at the Gabba against India was on, 398 when the day started, and day 5, Lyon, wearing pitch, etc., etc.
Ready to happen.
Just didn't happen, did it? Maybe he snatched for it a little bit that day. Yeah, Stark's up to 338 wickets, speaking of DK. Not far away from moving into 4th spot for Australia.
The numbers of this trio here are amazing.
Here is Cummins, a bit wider on the crease. Back is Salmon, pushing the backward point. Tentative movements, Cummins will detect that.
He's not getting a long way back, and he's squaring up.
I guess you've been talking all day about the crack that Cummins might hit with the tectonic plates of the surface shifting. If he can get it right around there, Salmon's going to have a real problem.
And Pat's the one that hasn't battled with the jumping here. Hazelwood and Stark, I think he's landing in a position where it's just pretty even, the turf. And then the back foot's landing on the pitch. He's bowled beautifully this game.
Started the summer splendidly. He's up here, bowling to Salmon. Think of a length, true bounce, calls yes, but there's no run there. They're not going to be taking on Marnus Labuschagne.
You would have hoyed that at me then, and I would have just gone like that.
He's one of the best at nailing the stumps down in the world.
Not big backing up there.
Could you understand what Travis Head was saying then? I'm trying to give anyone the back of the box because you were going to just hoy that at me just then. He was yelling at Marnus Labuschagne, but I don't have any pads on. The short leg at the moment is Travis Head. He's probably right. Five for 57. Cummins 2 left in the over. Up and bowls and beats him with a beauty. Salmon caught on the crease. How did that not hit the off stump? Wow. Class.
How many great balls does he bowl? He just, once again, I mean, this is an absolute cracker. It's like a fast leg cutter. But it's hit the seam and straightened.
Just on that, Flem, we hear so much about the wobble seam these days in modern Test cricket. That's more genuine seam up, isn't it?
Yep. I think his stock ball's just the one that he's looking to nip back in. But even then, sometimes it hits the other side of the ball and straightens.
Here he is to finish. Cummins to Salmon, working him over outside the line here, and he can shoulder arms. Some relief for the new man in. Pakistan 5 for 57. Salmon yet to get off the mark. Shaquille on 11. That's on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. If you need a new set of tyres, don't put it off. That's why Tyre Power is giving you more ways to pay for your tyres, including Zip Pay. T's and C's apply. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
The McRib is back at Macca's. And for a fresh take on this fan fave, say hello to the new McRib Deluxe. But get in quick before they ride off into the sunset. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
All our correspondents for Tyre Power, big December deal sale. A text in from Dom. Cummins taking line off, so he takes wicket 500 at Boxing Day instead of in front of 39 people today playing 4D chess again.
The general feel is they're happy with Pat, Captain Pat.
Nice little drive-by on the Perth crowd there as well from our correspondent, or lack thereof. Maybe they can get in now, thinking, after tea, catch a milestone. Stark in, away from us, bowls here. Shaquille writes the bounce, quick single. Salmon gets through for a moment. I thought Labuschagne was in the frame. He wasn't quite. 5 for 58. Sold Shaquille up to 12.
Problem with the Pakistan batsmen at the moment, there is a single there, and you've got to look to it to rotate the strike, but the non-facing batsmen always look surprised when they hear yes. They're not really backing up with intent to get down the other end.
Yeah, we saw that with Imam Al-Haq, didn't we? That he for so long, he was no danger of being man-catted, put it that way.
No, Shaquille and Babar, and that partnership, wasn't it? They were actually having a go at each other.
Yeah,
and particularly with Cummins, you got to rotate the strike. He just works you over.
And from a coaching perspective, Flem, that's where they'd be frustrated, right? That's the stuff you can control.
Yeah. I said they got better. I watched their warm-up. It's a lot more professional, a lot of extra fielding. And you just got to be able to nail those 1%ers, but running between the wicket is crucial.
So Stark with 3 for 20. Gets a crack at Salmon, who's been indecisive so far. Bowls at him, and he beats him. The one that just went away on the angle hit the seam. He's faced 8 deliveries, Sam, and I reckon 4 have gone past the outside edge.
Yeah, it's just a step up from anything that he's faced at international level, the attack itself, but also the pitch conditions. Goes back. He actually keeps really low. I think in Australian conditions, it wouldn't hurt him to actually set up with his batting stance not quite as wide, stand up a little bit taller.
Stark again with that long, athletic, familiar approach. Bowls here, Salmon. That on ball, gets off the mark with a compact cover drive. Won't go to the rope. Marnus Labuschagne herring after it, puts in the sliding stop as he does so well in the white ball game. They add a couple. Salmon has 2, Pakistan 5 for 60.
Yep, nice shot. Had it checked, had it covered.
The other thing, Flem, is that we've talked a lot about this surface. The last 2 or 3 years at Melbourne, it's been really good to bowl on for seamers. So it will get no easier, I suppose, is my point.
I think the Shield games have been really tough to bat on. He'll have less grass on the MCG pitch.
Stark passes umpire Wilson and delivers to Salmon, short, and he takes it on to the extent to which he's willing to chop down hard. Thought he was going to get a full cut shot there, not quite. Add 2 more beyond Nathan Lyon, who was fielding that point. Salmon's 4, 5 for 62 the score. A reminder that their target is 450 for what it's worth.
Another one besides Nathan Lyon is just the aggregate of wickets of the other 3 as well. You know, Stark getting up to 350 and Hazelwood and Cummins. They'll eventually get up around that mark as well. It'll be interesting to see how this trio, where they finish wickets-wise.
Yeah, Cummins and Hazelwood are right with each other on about 240, and then 100 on from that roughly is Stark, and of course Lyon 499. You're spot on there. Stark delivers on the hip of Salmon, wants one to Cummins at Whitish on, and he'll get it. It's him 5 for 63 Pakistan. So yeah, you could storyboard that out, couldn't you? If they play for a couple more years each, give or take. Cummins in all probability a bit longer than the others.
Yeah.
They might end up with, say, Cummins 400 odd, Hazelwood.
They all get over
odd.
400. I mean, that's amazing. And we think we're always going to be okay for fast bowlers, but to think that we've never had anything close to this. It's 3 quicks with over 200 Test wickets.
Great point. Even when Gillespie was playing week in, week out with McGrath, he ends up in the 250s or thereabouts. Stark to finish his 7th over. Shorter ball on the hip of Shaquille. Quick single, mix-up. The throw's going to be a direct hit. It isn't. The bails are taken. Labuschagne thinks he's got him anyway.
I think he's gone.
We're going upstairs, and the suspicion, based on the body language, is that Salmon is going to be run out. The throw came in.
He's walking off.
And he's walking off, yep. Labuschagne did well to drag the ball back over.
Review for run out at the bowler's
so
end.
Third umpire Michael Goff for IMAR Insurance. The tradies trust IMAR for insurance. Call 13 IMAR. Sharp work for the Australians. They've already put on the TV screen 6 for 63, and on the basis of the first replay, fair enough. He's gone by 2 feet.
The batsman has made his ground. I'm ready for my decision on the big screen.
Run out he will be. It was a yes, no, maybe, sorry kind of situation. And it's a sorry scoreboard for Pakistan, who are reduced to 6 for 63. Salmon run out by a combination of Travis Head and Marnus Labuschagne for 5. And, well, this really is ending in a hurry.
Yeah, I can't say that was a surprise twist to that partnership. It was predictable, wasn't it? We were talking about the basics. They've improved the fielding. Their skills are good, but running between the wickets, the basics of that was a concern in the first innings, and it was at times in other partnerships in the second innings, and it already had some yes-no weights between these two, and it finishes in a run out, and let's be honest, it was a shocker. It was horrible.
Well, it wasn't Shaquille's call, that's the first thing here. It was behind square on the pull. It didn't really go anywhere. It went straight to Travis Head. Shaquille hit it and ran. Salmon came with him. Shaquille said, sorry, mate. Bharat Sunderasen, hello, mate.
I think if they both went, I think they would have got home.
Right, so 4 wickets for Australia to win from here. That was the end of the Stark over, so Cummins will get another crack. Fahim Ashraf, who's walking in at 8, there are worse number 8s in Test cricket. Fahim, or a bowling all-rounder.
Well, he'd want to get some runs, or he might be in the twilight of his Test career here, I think.
Yeah, barely got to go
bowlings.
With the ball.
Nah, the debutants were a lot more impressive.
Okay, Cummins here, first delivery to Fahim Ashraf is defended back down the pitch. No run, so 2 left-handers in, 3 slips to the gully, the short leg, the catches.
Well, where do Pakistan go from here? You look at that squad. Hopefully, Abrar Ahmed, the mystery spinner, the premier spinner, gets fit for that test. We saw what Sajid Khan and Noman Ali have to offer Adam on those pitches.
I wouldn't have thought so.
Yeah.
I'd go Hassan Ali ahead of Fahim.
Hassan's experience and Abra's leg breaks, that makes them feel more dynamic straight away. Ashraf facing Cummins, inside edge onto the front pad. In terms of the batting, Baz, they got the young opener.
I guess Rizwan comes in for Sarfaraz, you'd think, just to bring some spunk to the team. Definitely a better batter. The youngster's really highly touted. Sayyam Mayub.
Yeah.
He's played in semi-high pressure situations and done well. Won the CPL with hitting a 6 of the last ball.
Got a great first-class record. A lot of people fancy him, but yeah, if they make a shift like that at the top, we'll see. Cummins bowls and pulling through the onside is Ashraf to get off the mark. He'll get through for a couple. Fielding will be done by Hazelwood. Ashraf's 2, 6 for 65. And I suppose the other point is they actually really like their top 4, don't they, Flem? They like Shafiq, Imam, Shan Masood, Babar Azam. It's improbable they'll change that lot. It's more middle, lower order depth.
No, I'd be sticking with their top order batsmen, certainly. They're going to collapse here, but I think it hasn't been a horrible Test match. I thought it was going to be even worse when it was number 120 at lunch on day 1. Their debutant fast bowlers have shown enough. I mean, they want more from Afridi. They're number 1 quick.
Another point in all of this is that I'm not saying it would have changed the result, but batting first could have given them a chance to get into the Test match, but that wasn't to be. Round the wicket, Cummins, short ball, rapid as well for Fahim underneath it. That was aiming right at his lid. So all 3 Test matches played here before this one have been won by those batting first, and so it'll be here again with Australia. So yeah, they needed a lot to go right this week, didn't they, Pakistan?
Yeah, and obviously getting into Melbourne, they can probably get through with a similar balanced team. In Sydney, you want some spin. So that's a bit of a concern as well. I'll certainly enjoy batting in those conditions better.
Extra catcher on the leg side for Fahim as Cummins bowls to him here, and it's full. Pushes back to the bowler in his follow through.
Yeah, that's the thing with this Test match, right? Like you said, Flem, Shaheen Shah Afridi with the ball and Babar Azam with the bat. They're the ones they look to carry them.
Big Test matches. But as a glance, Shafiq looked good in the first innings. Masood, he's just below par at Test level so far, but you could see him getting runs. Shaquille looks very promising.
Cummins to finish his over. Bowls here, and the short ball is taken on by Fahim Ashraf, but only as far as the man saving the one, Usman Khawaja, at square leg. That'll complete the over. 6 for 65 is the score on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. And it's Fahim 2, Saud Shaquille is 12, and they trail by 384 runs.
Wheat growers, there's no need to compromise on yield when growing a Clearfield wheat variety anymore. AGT are proud to bring you Tomahawk CL+, the Scepter-type Clearfield. NVT and AGT data has shown Tomahawk CL+ to out-yield Scepter, making it the highest yielding Clearfield wheat variety available, while also boasting excellent grain size and test weight, good sprouting tolerance, mid-season maturity and APW quality. Get your seed of Tomahawk CL+ for the 2024 season through AGT affiliates or local retailers.
Australia have had the chance to celebrate 2 wickets since tea, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral celebrating lives. On the other side of the ledger, Pakistan haven't hit a boundary since the short interval. They're for Azito all day, every day. Stark has 3 for 25. Up here, bowling to Sal, the left-hander. Who's in behind it? Shakil defending to mid-on.
Yeah, I'm with Flem. Can't change the top order. So Rizwan coming in at number 6 just adds something to that batting lineup, doesn't it? And he brings energy with the... But Sarfraz Ahmed had an okay game behind the stumps. There's nothing from him, even when the spinner was bowling.
So Hassan Ali, you think, Flem, experience, big test match, big crowd.
If they were just going to keep the same, that'd be the one change for me. I like Rizwan as a player.
3 slips the gully. Stark bowls and defending Isal Shakil down to mid-on.
So they got a bit of time off to build. Well, they got a 2-day practice match.
Which will be interesting for probably the Victorians who are playing in a way. Marcus Harris and Will Pekowski have both been mooted to take the field in that one at St Kilda.
They'll be at the junction, will it? Not the G. Yeah. Once again, that's not going to prepare them for the MCG, the junction. It's like playing in Canberra. Yeah, they'll be going, what are they doing with the tour games here in Australia? We heard it was quick and bouncy.
And this is one that they've asked for. They've formally made a request to Cricket Australia to organise something for them.
Well, I like that. And there's a lot of players training at the moment who don't have a BBL team.
So Stark's bowling from our pavilion end. Delivers here. Sal Shakil on the back foot, pushes out to cover, gets 1. To the right of Labuschagne. He's around from extra cover. 6 for 66. Really an overthrow, but men backing it up. Shakil up to a dozen. Make that 13.
Just listening to you guys talk about Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins. I was thinking about it yesterday. I put it in my piece as well. I can't think of too many challenges in the history of Test cricket that have been tougher than facing this bowling attack. All 4 of them, especially the 3 fast bowlers. We've seen it during this Test, right? Yes, the pitches had a lot in it for them, but can't have been too many bowling attacks. I know everybody talks about the West Indies from the 70s and 80s. This is some attack.
When you consider the depth they've had as well over the last couple of summers, Stark up here, bowling full and straight and defended by Fahim. When Scotty Boland came in, when Josh Hazelwood was out of the side, that couldn't have worked any better. Similarly, Jai Richardson, the forgotten man of the 21-22 Ashes series, taking a 5 for Adelaide Oval. Michael Nisa played a role in a couple of test matches at Adelaide. Very unlucky not to play in England this year based on what he was doing with bat and ball. It sort of isn't just the big 3, is it, Flem?
Yeah, but whether those type of players are going to have 200 test wickets to them, that's the enormity of what the next generation, if Australia are trying to win World Test Championships.
Stark bowls and pulling just past, not quite past, but to the right of the diving man, Pat Cummins at wideish mid-wicket, saving 3. They get through for a single, but that was hit with real authority from Ashraf. His best shot so far, 6 for 67, but only for 1. Crunched it.
And, as you said, they're still young enough to play for a couple of years. But it'll be how they actually separate that in their retirements, or whether one chooses to play a bit of white ball cricket. It's a credit to their resilience and the fitness side of things.
Stark's out the right to do that if he wishes. He bowls here, turns it into the onside. Nice shot from Sal Shakil. Might make it to the rope. He's timed that so well that it will trickle into it. Hazelwood elects against diving. Fair enough at this stage of the game, I suppose.
A big Hoff, I reckon.
End of the over. 6 for 71 the score. 6 runs coming from that over on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Adam White taking over from me. Sal Shakil 17. Fahim Ashraf's up to 3. And Nathan Lyon back into the attack.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
On the Tyre Power scoreboard, always well bowled. Pakistan 6 for 71 with Ashraf on 3 and Shaquille on 17. Nathan Lyon is back.
We thought he'd been retired and cotton wool for the G, and then you slip in, Whitey, and now he's bowling. What's going on?
Well,
you get to call it. Is this what's happening?
Arrangement. Bowling here to the left-handed Ashraf. Lyon bowls and Ashraf leaves. That one spun and bounced a little bit there to start a new spell.
And Gaza.
And again, he comes, bowls to Ashraf, who's forward in defence. Pushing back to the bowler. No problems there.
Hi, lads.
Quite breezy now here in Perth. Looking at the flags on top of the grandstand. Line again, around the wicket, bowls to Ashraf. Oh, that one inside edge away from that pad. Spat out on the onside. In fact, no inside edge, only pad. It felt like there were two noises there, but according to the umpire, there was not. So just a leg by, 6 for 72.
Well, it was a vulnerable position, wasn't it? You know, his bat was so far in front of his first pad, front pad. Just feel like the catcher's in close, feel like they've got a catch coming every ball.
So now Shaquille back on strike. Lyon comes in, uncoils, bowls forward. Comes Shaquille, smothering the spin, squeezing it out to backward point off the front foot.
I don't know whether you guys heard Nathan Lyon tell Fahim Ashraf, I can't sledge you, you're too nice.
I can hear that, yes. Lyon again to Shaquille, who leaves. A wide one outside off stump into the gloves of Carey.
Come on, guys.
Look very organised, doesn't he, Shaquille? Especially against spin.
Last ball of the over. Line to Shaquille, who cuts and cuts well. Backward of point, down towards the rope. Usman Khawaja on the chase. Ooh. Can't quite get there. 4 runs to complete the over to Shaquille. He moves to 21. A boundary for Azito all day, every day. Pakistan 6 for 76 at the end of the over on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Mum, Jasmine, it's that time of year.
Christmas gift time.
So here's some top picks from us at Bingley.
Skull Candy headphones or JBL party box.
Love it, Nana.
A Breville Fizz Fusion Super Sparkler.
Say that again.
Fizz up any drinks from juices to cocktails.
A NutriBullet portable blender, a Sunbeam Ice Plus hot coffee machine.
A Dyson Airwrap.
Yes, please.
Or a Smeg Retro Style kettle in pink.
That's a surprise, Lionel.
Want to surprise someone with a brilliantly different Christmas gift idea?
You'll find it at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
Hajaz Halal Financial Solutions supporting SEN Test Cricket on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Always well bowled. Pakistan 6 for 76. And Shaquille 21 off 38 from 8 internet and mobile. So he's just able to tick the scoreboard over.
Looks like he knows his game very well. He's very compact. Yep. Provides a full face of the bat. His footwork looks crisp. He might enjoy pitches in Melbourne and Sydney a little bit more. Might be last one for Starkey, I reckon, if he doesn't get a wicket.
Fahim Ashraf on strike. He's on 3. Pakistan 6 for 76. Stark took his time. Now he's ready. Only one slip and a gully in play. He bowls to Ashraf, who tries to hook a ball down leg side and doesn't make contact, and it gets to Carey on the bounce, who just blocks it rather than taking it cleanly.
Yeah, he's shown an inclination to play the pull shot, and now if he takes that invitation, he's going to have to try and hit it well.
Yes, and they have got the trap set, haven't they? That's why there is only one slip and one gully, because there is now a fine third man. In fact, now there's going to be no slip at all. So a fine third man and a gully on the offside. Then we've got fine leg, deep backward square leg, and then deep forward square leg, plus another...
That's body line, Whitey.
And a mid-wicket. Stark bowls. Ashraf gets a short ball and he evades it, lets it go through.
It's like the three of us are back at Lord's, and it's June.
Yep.
Pakistan 6 for 76. So I don't think we'll get a how's that LBW shout. Get amongst it with Tinny's craft beer available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
It could be the reverse Malachi. How many deliveries left? 4. There may be 2 more bounces, and then Starkey might have a go at that LBW. Push him back. Needs to bowl 1 good bouncer first. That wasn't his best on the previous ball.
Pad waiting. Travis Head. Stark bowls, and Ashraf goes the pull shot inside edge onto the pad, and it balloons out on the offside. Safely, importantly.
Once again, it's not his best, is it? It's not getting high enough.
He actually does look a bit tired, or am I reading too much into it, Flem?
I'd say he's the Australian quick who's always slowest to walk back.
He's probably got the longest run too.
Yeah, him and Hazelwood. Long loping run up, isn't he, compared to the bustling Pat Cummins?
He walks up, gets to the top of his mark, turns around. Now he's on the runway. Running away from us. Past the umpire, bowls to Ashraf, gets a good bounce at that one, and he had to get out of the way of that. And Carey got one on the end of the fingers, and it's gone down towards the boundary and mopped up with that man at a sort of straightish third man. So a single, and it's called a bye. 6 for 76.
Yeah, I reckon that next delivery would have been a full one to Fahim, but that's a change of batsman, not field. Another left-hander.
Yes, they've
just looking up at the exact same field. And
good point, Flam.
Just watching Mitchell Stark, the way he runs in, just have a look at his left arm. You know, he's making sure that that's virtually nice and compact, you know, running, and it's almost the way that he gathers the ball.
So this extraordinary leg side field. 08 Shaquille. Stark bowls, Shaquille gets a bouncer, and Stark gets underneath that one. Well, Stark bowls it, and Shaquille gets underneath it quite comfortably.
And the problem is the different heights in the batsman. That if you're going to bowl the bouncer, that might have been all right for him, but for the tiny left-hander, you've actually got to get it at least 1.5 metres fuller to get a bouncer that he won't duck under easily.
It can often be the case with Mitchell Stark. It doesn't feel like he's been the best of the fast bowlers, but he's got 3 for 31 when you look up on the scoreboard.
He's a strike rate machine.
Last ball of the over here. Bowling to Shaquille. He gets a short one that's down leg side, and he gets his bat and hands out of the way to make sure there is no contact. So the over bowled, 6 for 77 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, always well bowled.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Pakistan 6 for 77 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. They want another helmet, but I think they're going to continue playing until it's ready. With Lyon to start a new over to bowl to Ashraf. It's crowded. Ashraf beaten on the outside edge. Lyon's appealing. Stephen Smith thinks he's heard something at slip. Alex Carey not sure. They're all coming together. Cummins from mid-off. What do we think, boys?
You can't kick it. You can't do that.
They are going upstairs. Oh, the drama. The suspense. For IMAR Insurance.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for caught behind. On-field decision is not out. I've checked the placement of the feet and it's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Chance for Michael Goff to be part of a big moment.
It is silence here at Optus Stadium as we determine whether Nathan Lyon has his 500th wicket, courtesy of a video review.
Okay, the ball is close to the bat. Can I have hotspot on the offside, please?
I'm going to stay out of it. Simon Katich? What do you think?
I don't think he's hit it.
No, it's turned past his bat.
Okay. Can't quite see anything on hotspot at the moment. Just keep rolling through, please. Just hotspot, keep rolling through, keep going through. Yeah, just keep going through the bat through. No, don't take it back, just keep going through, please. Keep going through. No, can't see anything slightly there. Can we have RTS, please, when available?
The director and the third umpire get on like the Pakistanis between the wickets.
Yeah, and just take that back, please. Looks as though it's clean back. So frame by frame, very slowly. Next frame, yeah, clean gap there. Keep rolling through. Keep rolling through. Okay, no bat involved. So stay with your original decision of not out, Richard. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
They thought they were possibly celebrating a 500th wicket thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral celebrating lives. They are not.
So Manas, it's been an argument between Manas and David Warner. I'll tell you what that's about.
Lyon to Ashraf. Ashraf plays away from his body in the air for a little while on the front foot to backward point. So there is now another helmet out there. So 2 on the onside, 1 behind square and 1 in front of square are close to Ashraf. He's got his back to both of them, and then Labuschagne at a straightish mid-off under the helmet. Line bowls. Ashraf defends this one more effectively back down the wicket.
Hey, Manas wanted double play, and we saw so much of it earlier this year in India, where the keeper would just take the bails off, force the umpire to go upstairs to check the stumping, and thereby get to see the catch as well without using your DRS. Wasn't to be here.
Line in again, bowls to Ashraf. That one was close. It's squeezed out on the onside to the left of head and down towards the boundary. It will stay in the field of play. Stark picks it up, throws it in. They get 2.
I think it's Davey Warner at leg slip there.
They've both got 3, but it's 31 of Warner. Just past.
David Warner's quite square there at that leg slip, and that just had a bit of extra pace on it.
Line again to Ashraf, who pushes forward that time comfortably into Labuschagne. They're almost arguing with each other, the Australians, as where the fielder should be.
Do you reckon Nathan Lyon wants it here, or does he want it at the MCG on Boxing Day?
Yeah, exactly.
Last ball of the over. Ashraf almost chops onto the stumps. He doesn't. He chops it away into the onside on the bounce to Travis Head in close. So another over. And still no 500th wicket for Nathan Lyon. Pakistan 6 for 79 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Always well bowled.
Wheat growers, there's no need to compromise on yield when growing a Clearfield wheat variety anymore. AGT are proud to bring you Tomahawk CL+, the Scepter type Clearfield. NVT and AGT data has shown Tomahawk CL+ to out-yield Scepter, making it the highest yielding Clearfield wheat variety available, while also boasting excellent grain size and test weight, good sprouting tolerance, mid-season maturity and APW quality. Get your seed of Tomahawk CL+ for the 2024 season through AGT affiliates or local retailers.
For Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, SEN Test Cricket from Perth. Josh Hazlewood is going to replace Mitchell Starc, which is exactly what Damien Fleming forecast. It's good to see Fleming the Ringers Western, whether it's in the paddock or the pub. Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. Flem's worn it admirably all Test match, both here in the commentary box and also out gallivanting at night. So adaptable, the clothes. You can do that sort of thing.
Gallivanting, that's a big accusation there, Whitey.
Well, he certainly didn't gallivant last night. I think he was asleep by about 6:30. Josh Hazlewood from the members' end. 2 slips and 2 gullies. He's bowling to Shaquille around the wicket, and Shaquille gets one that bounces and hits him on the glove or the handle. That reared off a length for a first ball from a new spell.
Yeah, but to your point, Simon, I'm completely with you. Would Nathan Lyon want to get this big milestone in front of 4,000 people? I don't know how many there are.
8,303.
Okay. 8,300. Stadium still looks more than half empty. No real atmosphere. Compare that to Boxing Day. Remember what happened with Shane Warne when he took that big 700th wicket?
Hazlewood past the umpire, bowls to Shaquille, who's in behind the line of the next ball, defending back to the bowler.
Yeah, he wouldn't want to even entertain the fact of bringing it up at his home ground at the SCG because that means he goes wicketless
that's
the second test.
That's David Warner's test match, the Sydney one.
Yeah.
Let Lyon have that.
I mean,
get it here.
just give the ball to Mitchell Marsh. Let him take the last 3 out of the last 4 wickets. Get the locals happy. Simon?
31 overs remaining today. Australia needs 4 wickets. Nathan Lyon needs 1 wicket. But at the moment, at least Shaquille is looking $1 million. And it's forcing the Australians to continue to make changes to the field to try and unsettle Shaquille from a rhythmical point of view.
This is his lowest score ever in Test cricket at the moment. 21 not out, 22. He's now been dismissed for less than 22 in his career.
We talked earlier in this today about JP Duminy and what he did here in Perth and then what he did in Melbourne as well in that series against Australia. Explain more after this ball. Hazlewood bowls to Shaquille, who's back in behind the line of the ball, defending back to the bowler. There is a bit of JP Duminy about Shaquille, just, obviously a left-hander, but so compact in defence, gets in behind the line of the ball, plays well square of the wicket. Do you see some resemblance there?
Yeah, and he clips the ball beautifully through square leg. He hit 4 in one of the previous overs. I think it was just before the tea break. It was timed beautifully. I'm surprised Hazlewood's coming around the wicket to him here. I actually think if he comes over like he did in the first innings, it's a better plan of attack to get into his blind spot.
Hazlewood here bowls to Shaquille, who again is in behind the line of the ball, playing off the back foot, defending into the covers to Labuschagne.
And the reason I say that is just it's easier to cramp him up from over the wicket because he can pitch the ball outside leg stump, whereas from around the wicket to try and cramp him up, he's going to almost have to send the ball heading down towards leg. And Shaquille at the moment is handling it pretty well. They know they've got the 2 out, the fine leg. Usman Khawaja's hovering out at deep square leg, probably about 25, 30 metres in from the rope.
Hazlewood bowl, Shaquille goes with the hook shot and then almost aborts mission at the last minute. It goes down leg side and Carey takes it, having to dive away to his right.
And I think that's the exact ball that can get him out. I just think it'll get him out from over the wicket like he did in the first innings.
Yes, I'd like to see him tested on the drive through the covers with the angle across as well. Sort of feel like every shot, it's either a cut shot or it is that clip that you were talking about, Simon.
And Cummins bowled a bouncer to him very early on from over the wicket in this innings. Did not look comfortable.
Last ball of the over. Hazlewood bowls to Shaquille, who again plays from the crease, defending down the pitch. Hazlewood stands in the middle of the pitch, hands on hips, staring at Shaquille, who kept his head down. He wasn't interested in engaging at all. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, always well bowled. Pakistan 6 for 79.
The McRib is back at Macca's. And for a fresh take on this fan fave, say hello to the new McRib Deluxe. But get in quick before they ride off into the sunset. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Own a caravan, camper van or motorhome? With Camplify, you can safely rent it out when you're not using it to help pay for that next adventure or project around the house. Listing is free and simple. Visit camplify.com.au and find out why it pays to share.
Nathan Lyon is ready again to bowl to Fahim Ashraf. In he comes. Ashraf hit on the pad, an appeal. The umpire looks, he says no. Lyon pleading on his knee, pleading. They are again going upstairs. Or are they? They're having a discussion. They're thinking about it. Carey saying, I reckon we should. Cummins says yes.
Had to, because of the strength of the appeal. Based on that, you had to go for it.
Weimar Insurance, again, we go upstairs. Again, drama around Nathan Lyon's potential 500th Test wicket.
LBW.
He was flapping his hands, wasn't he? That's generally a sign Nathan Lyon believes.
And it's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Almost felt like he felt let down by the umpire, just his reaction.
Okay, let's have a look.
Okay, piece of the gap between the bat and the ball. Can we just confirm with hotspot on the leg side, please?
Definitely no inside edge.
That looks very out to me.
Okay, no hotspot. Confirm as well with RTS, please.
We're all a bit nervous up here And I think
all the way through to the pad.
Ashraf
Okay, no
might be a
batters
little
involved,
bit
so ball
nervous
tracking when
out
available,
there.
please. Original
Okay,
decision
here we
is
go.
not out. Pitching
Has
in
he
line,
got
impact
500
in line.
test wickets? He does!
So I recommend to reverse the
12 and a
decision
half
from not
years
out to out.
after his first test
You're on screen,
wicket of
signal.
Kumar Sangakkara, Nathan Lyon joined Shane Warne and Glenn McGrath as Australian test cricketers with 500 test wickets. And they all hug Nathan Lyon in the middle of Optus Stadium in Perth. He becomes a history maker. He joins the absolute elite of Australian bowlers in Test cricket history. 500 Test wickets, the third Australian, the 8th overall.
Well done, the GOAT. You are a legend. In elite company with Warne and McGrath, and to do it in home conditions here in Australia, where he's been so dominant in Perth, at Perth Stadium over the last 3 or 4 tests he's played here. What an achievement. Thoroughly deserved. Brilliant, brilliant effort.
What a great Australian story, Nathan Lyon. And where he comes from, everything he's gone through in his life. Cricket was his life. Grew up with his brother in a little town of Young. All he wanted to do was play cricket for Australia. And look what he's achieved. A finger spinner to do what he's done in these conditions and what he's been able to do around the world. He's a once-in-a-generation bowler. One of the greatest to ever play the sport.
It's taken 123 test matches to get there. As I said, 12 and a half years. The curator becomes the off-spinning genius, and they were all celebrating that milestone wicket thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives, celebrating Nathan Lyon's career. And it had to be that extra drama of going upstairs.
That should have been given out. Oh, that was absolute plum.
So Pakistan now 7 for 79. With Jamal, the new batsman, the right-handed Jamal steals the first one, steers it into the onside to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So Ashraf, the man to fall. Pakistan 7 for 79 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. And I'll wait for this ball here from Lyon, over the wicket, bowling to Jamal, who is beaten, and so is the keeper. Somehow it didn't hit the stumps, 4 byes. That has gone straight over middle stump. Alex Carey had his hands in the air celebrating what he thought was a bowled. Oh, that was a good ball.
It's gone over leg.
So the stat that matters for Mate Internet and Mobile more than anyone else is that Nathan Lyon has 500 test wickets, and then Alex Carey now has another 4 byes to add to his name.
That was the perfect off-spinner, that.
You would have liked to get the 500 with that, Simon.
7 for 83. Jamal pushing forward this time back to the bowler in defence. Saw one thing there, it doesn't matter now. The actual surface was disturbed and the ball pitched. That one that was
something to hit him. Come on, guys.
3 wickets to get. Lyon comes in, bowls. No problems there. 500 becomes 501. Amir Jamal out for a duck. He can't quite believe it, Jamal, that it's hit the stumps. He's still standing there, Mike Gatting style. I'm sorry, Jamal, you've got to walk off. That smashed into the stumps. Pakistan now 8 for 83. And Nathan Lyon with the perfect off-spinning delivery. He has 2 for 11.
Oh, that has not bounced. That's probably hit about 3 inches off the turf here at Perth Stadium. It's just died. Must have hit a crack and taken pace out of the ball. How that got through, because it looked like he had the line of the ball covered, but that was an absolute beauty from Nathan Lyon. And Pakistan now reeling at 8 for 83.
Can we start thinking of 600 already? The way he's bowling right now.
This third session for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wires, and cheers, Nathan Lyon. with what he has done in this little period. We've had to wait a while for him to get there. Obviously 12 and a half years, but just today, and even in the first innings, we thought he might have been able to get there. And then we started thinking maybe we were going to have to wait until Boxing Day. But as Bharat says, he's now on his way marching towards 600.
Just seeing a replay of that ball, Simon, we need to go find Greg Blewett. He might have company.
Yeah, Curtly Ambrose at the whacker.
Oh, yes.
The mid-90s.
We're behind the keeper here, so we couldn't see that first dub of how little it did bounce. Lyon here, in he comes. He's bowling to Afridi here, who pushes up to mid-on, and that is the end of an over we'll remember forever. Nathan Lyon getting 500 test wickets in the over. Pakistan 8 for 83, and that is on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Steady. The dinosaurs have arrived at Albert Park Mini Golf. See the T-Rex, Raptor and Stegosaurus, as well as the new massive 20-metre-long Brontosaurus. It's a great day of family mini golf fun amongst these prehistoric behemoths. Albert Park Mini Golf. It's safe, fun and located right next to Albert Park Lake. Join the dinosaurs these holidays with school holiday specials at albertparkminigolf.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket, Adam Collins jumping in with Simon Katich and Nathan Lyon. What a response to that. Josh Hazlewood round the wicket. 2 to get for Australia. 8 for 83 the score, pushing into the offside. Sod Shakil gets to 22 again. That'll remain his lowest score regardless after this for the statos out there. 8 for 84 now becomes the score. Nathan Lyon from the roller at Canberra to one of the great honour rolls for Australian cricket. McGrath, Warne, Lyon. It's an extraordinary story, Simon Katich, to think that he's been such a master practitioner, loves off-spin bowling, loves the game so dearly, to now be at this point of his career. It's so special.
It is, and it's a wonderful achievement for a wonderful cricketer. He thoroughly deserves it. He's worked extremely hard. He's highly, highly skilled, and he's highly loved by his teammates because he's done an amazing job in very tough conditions here in Australia.
Hazlewood round the wicket, pulling top edge, running back with the flight. He's a shame, but he won't quite get there. Shaheen Afridi didn't know what postcode that was in. He'll get a couple of runs and get off the mark anyway. That's 8 for 86. Shaheen Shah Afridi is on 2.
And I think that's the thing that makes it even more remarkable than it is the fact that he's done the bulk of the work here in Australia on flat, hard pitches that don't always, help the off-spinner. Yes, they get the extra bounce at times, but they're not Bunsen burners all the time, apart from Sydney every now and then. But, compared to other places in the world where it can turn from day one, Nathan Lyon has been a remarkable off-spin bowler for Australia.
And his bowling average hasn't been as low as this since 2012. I mean, there are so many parts to this story. He's got better and better. Hazlewood bowls and swaying away Shaheen Shah Afridi. Without sort of inserting myself into this, but I knew him the year before he, moved over to Adelaide when we were in Canberra at club cricket level, and this was never happening for him at 21. Local club captain, out at Mooseheads every Saturday night. You know the drill. This is not the professional cricket journey he's on whatsoever. To go from having that gig at Manuka on the roller to coming to Adelaide, not for cricket, but for curation purposes, to advance his groundsman career. Darren Berry spotting him in the nets and saying, you go all right. Here's Hazlewood bowling, and Shaheen Shah Afridi clears the front leg and tries to pop it on the moon, doesn't make contact. The extraordinary rise between, there, a bit of Big Bash cricket before it was even called the Big Bash League, to be teleported into that Sri Lankan Test series, wicket with his first ball. It's a fairy tale.
It is, but he deserves a lot of credit for having the belief in himself and doing all the hard work to get to where he has now. And that's something that all youngsters out there, if you want something badly enough and you believe in it and you do the hard work, there's no reason why you can't achieve it.
Up again here, Hazlewood round the wicket, another short ball. Shaheen nearly to short leg. I feel like Shaheen Shah Afridi. Keep those fingers away from the ball, big boy. Don't break them before Boxing Day. You mentioned the home and away thing. He's taken 243 wickets at home at 31, right, as an off-spinner. This is where offies come to die.
Correct. It's a graveyard for off-spinners, Australia. Some of the greatest that have ever played the game have absolutely battled here. And I'm talking Murali, Harbhajan, probably to a lesser extent, Dan Vittori. They've all found it hard in these conditions.
Year in, year out. There he's been, Nathan Lyon. Last ball here from Hazelwood. Short again. Not quite as short, though, so Afridi can shovel it to mid-wicket. For a minute, Saud Shakil was trying to call him through for a single, trying to give Shaheen the strike back. Not sure about that. 8 for 86 at the end of the over. Shaheen is 2, Shakil is 22. That's on the Maccas scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Our next segment is brought to us by Red Rooster's Shared Burger Pack. Enjoy 2 delicious Ripper Rolls, 2 Reds Burgers, 2 large chips, 12 golden nuggets, and 2 sauces. I'll be back.
George.
The Rooster's calling. The Shared Burger Pack from Red Rooster. Get them now and get them everywhere. See website for details.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Of course, it's Nathan Lyon. Boxing in, Saud Shakil. 4 men round the bat, round the wicket. Bowling here, searching for wicket number 9 for Australia. There'll be a single to square leg. Shakil is just going to walk it through. He might sense a bit of red ink here. He's 23. 8 for 87, Pakistan. Ahead of Lyon. Courtney Walsh, 519. Okay, that's not far away. That could theoretically be this summer. Then McGrath, 563, and that's an ex-Australian. Then you're into the 600 club. Broad, 604. Kumble, 619. Anderson, 690. Warren, 708. Then Murali. Lyon bowls and left the lane outside the off stump. I only read that out to note that Lyon said on the record he wants to play through the whole cycle to the next Ashes in England in 2027. It's not inconceivable he'll knock all them off bar Murali or get around the same level as Warren. I mean, it's bizarre to consider that at this stage of his career. Lyon bowls here, deflecting is Shaheen, down to third man for at least 1. They'll be happy with the single. He's 3, 8 for 88. It's not as though he's finishing up, I suppose, is my point. He could easily play to 38-40.
Correct, because having missed this recent Ashes series at the back end, he mentioned it. He hasn't won in India yet, and he hasn't won in England. And that's something that he probably wants to tick off.
Yeah. And in this team, which are objectively getting better under Pat Cummins, he's going nowhere, Cummins. And there's a bit in this.
Yep.
So Lyon goes back to over the wicket to Saud Shakil. It's on 23. 3 catching men in close. Shakil goes back and rides the bounce. Not quite full enough to bring him forward there. So, yeah, another day to celebrate Australia's greatest ever finger spinner, but it may not be the last of those. The 500, such a wonderful round number, isn't it? Lyon 2 to go. He's got 2 for 17. That's fuller, but Shakil's equal to it. On the clip, against the spin, gets 1 out to mid-wicket. 24 for him. 8 for 89 the score. 1 left in the over. What was your first interaction with Nathan Lyon?
I played a Shield game against him my last year of Shield cricket for New South Wales. Played him at Adelaide Oval. And I had no idea that he was going to go on and do this, having faced him.
Last ball, yeah, we'll come back to this. Lyon bowls and lunging forward in defence is Shaheen. 8 for 89 on the Maccas scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Saud Shakil's 24, Shaheen Sharafi's 3.
The NX250 has been crafted to excite your senses with outstanding power and an intuitive driving experience. The beautifully appointed cockpit brings the driver and the vehicle closer than ever, while the smart technology is completely effortless. And now, your chance to own yours is here. Until the end of 2023 or while stocks last, amazing opportunities exist on your demonstrator NX250. T's and C's apply. Speak to Lexus of Brighton to learn more. Expect perfection. Experience amazing. LMCT 9897.
All of our Nathan Lyon stats for Mate Internet and Mobile. And the play of the day for Drinkwise, you won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise, was him bringing up his 500th wicket. Simon Katich telling us about the first time he saw him.
Yeah, it was at the Adelaide Oval in a Shield game, and I'm not sure if it was his first season. I think it was around probably maybe 2011 or 2012, something like that. And yeah, at that stage, I had no idea that he was going to become as good as this. But it's just a remarkable story, and he deserves all the credit he gets.
Hazelwood round the wicket. Oh, shout for leg before that didn't get up. Hazelwood pleading and gets his way. Joel Wilson's finger goes up. That's Shakil trapped for 24, a ball that didn't get up off the surface. He might review out of obligation, but I can't see any other result other than 9 for 89.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I've checked the placement of the feet and it's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
So we'll get the first replay in a moment, but yes, Hazelwood was convinced, and Wilson just took a moment before raising the finger. We'll see here. First replay, your thoughts, Kat?
Well, it looks pretty good to me. Cannoning into leg, I think. The only thing's going to be the angle from around the wicket.
Hotspot, please. It seems to have gone underneath the bat.
Goes a bit too far down leg.
Just take that back.
It's sort
again,
of the edge
please.
of the pad.
Yeah, roll through. Oh, ball, yeah, it's clearly missed the bat, so satisfied there's no bat involved. Straight through to ball tracking, please.
Okay. As you can hear off, we're going to the projection. These have been running Australia's way today. It was short, but it didn't get up, and it is hitting leg stump.
And hitting the with the jaw.
That's the ninth wicket. Shaquille, unlucky to get one that didn't get up at all. It was banged in halfway, but that happens when you're batting last, especially in this part of the country. 9 for 89, Saad Shaquille gone for 24, and Josh Hazlewood cashing in with a couple here, having bowled so well in the first innings. So it should be for a fast bowler.
Yeah, he thoroughly deserves it, Josh Hazlewood. That ball did not get up. Shaquille, he goes for 24. And now Pakistan, this last partnership before Australia. Complete victory. Shazad walks out to join Shaheen Afridi.
Yeah, Shazad is pretty impressive. Finished with 3 for 45 in the second innings after picking up 2 for 82 in the first. But he'll be in that side at Melbourne next week. Damien Fleming's been impressed with Shazad throughout the course of the Test match. Hello, Flem.
Yeah, yep, certainly so. They're going to get thrashed in the end here, Pakistan, but there's still been some encouraging performances. We spoke about it not long ago. They need their guns to have outstanding Test matches, and Babar Azam and Afridi with the ball. But I thought the debutant quicks were impressive. Their top order has got enough about it. But this is a very strong Australian team in the pitch that suits them, a lot stronger than it does the opposition teams that come here.
Kurum Shazad's on strike. He was night watchman in the first innings. A lot of slips behind him, a short leg next to him. Hazlewood bowls to the number 11, edging and caught it first slip. Game over, job done. Pakistan, well, they've been obliterated on this fourth afternoon. They've been castled in just 30.2 overs, all out for 89. Hazlewood picking up 2 wickets in 2 balls to finish the job. And Australia win by 359 runs, Simon Katich, a very heavy margin. And it reflects the fact that they set the game up on day one with bulk runs, and their bowlers are just too good.
Yeah, a very comprehensive victory, and a very well-deserved victory for Australia. A dominant performance right from the word go. It started on day one. Runs from the engine room. David Warner, a massive 164 on this wicket. When it was doing enough, Pakistan will rue their bowling effort on day one. They missed the mark with their lines and lengths. And in the end, they pay the price with this wicket cracking up and exposing an inexperienced batting lineup in these conditions. And they've been ruthlessly exposed by this Australian attack. All of them have contributed. A very, very good team effort from Australia. And they go 1-0 up.
And the team effort with the ball there. Mitchell Starc, Flem, 3 for 31, 3 of the first 4. Josh Hazlewood gets the cash in, as fast bowlers are entitled to do after toiling earlier. 3 for 13. Nathan Lyon, and over. We won't forget in a hurry.
Yeah, well
2
done,
for
mate.
18 from 8 overs, including wicket number 500. And Pat Cummins, the skipper, 1 for 11, getting the first, the wicket before tea, which was Babar Azam, the big wicket, and it all fell away after that. So that quartet we've spoken so much about all play their role in the final result.
Yeah, so Hazlewood finishes with 4 wickets and Cummins 3 wickets. So I have not seen them bowl better. They were unbelievable. And they were unlucky in the first innings, and we were sort of predicting, well, what happens in the second dig? Are Pakistan going to play and miss not as much, or are they going to get a few outside edges? And early on, that there were outside edges, and the Australian attack were all over them. That's an emphatic win by Australia. It was tough conditions earlier today, wasn't it? Like Usman really toughed it out. Mitchell Marsh, excellent first test at home for 4 or 5 years. So, he's soared up that number 6 position. Got a big wicket at Babar Azam for the Australians. So just just so many positives, isn't it, going into the MCG test?
Yeah, it certainly is, and that just highlights how much of an all-round team effort it's been. As you mentioned, Warner was a standout, but Mitch Marsh contributed with a very good 90, into that second day when things could have changed with that second new ball, and Pakistan bowled better on day 2. And then even today, Usman Khawaja's knock was outstanding. He got to 90, and Mitch Marsh backed him up again. So plenty of positives from an Australian perspective. The attack, it speaks for itself. They're highly experienced. You don't get records like theirs collectively in Test cricket without being guns. They're all superstars, and they'll go down. This attack will go down as one of our greatest of all time, given how good they are, complementing each other, and obviously Gary Lyon, the icing on the cake today. The GOAT gets to 500. Congratulations, legend.
Yep. And you guys were talking about how he started there, Colo and Cato, and it's remarkable, isn't it? And finger spinners in Australia, have often struggled, as you said, the overseas ones. But we haven't got a long history of off spinners in the history of Test match cricket, have we? That have got over 150 Test wickets. So it's not an art that has been resilient and played a lot of Test matches. But Lyon he's a beautiful defensive bowler when conditions don't suit. Often in the first innings if they bowl on day 1, and then when the pitch does favour him, he's learnt a way to be just so productive over and around the wicket. He gets his fields right. He's brilliant with the DRS, isn't it? He very rarely gets talked into going up. He'll call it himself. So well done. And Colo, you just said, I think it's almost a group effort. They'd love to be together still when England come here. It's a couple of years away. They've got to show, particularly the quicks, that resilience that they have shown. But that could be a pretty good, big farewell series for a few of these legends.
Good shout. I mean, the thought did cross my mind this year, Flem and Kat, interested in your perspective, having an IPL background, that Starks forewent the IPL for 8 years. He's in the draft in a couple of days. He'll get picked up for big money, I'm sure. If he wanted to retire any time now, he's kind of done his bit, right? But they love each other so much, these four, that the temptation to keep doing it in the baggy green surely will outweigh even the riches they might be able to get going as T20 specialists. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, I think World Test Championships, it's given context.
Yeah.
They'll want to retain it. And then you're getting into that, England are coming this year. And maybe that 150th Test match even at the MCG. That'd be another feather in their cap if they played that together.
And the one thing that the franchises of the world, whether it's IPL or all these comps, don't have is that they don't have the ability to have your countrymen playing for the same team and having a collective sense of purpose representing your country. And that's the one thing that will always override some of these things. If guys want to go and take money, fair enough. But a lot of our guys here have prioritised playing for Australia, and particularly Test cricket, over all of that.
Yeah, with their mates, with their country. Yep. They want to sing the song underneath the Southern Cross I stand, which I'm expecting a reasonable rendition from Nathan Lyon. It'll be a special one for him and all his teammates. There's a lot of love within this team. Significant 100 from Dave Warner too. It only looks better in hindsight on day 1 when it was tough. It was a classic Warner innings at the same sort of strike rate when other batters were battling around him.
Yeah, thanks, Smithy.
We're going to pick up.
No, something I'm pretty proud about.
Nathan Lyon here talking
from
to television.
Young kid growing up in the country, New
Cricket.
South Wales. 500 wickets is a bloody long way away, so a lot of hard work, but something I'm very, very proud about. Yeah, fond memories at Skull, fond memories. That's the exact reason why I started playing. So, thank you very much, mate. It means a lot. I was pretty confident about it. Everyone said the height was okay. It was just whether it was sliding down the leg, but thankfully it was 3 reds. It doesn't matter where we are, to be honest with you. 500 wickets is pretty amazing, but to do it here and contribute to a pretty impressive team win, it makes things a lot better. Yeah, 100%. We know the class of the big three quicks, but I think a lot of credit has to go to Usman and Mitch Marsh, the way they batted out there on a pretty challenging wicket against a quality bowling attack. So full credit to Mitch and Uzi to get us to a decent position there. But our three quicks, what can we say? It's pretty amazing to be a part of this bowling attack, that's for sure. I've had a lot of time to reflect and dream of getting back out here on this stage and performing here for Australia. This is where my passion lies, and I absolutely love playing cricket for Australia. I'd never take it for granted, but I had a tough couple of nights watching the guys in the last 3 Ashes tests, but also a lot of time to reflect and reset some goals, and I'm pretty proud of where we are at the moment. What am I, 36? That's a long way away, Skull, so I'm not going to put a number on it, but something that I thoroughly enjoy is playing cricket for Australia, and if I can keep trying to get better each day, I know it's pretty cliche, but I just love playing cricket for Australia in front of a pretty amazing crowd as well, so it's all well and sweet.
So Nathan, just finally, you've got 2 great Australian cricketers in front of you now in terms of the number of wickets. One is Glenn McGrath, he's not that far away, they all put him in your sides, but the one who would have loved to have been here obviously can't be because he's no longer with us at all. But on behalf of him, can I ask you this question? How are you going to celebrate?
Probably in Warnie's fashion, I reckon. No, I'd like to go in there. I've got obviously my family here as well, wife and obviously my brothers come over and my uncle as well, so which is pretty amazing. So I guess I'll have a beer with those guys and celebrate. But we've got to recognise a pretty amazing test win, good 100 from Davey, good all-round team performance, and then might have a couple of cold beers for 500.
You are a champion, an absolute Australian champion. Australia's solution, the World Cricket solution this afternoon. Enjoy the evening, and we'll see you in Melbourne. Merry Christmas.
Too easy. Thanks, guys.
Great stuff from Nathan Lyon talking to Ian Smith and Kerry O'Keefe on Fox Cricket. Appreciate being able to take their interviews, and humble as you'd expect. And one thing I took from that is that he says it all the time. I just want to keep getting better. And I mean, it sounds like a cliche, but there's something to that. I looked at his bowling numbers just through there. His average has not been this low since November 2012. He has
Hello,
actually
and welcome along to the
gotten better.
post-match presentation.
It looks like we're taking the presentation as well.
NRMA Insurance are proud to sponsor the men's test
with the
series
presentation
between
and back with us and down to the ground for the interviews.
And congratulations to Australia for winning the first test of the series here in Perth. A lot of special performances throughout the test. Davey Warner for his 160 on the opening day and just setting up the game for Australia. To Amar Jamal on debut, picking up 6 wickets. Usman Khawaja for his 90 in tricky conditions, but for his 2 50s and a crucial wicket of Babar Azam, Mitch Marsh, the home favourite, is the player of the match. Congratulations, Mitch. A wonderful homecoming for you. What does it mean to you to put in such a useful contribution at your home ground?
Yeah, it's been amazing. Obviously, my first test at Perth Stadium and first test match in Perth for 6 years, so it was nice to be back, and thank you for everyone for getting around me. It's been an incredible experience.
I truly love you here. Probably the biggest ovation of anyone coming out into the middle. Now, you had free rein in your first innings, but what about today? What was the talk with Usman Khawaja heading out to the middle in what was pretty trying conditions?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think when you go out and you've sort of got a biggish lead, it takes the pressure off a little bit, but the wicket felt really tricky, and we just wanted to get, I say, probably above 400, and then we could sort of push the button a bit. So, but I mean, even today it felt pretty tricky, and we knew that our bowlers were going to be a handful, and that proved to be the case. So they bowled outstanding.
Be honest, the runs or the wicket of Babar Azam, which did you prefer the most?
Bowling hurts way too much, so I'll take the runs. But it is very nice to contribute with the ball. We've obviously got such an amazing bowling attack, and my role throughout the summer will be to give them a chop out, and I think it's really important for me to contribute and to get one in the right area to Baba. He's a class player. It was a great feeling.
And in front of friends and family here, you'll get a chance to spend a bit of time with them ahead of the Boxing Day test?
Yep, bit of home time, maybe get to the Rot Nest for a quiet beer or two, and then back to work in Melbourne.
Well, congratulations once again. All the best in that next test.
Thank you. Cheers.
Enjoy Christmas. And now I'd like to hear from the losing captain, Shah Massood. Sean, a difficult end to the test match for you and your team. Your first test match as captain, always difficult against this bowling attack, but the conditions as well. What do you take from it?
Look, when you come to these shows, you look for progress. I thought that if you told us at the start of the test match that Australia would play 110 overs in their first innings and we would play 100 overs, I would take that as a batting unit. The things we could have done well, even though we were playing one of the best attacks in the world, were that we could have batted a bit quicker, probably missed out on 60, 70 runs in that case, which could have sort of made the lead a bit sizable. And then bowling-wise, I thought we did a lot of good things, but we had a lot of plays and misses, a lot of wickets, but it's what you do around those good deliveries. And I thought that's where we were not as disciplined as we wanted to be, and that's the lesson we can take from the Australian bowling attack, that we can be disciplined. We got about 15 wickets, but you want to hit 20 if you want to be competitive in this series. So a lot of lessons, but a lot of positive things that we can take forward, and we've got a decent break before the Melbourne Test match, and we can sort of learn from these mistakes and come back again.
How impressed were you with the debutants?
Look, it's never easy when you play two debutants in a four-seam attack, but I thought they were very mature. They played a lot of first-class cricket, and that was the reason behind sort of fielding them, that they had a lot of overs under their belt, and they bowled really well, and on another day they probably could have gotten more wickets. But you look at the things that they did well. They put the ball in the right areas. Amir's pace was decent. Khurram's accuracy and the movement he got was very decent, and hopefully if they can take this experience with them to the next few games, I'm sure they'll pick up more wickets.
Thanks, Sean, and all the best in the next test.
Thank you.
See you in Melbourne. Now time to welcome up the winning captain, Pat Cummins. Pat, the start of a new Test Championship cycle couldn't have gone to plan any better.
Yeah, that's right. Great start to the summer. Everything fell into place, really, so I couldn't be happier.
Did it feel like a relatively smooth transition after a World Cup win and moving from one format to another?
It was. We've played a lot of cricket here. It's an experienced side, so even the build-up was very chilled, very relaxed. Everyone just, comes back to Australia and knows what you need to do. And as I said, pretty much no hiccups this week. It's all gone to plan.
It all started with David Warner and the runs that he scored on the first day. How important were they?
That was huge. His and Nilsey's partnership that first session really set up, the game for us. But Davey, finishing the game, whatever we were, 350 odd, well ahead of the game from day one, or basically off Davey's bat. He was fantastic.
Mitch Marsh, we just heard from there, and what it meant to him being able to play here in Perth. The contribution from him, a word from you?
Yeah, he's one of the favourites of the West. He's also one of my favourites. So I was pumped to see him do well. Back in Australia, hasn't played a test here in Perth for I think about five years, but just took the game on like he always does, puts the pressure back on the bowlers. He was great.
And a word on Nathan Lyon, who reached 500 Test wickets today.
Yeah, just huge, isn't it? 500 Test wickets. I mean, that's all over the world. That's over a decade, all conditions. He just finds a way. So I couldn't be happy for him. I know he's been stewing on that one for about 6 months with his calf injury. So great to see him back and get through the game and bowling as well as he ever has.
The quartet back together again. What's the plan for the team ahead of Boxing Day?
We're going to get home for a few days and then we'll get into camp on about the 22nd or 23rd, and then it's always a great time of year, nice build up, get all the families together and have a Christmas day before the work begins.
Enjoy that time with the family. Congratulations once again, Pat.
Thank you. Cheers.
Pat Cummins, the winning captain. They win the first test of 3, and that concludes the NRMA Insurance presentation. We'll see you next at the Boxing Day test. All the best.
All right, nice one. Thank you, Fox Cricket. Isha Gua down there with the player of the match, Mitchell Marsh, who spoke about just how happy he is to be back playing Test cricket again. Shah Massoud, his main observation, they weren't consistent enough with the ball after doing a decent job in the first innings with the bat. And Pat Cummins, it was pretty simple. Everything's gone to plan. A quick thought from both of you. Then we're going down to the side of the ground where our colleagues, Bharat Sunderasen and Adam White, are about to speak to Nathan Lyon. Kat?
Yeah, I think they'll regret playing the team they played to Pakistan. I think they probably should have gone with a specialist spinner, and the other options, whether the Hassan Ali was fit to be playing, he should have probably played on this track. It would have suited, his style of bowling.
The Aussies just kick on. If it sounds like Marnus is fine, So I don't see too many changes for the Australians, particularly Dave Warner getting that big 100 in the first innings, which pretty much secures his farewell at the SCG.
Thank you, Flem. Thank you, Kat. We're going to throw down to the ground now to Whitey and to Baz, and they'll come back to us after they've spoken to whoever they can collar, including Nathan Lyon, and maybe the captain Cummins as well, who's floating around down there. Then back to us to wrap everything up.
Thanks for that, Colo. We are down here at ground level. Bharat Sunderasen's with me. Players are just sort of starting to come in. I think it's worth mentioning, Mitchell Stark's been out here for about 10 minutes already in the heat. He's gone all the way around and he said he's going to sign everyone's autograph. We don't usually hear or see that sort of thing to understand what the players do, even though they've just won a test match. And they're not in the rooms having a drink, they're out signing autographs.
Yeah, not yet. And Josh Hazelwood has just walked past us. He's doing the same. So the two big fast bowlers have taken one section each. A lot of kids still hanging back. You can hear them in the background. And they're posing for selfies, signing autographs. And what a lovely moment we saw just behind us.
Yes.
Adam and Nathan Lyon met some of his family members, stood right behind us. What a moment for him. And also him being clapped off the field. The entire Australian team just stood on the field waiting for Nathan to walk off on what is such a significant day. On a day he's achieved a special feat.
Absolutely. Now, you've seen so much of Nathan Lyon over the years, Bharat. Is there a moment that stands out for you in the 500 test wickets that sort of encapsulates him as a cricketer, or a moment that you remember more than any other?
I don't know, for some reason, the first thing that comes to mind is this Viv Richards style on drive in that famous run chase at Edgbaston. Flem, Colo and I were there on air. And what a shot that was under pressure. But that partnership and just the way he reacted to it tells you everything about Nathan Lyon. He's always been the #1 team man, but just the many spells he's produced around the world. I think the moment that stands out is the first time he took 5 wickets in the second innings in Adelaide 2014 to win Australia Test. Such an emotional test match just after the passing of Philip Hughes. And to do what he did on the final day in a famous test match, I think that's when his career really transformed and he became this match winner for Australia.
Because I guess that's the thing, isn't it, that we think of him, I mean, he's taken 500 test wickets, but there was a lot of pressure on him for a long time. Spin Australia to victory all the time, because that's what Shane Warne did. Shane Warne was a leg spinner who had all the tricks and all the artistry. Nathan Lyon, it was about discipline. It was about his best ball being the best ball.
Yep.
And he's proven that he not only could win test matches on the final day, but it's just the consistency time and time again. And I think it's a bit of a lost part of the Ashes, that when Nathan Lyon was out of the Ashes, Australia were 2-0 up and they couldn't quite get the job done when Lyon wasn't there to win the series as opposed to draw the series.
Like with any special person in your life, it's only when they're not around that you really value what they bring to you. And I think that's happened with the Australian team. The 3 test matches that followed after Lord's, after 100 straight tests, to not have Nathan Lyon. Yes, you had 3 of the greatest fast bowlers of all time bowling together for so long, but to not have him, he's been the foundation stone of that bowling attack, hasn't he? And it showed. There were times in the Leeds test especially, you felt like if Nathan Lyon was there, Australia win that test, they go 3-0 up.
And it's not just the wickets that he didn't take, it's the partnerships that he has with the other fast bowlers, that he can just do something from one end and the other bowlers just work from the other end. It was those combinations that were probably missed through the last part of the Ashes.
Yeah, I mean, there have been so many different conditions. You could just give Nathan Lyon the ball and say, okay, you bowl at one end and keep one end tight while the damage happens and the fast bowlers can rotate at the other end. And he's done so many times. He's bowled through sessions, through days. And I think the transformation of his off-spin, not just in Australia but around the world, the way his first few tours to India and then how he reinvented himself in 2017 and the way he bowled earlier this year almost spun Australia to a famous series win, if not for that collapse in Delhi. There are just so many moments from Nathan Lyon's career we can talk about. The beauty is it's not over yet.
No, it's not. It's like
501 was in fact, if anything, better than 500. The ball he bowled to Amir Jamal.
We are kind of talking like he's retired, which he obviously hasn't. But I think the other part about it, I mentioned before about wanting to find that bowler to replace Shane Warne and do what Shane Warne did. There's also the other element that through that time before Nathan Lyon kind of locked in that number one spinning position. They had tried so many spinners over a period of time. So that would have been that added pressure of, gee, if I don't perform in the first 3 or 4 matches, I might be out here and they'll try the next person, because that's what they were doing at that time. So that was the added pressure that he had to deal with.
Yeah, to be the next Shane Warne, even though he wasn't a leg spinner, but a spinner who Australia could just bank on for in the long haul. And I think over time what Australia realizes is there's no point looking for the next Shane Warne, because we have found Nathan Lyon.
Yeah.
And he's special in different ways, and his consistency over the years. The fact that he played 100 tests straight.
Yes.
I mean, it almost felt like we spoke so much about it. I don't believe in jinxes, but it felt for him as he limped off the field at Lord's that evening, because all the talk leading into the test match was, how can a bowler, even if he's a spinner, the amount of balls he's bowled in his career, how can he stay so fit for so long? But he did, till that point. But he's spoken about it after he's recovered from that injury. It's almost re-energized him to continue playing, maybe even longer than what he thought he would.
He's not too far away from us at the moment. We're hoping, and I think he's coming over to us shortly. Now, you know Nathan pretty well. It did, in the lead up to it, and we've spoken to him in the lead up to this match, and we've sort of seen him around the traps over the last few days. There's a lot of meaning behind this. Nathan Lyon doesn't usually show too much emotion or say too much about milestones or these sorts of things, but this is something that he really wanted.
Yeah, and you'll realize that now when you speak to him, he'll sound a lot different to what he was like on the morning of the match. You could see he was anxious, he was a little nervous, but that's just Nathan Lyon at the start of any test match. Even though he's played so many, he already looks a lot more relaxed. And yeah, look, he had to wait for so long to go from 390 to 400, right? He just took 9 wickets in that series against India. Had to wait nearly 12 months for the next test series in the midst of COVID. Didn't wait too long to get that 400. David Malan, and in 2 years he's raced to 500. If not for the 6 months and the 3 Ashes tests that he missed, maybe he would already have got there. It's remarkable how he's just getting better and better with each spell and each outing for Australia.
How many do you think he'll get? Oh, no, I won't say that. It's unfair. How much longer do you think he will play for?
I think with the way he's maintained his body, and that was a freak injury that he suffered at Lord's, you can't rule out him continuing on for 3 more years. He doesn't play a lot of white ball cricket. I'm sure he'll fit in some BBL whenever he can. Even if he doesn't want to do it for the sake of the tournament, he brings so much value and star value to any tournament he is a part of. So there is no reason why he shouldn't play a lot of test cricket and play for the next 3-4 years. He's always said he wants to go and win a series in India, which is 3.5 years away now. That's also the same year where he'll get a chance to do that other thing he wants to do, which is win a series in England. So he might still have 3.5 more years of Nathan Lyon.
Pat Cummins has just walked past us. How was he today? He was remarkable, wasn't he? And in the first innings, it was something out of a coaching manual. It was a clinic.
It was the best working over I've seen of a world-class batter. And you're not talking about any batter. You're talking about Babar Azam. And for him to be worked over the way Pat Cummins did, it was amazing bowling. And you just knew there was no escape. It almost felt inevitable that Babar was going to get out at some point. It looks like Nathan Lyon is walking towards us. But yeah, Pat Cummins, what a bowler, what a spell, what a performance.
Yeah, he's like a rock star at the moment, Nathan Lyon, as he's...
Everybody wants a piece of him,
walking
understandably.
Over to us now. Nathan Lyon's got his... Gets a hug from Bharat. Nathan, how are you feeling? Look, it's almost like you're a rock star at the moment. How do you cope with that?
Nah, definitely not a rock star. Just someone that bowls off breaks. That's the way I look at it.
How do you feel now?
I'm pretty proud about that team performance. So if I'm being honest, I feel like it's a pretty well-rounded team. A lot of credit goes to our batters. Damien in the first innings scoring that big 100. Then I don't think enough's been said about Usman and Mitch Marsh's partnership there. I feel like the way they've played to get a 100-run partnership on a pretty challenging wicket, I think to get us in that position, hats off to them. So then, you know how much I love our bowling attack, so I don't need to talk about them.
You always said, Nathan, about your own bowling, you just want to bowl your best ball over and over again. I can't think of any bowler who's done it more often than you have. To get to 500, what does that mean to you?
I'm pretty proud. I'm beyond proud. Obviously, I've got my family here. Some of the family here brother and uncle come over, and obviously got my wife and wife's family. So it's pretty special to be able to tick off 500 wickets in front of those guys. But I know to come back from a calf injury and do all my rehab and have this at the front of my mind of how big a milestone it potentially is, and to be able to come out and do it in the first test, it's pretty special.
When you get to these milestones is when you start reflecting on your own journey, right, Nathan? Just coming from where you are, your background, and to do what you've done. I mean, do you think about it, and does that sink in every time you do this?
I try and not think about it too much at the moment. I think it's going to be more when I call stumps that I'll sit down and have a beer and think where I got to, but that's a long way away, so I don't need to worry about that. I've got a lot more to give. That's
a good sign. So you've spoken ever since you've come back from injury about continuing on, and you have winning in India and winning in England in mind. Is that a goal that you set for yourself?
Yeah, definitely. I've said it many times before that if I can try and get better each and every day, and the hunger is there to try and play cricket for Australia and play my role and keep winning games of cricket for Australia, then I'll do it as long as I can. I love this game. I love this team. I love playing out in front of crowds like this today. So it's a pretty special group to be a part of, and if I can keep doing that, and I'll do it until I can't walk.
Just about the moment itself when you got the 500, it looked pretty out from where we were sat. Can you just take us through the emotions during that period, waiting for the DRS to come up?
Yeah, pretty decent appeal. I thought it was hitting leg stump. Alex Carey thought it was sliding down leg. A couple of guys that worried about height, and a couple of guys that thought it was pretty good height. But I was able to convince Pat to send it up, and at worst I thought it was going to be umpire's call, but yeah, lucky enough it was 3 reds.
And the ball to get 5-1 wasn't too bad either.
yeah, it's my new variation I've been working on.
You've spoken a bit about reassessing your goals when you were injured. Can you share at least some of them of how you sort of reevaluated what happens next for Nathan Lyon?
Hopefully just keep winning games of test cricket. I'm not going to divulge too many details of what I was thinking when I was sitting on my lounge at home watching all the Ashes, but I've been lucky enough. I've got an amazing family, a lot of love and a lot of support, and to be honest with you, I was sitting at home watching the AFL Grand Final and NRL Grand Final. I was just blown away with the way they went about it, and the cruelty of sport, but then the joy and the love that people share through winning a pretty amazing games. I know I was sitting at home and I'm thinking that I'm nowhere near getting close to giving this up. It's too special.
And just one final one from me. The crowd here, the build up to it, the crowd when you got that 500th test wicket. I know you don't like the attention, but what's that like? Do you feel the love from the fans, and has it been a bit overwhelming at times?
No, it's amazing. It's amazing. Whether we like it, love it or hate it, we're role models in so many different ways, and if we can inspire young boys and girls to come and chase their dream, and hopefully it is to do what we're doing out there in the middle, and if we can do that and be good people along the way, then I'm doing my job. So no, I absolutely love playing in front of Australian fans. I think they're incredible to play in front of, and there's a lot of banner out there, but it's pretty amazing.
And just a final one for me, Nathan. I know how much this team means to you. Just to walk off the field with all of them clapping you off, that would have been quite special for you.
yeah, I think it is. I won't say what I was going to say. It's probably not appropriate, but no. As I said, I love this group. They're a special group of players, and we've been a pretty similar group for a number of years now, and we all want to see each and every one of us do extremely well. So another good test match win.
Congratulations.
Well done, Nathan. Great stuff.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Well done, Nathan. Great work. Nathan Lyon joining us, and he says he's not a rock star, but Bharat, just from the reaction of the fans, he gave us a little bit. Oh,
he gave us a lot. I told you he'll be a lot more relaxed than what he sounded like at the start of the game. No, special player, special performer, and you can see I know he's a different kind of rock star, isn't he?
Yeah.
An off-spinning rock star. They're very different to leg-spinning rock stars.
That's exactly right. Okay, guys, we'll head back up to you in the commentary position. It's pretty hot down here, I've got to say. I didn't realise how warm it is, but a very special day in Australian Test cricket history, Colo.
Great job. Thank you, Whitey. Brilliant all week. Bharat Sunderasen as well. Very Nathan Lyon kind of interview, wasn't it? I'm just some guy that bowls off breaks was probably my favourite line. Then wanting to share all of the praise, talk about Usman Khawaja and Mitchell Marsh today before basically leaving it open-ended, Kat, as to how long he'll play for. He seems in a really good headspace at wicket number 500. Why wouldn't you be?
Oh, correct. And I think it just goes to show how much of a team man and how selfless he is, that he was deflecting this performance today, a great performance and achievement for him personally, onto the others.
Yeah.
And he kept talking about Davey, he kept talking about Usman, Mitch Marsh and the other bowlers. And I think that sums him up. And that's why Mike Hussey gave him the Songmaster role back when he first started. And it was a huge honour to be given that. And he's
big
done
call
a massive
at the
call.
time.
Massive call. But it just goes to show Huss obviously saw something in him and he has not missed a beat with everything he's done. And I think the sign for me is he's signed to play for Lancashire and county cricket next year because they've got a bit of a break with Test cricket. That's a great sign because I think at his stage of his career, he doesn't need to be doing that, but he obviously loves playing and he wants to keep getting better in other conditions.
Yeah, and sometimes when you're older, you need rest times, but also, coming back from a big layoff. I remember Glenn McGrath ended up like that in his last few years. He wanted to just keep ticking it over. So that'll be good for Nathan. Stats are insane. Like third Aussie to 500 Test wickets. He's 8th overall now in the history of Test match cricket. So humble, output outstanding. Even just watching him chase the ball in that second innings, he gives it everything. So he should be very proud of what he's achieved, but as he said, it's only in hindsight you retire, you reflect back on that sort of stuff.
And Flem, one other bit there was of interest to me was that he drew inspiration from another sport or other sports, the footy grand finals. He saw that and saw the emotional outpouring of those two decide. He's like, I'm actually not done yet. I still have the ability to get to that level, and I feel, in his words, I feel like I just want to keep doing this. Like that he needed an external stimuli, if you like, in footy to realise what he wanted to do.
Yeah, I think that in combination, I think he's had a few articles, it was pretty dark times when he was watching the Ashes. And for me, that's not someone who's ready to give it up. You feel divorced from the team, the team that you've played for so long. So for me, that's how much it was missing, that he wanted to get there. And then obviously the emotion of footy finals and saying that I want to be part of it. And obviously he's got that significant part because he is the man that sings the song. I mean, that'll be a great legacy for him, but it's also going to be a massive call to see who he gives the song to. That's almost a tougher selection than the next Test captain.
Sounds like it won't be for a while yet, though, Kat.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Could be.
I think he's still hungry.
They may not even be playing Shield cricket yet.
Correct.
To know. That
Possibly.
Was the way with Nathan when he got it from Mike Hussey. He wasn't playing domestic cricket when Hussey was given the song. We've got our post-game bits and bobs to get through here, gents, so we'll go one at a time. The play of the day for Drink-Wise. You won't miss a moment if you drink-wise. We'll give that one to you, Kat.
Oh, it's pretty hard to go past how Pat Cummins worked over Bubba Azam.
Yeah, it was spectacular, wasn't it? I mean, the stuff you dream of as a fast bowler, Flem, to work over the best player in the other side that well, for it to end with finding his outside edge. I mean, it's perfection from Cummins.
Yeah, but a bloke took his 500 Test wicket.
Feels like sometimes we miss the fast.
No, I love it. I say it every time. He targets the best player, Cummins. Kohli from India, Root from England. I want the ball in my hand. I want to knock him over.
The player of the match, Flem, thanks to Bingley. The formal player of the match was Mitchell Marsh. Bingley looking after this award for us. But we were kind of thinking more Warner. Where do you...
They were the two clear ones.
If you were giving Brownlow votes, so to speak, where would you be?
I just went Warner because it was tough batting conditions, and it was also 164 at a strike rate of 77. The pressure of having to perform, to make sure he gets his farewell. And then it was more how the other players struggled, besides Mitchell Marsh's 90. So I actually would have stuck with Warner.
And a vote for? Who would you have gone for?
I went for Usman because he actually got 41 in the first innings as well. So if he knocked over early, Marnus missed out, Smithy missed out to a degree. The Australians could have been in trouble if Usman had been knocked over early. And then today, I don't think it would have changed the Test match, but if Usman had got out early, they're bowling us out for 100 less.
So that player of the match is for Bing Lee. Our king bowler of the day for Johnny King, king of clean, the king of clean, that is. Our king bowler of the day. Let's start with you.
Well, Cato's got better test figures than me, so...
The GOAT.
Yeah,
the GOAT. He got his 500.
The 2 in the over.
Yeah, he got 2 in the over.
And the second one
The second one was
glorious.
a beauty, absolute beauty. He bounced 3 inches off the deck.
That was a serious... Starkey's wasn't at his best, but a couple of those balls were unreal. But Hazelwood and Cummins, that's as good as I've ever seen them bowl in both innings.
Yeah.
So they were unlucky. So the cricket gods will go, you'll have a lucky day. So good luck if that's at Melbourne day one.
Appropriate that they have cleaned it up. The Kings have cleaned the Australian fast bowlers. For Johnny King, the king of commercial cleaning, franchises available as we near to the end of our coverage. We're dressed by Ringers Western. Whether it's in the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. Simon Katich, Damien Fleming, a pleasure to be working with you two.
Well done, Colo.
Likewise, guys.
We will see both of you at the Melbourne Cricket Ground on Boxing Day.
Yeah, have a good Christmas, everybody.
You guys as well. It's been fabulous. As I let you two go, do you live and breathe local cricket? Thanks to Liquorland, we're giving away a $100 Liquorland voucher a day on each day of the test coverage this summer to recognise those that genuinely love their local cricket, as Kat gets out behind me out of the box. You can enter now at iCanWin.com.au. Our second winner today is Joe Christofulli of the West Ryde Rovers Cricket Club. Do you read me, Joe?
Do. Thank you so much.
No, our absolute pleasure. Tell us a little bit about the West Ryde Rovers.
Been around for a while, mid-50s, gentleman and legend by the name of Lester Ward. The main oval was named after him. The club's sort of a multi-sport club, plenty of members. I'm just a dad and I help out on game day. My son's in the under-12s. But yeah, just a very family-friendly club and just a pleasure to watch.
And lots of juniors teams as well, as you suggest?
Yes, plenty. Like, it's one of the biggest clubs in the area by a mile, actually. There's plenty of grounds. Plenty of parking too, which helps.
Fantastic. And who are the key people there you want to give a pat on the back to who do all the hard work there at West Ryde Rovers?
For me, it's Sheeksy, legend.
Fantastic. Well, good on you, Sheeksy, and good on you, Joe. And you're originally from Nottingham, I see here. How does your club cricket at West Ryde compare to what you grew up with on the other side of the world?
I lived there for a bit. I worked there for a while in the earlier this century. But it was a bit different. The summers are a bit shorter over there, but still a nice place, and they love their cricket as well.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you, Joe Christofulli of the West Ryde Rovers, for joining us today. Great to have you on our coverage.
Thank you so much. Likewise.
Visit your local Liquorland for a winning selection of drinks. Choose to drink wise. We'll do that again when we get to Melbourne. Remember, enter at iCanWin.com.au for your chance to win. All that's left for me to do, really, is to say goodbye on a day where Australia made their way to 233 for 5, declared. Top scoring was Usman Khawaja with 90. An important partnership with Mitchell Marsh, 63 not out from 68 balls to go with his 90 from the first innings. They set Pakistan a theoretical 450 for victory, but that was never going to happen once the Australian quicks got moving. Stark a wicket in the first over, Hazelwood a wicket in the sixth over, and so it went from there. They were 4 for 53 at tea, having lost Barbara Azam on the stroke of that break, and 6 wickets in the space of 13 overs to finish the test match, which of course included Nathan Lyon's 500 and 501st, only the third Australian to that mark and the 8th ever in Test cricket. Pakistan knocked over for 89 in just 30.2 overs. The top scorer was Sod Shakil with 24. Mitchell Stark 3 for 31. Josh Hazelwood 3 for 13. The aforementioned Nathan Lyon 2 for 14. And Pat Cummins 1 for 11. Australia victorious in the first Test match by 360 runs. We'll be back to do it all again on Boxing Day. Thank you to everybody who texted in and was part of our coverage on social media through the course of the week. We really do appreciate it. SEN Test Cricket is for Host Plus and for Henley Homes. Thanks for your company. We'll speak to you all again from Melbourne on Boxing Day. Shazad bowls and Smith. He's hit on the pad. There's a shout for leg before. Joel Wilson gives it. Freddie in bowls here. It's full and driven past the bowler's boots before. Wow. Great timing from Travis Head. What a way to get moving. His first shot is a boundary.
Rolls the head. Oh, nice shot. No, it's not. He's been caught in the covers. He got down on one knee head to try and lash it through the offside, but he's picked out the man at cover. On his way to bowl to Marsh, who gets a short one. He hooks it away, and he hooks it a long way. That's gone for 6.
Salmon bowls to Marsh, who dances and goes up and long and straight and powerful. That thumps into the side screen.
Edging past slipped out of the rope for 4, and there's 50. It's been a battle for Aussie, but he does get to half a century.
Gets another crack at Marsh. He's 48, and Marsh drives again through the covers. That'll be 4 more. A beautiful way to bring up a lovely half century. Made 90 in the first dig, 50 here from just 60 balls.
Edges, this will be out. Third man gone. Khawaja throwing his hands at the ball, wide outside off stump. And with that dismissal comes the declaration. Slips in a gully. Stark bowls, edge gone. First wicket, simple as that in the first over. Abdullah Shafiq caught on the crease, the angle across the right-hander.
Captain Masood bowls here from the Langer end. That's gone into the gloves of Carey by the outside edge. Stark bowls here. Shan't hit on the pad. Full and straight and given. Ball tracking. Imam sending it up more in hope rather than expectation. 2 reds and hitting.
Some edging. Gone.
Wow.
That was a terrific delivery from Cummins that took the shoulder of the bat into the cordon. Gobbled up, out. Slips in a gully. Stark bowls, edge gone. First wicket, simple as that in the first over. Abdullah Shafiq caught on the crease, the angle across the right-hander.
Captain Masood bowls here from the Langer end. That's gone into the gloves of Carey by the outside edge. Stark bowls here. Shan't hit on the pad. Full and straight and given. Ball tracking. Imam sending it up more in hope rather than expectation. 2 reds and hitting.
Some edging. Gone.
Wow.
That was a terrific delivery from Cummins that took the shoulder of the bat into the cordon. Gobbled up, out. No problems there. 500 becomes 501. Amir Jamal out for a duck. He can't quite believe it, Jamal, that it's hit the stumps. He's still standing there, Mike Gatting style.
Hazelwood round the wicket, or shoutfully before that didn't get up. Hazelwood pleading and gets his way. Joel Wilson's finger goes up. That's Shaquille trapped for 24, a ball that didn't get up off the surface. A lot of slips behind him, a short leg next to him. Hazelwood bowls to the number 11, edging and caught it first slip. Game over, job done. Pakistan, well, they've been obliterated on this 4th afternoon. They've been castled in just 30.2 overs, all out for 89. Hazelwood picking up 2 wickets in 2 balls to finish the job. And Australia win by 359 runs.